of our 30-day marathon to celebrate International Moon Day, as well as to ensure that we, as Space Ungana, do our part to ensure space roll across all of Africa. I am Dr. Claire Nelson. I am the Goodwill Ambassador for International Moon Day. I'm also convener of the Space Ungana. Now, today is going to be a day when we focus largely on space for the SDGs. But one of the things I'd love to do as part of that is to remind us why we're here, while we get ready to hear our first session, which will be addressing the issue of agriculture. But before we get there, we are going to do some early conversation or early discussion about why this is important. It's important for many reasons. It's important because we need to understand that when African countries, when countries from the global south work in space, they're not simply doing it for vanity or doing it for the purpose of, being a part of the big boy. Space indeed is important for us, the way we live, every single quality of life that we have. Our cell phones to begin with, which is almost like an attachment to our body, relies on us have access to space. It is space technology, communication satellites that make it possible. And so it's important that Africa not just be a consumer of these technologies, but becomes a producer. And so today, when we talk about space for the SDGs, we're talking about understanding how it is that Africa and Africans around the world and the global society in particular are using space to support food security, water management. I will be talking about how space supports us in disaster risk reduction. Those of us from the Caribbean know exactly why that's important, given the number of disasters that we've been faced with in the last couple of years. We've had 2 to 3 hurricanes, sometimes 3 to 4 islands have been battered by hurricanes. And so climate monitoring and disaster risk reduction are critical pieces. So let me just play a video about this that we found as we went through trying to look for why space. Let me see if I can get that up and get you hearing where that is.
Africa is known to have some of the world's best stargazing locations, but soon it could be also known for what's happening among the stars. The African Space Agency officially began operations earlier this year from its headquarters in Cairo. It aims to help existing space programs from individual countries collaborate, as well as supercharge the continent's space ambitions. We'll hear from the man leading that mission shortly, but first, a look at how a staple of Nigerian cuisine is helping scientists to develop the future of space travel.
For most Nigerians, egusi soup is a tasty tradition. But could this simple one-pot dish soon be served up among the stars? Melon seeds used to make the soup were blasted into space in August as part of an experiment. They were chosen by entrepreneur Temidayo Oniosun, and now he's hoping to make that a reality.
The goal is that, in the next couple of decades, when people are living on the moon or on the Mars, and they're looking at growing food and all of that, food that are native to Africa would be part of that. So if in 50 years' time Africans are living on the moon, we want them to be growing and planting egusi and be eating.
Now, back on Earth, scientists are carrying out tests on the batch of Nigerian egusi seeds sent into orbit.
So we're figuring out, can the plants adapt to microgravity? And if they can, that will be of value for astronauts for long-term missions, like going to Mars or going back to the moon. Because especially for Mars, which is a long trip, Astronauts need to have a good source of nutrients. So having a variety of food crops that they can grow in space, that will be of value to them.
For Africa, these simple seeds are also symbolic of the continent's growing space ambitions, a cultural tradition helping to shape the future.
Across Africa, countries are building space programs, mainly focusing on communication, Earth observation, and partnerships abroad. The African Union's space agency aims to coordinate these efforts, but its first challenge may be convincing the public that space is not a luxury. I sat down with Tijan Ouattara, the head of the Council of the African Space Agency, and asked him how he'd answer any skeptics.
To these brothers and sisters, African brothers and sisters, I would say that space is part of our daily life. And currently, all the benefits, I'm talking about the money coming from space in Africa, is owned by the foreign companies. Be communication by satellite. All the mobiles we are using, the services are provided by companies from abroad, meaning the money is taken from the continent. Most importantly, space can help for water management, water pollution, water scarcity, the solution to find the appropriate place to dig the wells. Space can allow us to manage our forest. Space can allow us to improve the agricultural productivity. Space can allow us to control our oceans, where the boats, foreign boats, are coming and taking all our resources and polluting our oceans. Oil spills monitoring, identification of fisher zone. All these kind of activities, space is part of. You know, you may hear that Africa is the less connected continent. Being the second biggest continent, the traditional ways of installing the infrastructure of telecommunication, the remote areas are not covered. Therefore, satellite comes to reduce the gap of what we call the last miles, to allow us to communicate even with our village.
These are not cheap projects. So how will this kind of funding be secured, or how are you encouraging the different countries to go about this?
You are right. I would say space is not cheap, but space is not also expensive vis-a-vis of the benefits. I will explain to you something. Space is affordable now. We have two steps in space history. You have what we call the old space, meaning until 2005, space was big budget, 100 million US dollars. Developing satellite was taking 5 to 10 years. But since 2005, we are in the era of the new space. The new space came because of the nanotechnology, the small technologies. Since then, we can develop nano satellites, small satellites. Therefore, space becomes affordable. This is why you have a boom in the continent. Because with 50,000, you can have a CubeSat. You can have a small satellite. Therefore, the satellite is more than affordable.
And what role would you say the Africa Space Agency is playing in facilitating these kinds of developments?
The African space role will be to coordinate the space activities in the continent, to create a kind of regulatory frame which will help the 55 countries to do space activities without or with less problems, and to make sure that space is in the middle of the economic development of the continent, and most importantly, to create the local capacity. We have to develop the scale, not only to develop the scale, to create the critical mass, meaning not one, not two, for a continent with 1,300,000,000 inhabitants now, that will be 2 billion or more than 2 billion in 2050. You need to have numerous experts in the space arena to be able to address the African needs. It is a joint effort. Our role will be to work with the member states, to work with all international partners, to make sure that we push in that direction. And that is one of our visions. And we think that Africa can be a labor market for the world without seeing our young people moving from Africa. Because if the connectivity is improved, they can stay in the continent and work for all these space high-tech companies in the world, as the Indians are doing from India. This is something that can be one of the solutions for the migration, because people are migrating because of the salaries also, for better life. If you have companies, and it is good for European and American and Chinese companies, you have experts, they can be relatively cheaper than those in your countries, but at the same time in Africa, the salaries they will be getting will be more important, encouraging them to stay instead of going. What I'm saying is just some examples of measures, but we are really working. We are trying to convince, to advocate, and to create awareness, because young Africans will tell you, we don't know to whom to talk. They will tell you, we don't know where to start. We are there. We will connect them. And this is what I told to several brothers I met over the last 2 days here in Germany. They are very well experienced and talented young people. I told them, guys, I'm here for you also. Let's work together, let's communicate, let's connect each other to the appropriate people. This is what it takes, among others. Huh?
So there you have it, direct from the mouth of the Director General of the Africa Space Agency. And so today we're really looking forward to hearing from our experts, or our mission specialists, as we call them, to help us guide that conversation. I'm going to bring forward and join me in the front end on stage, Dr. Nebert Blair, who is an engineer like myself. She was very kindly, when I called her, I don't know, maybe about 8 years ago or so, talking about wanting to start a Caribbean Space Society. She's one of the people who didn't think I was totally crazy and said, sure, I'll be happy to support where I can. So I consider her a director of the Caribbean Space Society. And she also is an energy expert working with GTZ in Guyana. So there we have. Now, I think today we're going to begin with agriculture. Dr. Bay, remind me who it is we're supposed to be talking to this morning.
So today we're supposed to be speaking with Mr. Richard Fowley and Mr. Donald Palmer.
Okay, so Mr. Palmer is here. Mr. Palmer, if you could turn on your camera so I could move you to this stage. There you go. I'm not seeing too much light, but hopefully you'll show up. I'm going to bring you on stage. And who's the next person?
Mr. Richard Fowley.
Okay, he isn't here at present. Okay. All right. So let's go with Mr. Palmer, who is certainly an expert in agriculture. And I am going to leave the floor. I'm going to stay here, but I'm going to turn the floor over to you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. As Dr. Nessa said, my name is Donald Palmer. I am a trained Jamaican agriculturist. I started my career by pursuing agriculture, agriculture, which is now COA, where I obtained an associate science degree in agriculture. Then I went on to Mona to do a BSc in economics and statistics, and then to St. Augustine here, where I did a MSc in agriculture economics, and now I'm doing a PhD in economics, focusing on applied econometrics. So what I'm going to speak about today is how does satellite data assist me in modeling agriculture processes, right? So we normally talk about it from in terms of production function. We're saying the output of a commodity is dependent on factors of production, the land, labor, and capital. So what we have done is to incorporate some data that you could collect from satellites to use that, like data on soil moisture. So we can use satellites to collect soil moisture data, which we can now incorporate inside that aspect that we call land. What soil moisture data will do is tell us, what's the relative status of the soil, water content. So that will also impact upon irrigation frequency. And in terms of precision agriculture, you know exactly what is the status. So you don't apply too much water or too little water. and you could also be mapping it to particular location in the field using GIS. So you don't overwater, you don't underwater, you're able to pinpoint it specific here, right? Also, we could also use satellite data to collect temperature, surface temperature, that allow you to identify if the crops are under heat stress and stuff like that. So basically, in a nutshell, what this has allowed us to do is to be able to capture data more accurately, rather than you going out there to try to get a probe to um, collect this data, actually collect it, incorporate it into a file, and put it straight into your softwares and do estimation. What I like very much is that having gone through and have all those kind of training, I want to specialize in what they call spatial econometrics, which is econometrics is actually estimation of like production functions. So a production function is a mathematical relationship between your inputs and output. So normally from basic economics, what you would have, when you do like A-level econ, you would have land, labor, and capital in a tabular form. You could also graph that, and then from that relationship, you could now estimate the equation. So my focus is to estimate equations, and that's where econometrics comes into place. And because we are pinpointing the location, that's where we have spatial data and spatial stuff. I guess I will just stop here for now. But what we say is having all of this information, if we're able to advance it, it will be beneficial for policymakers, economists within the Ministry of Agriculture and other planning agencies. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Donald Palmer, for your introduction and for sharing on us what you're doing. So we'll continue to have our discussion. I know we await Mr. Fowley to join, but I'll continue with you, Mr. Palmer. So the guiding question is generally, how can emerging space nations build robust satellite ecosystems that transform space-derived data into intelligence, innovation, and economic value for agriculture, energy, and sustainable development? What are the greatest opportunities and most significant challenges over the next decade? So as you have highlighted to us about the application of the geospatial information to identify whether crops have enough water or they need water and the temperature of crops, how is that going to continue to impact our agricultural sector going forward, at least in the next decade, taking us into what we call 2036?
Okay, thanks, Dr. Niebert. You asked a number of questions, so I'll ask you to just break it down. But what I will tell you is that if we are able, okay, so what happens is that even I'm based in Trinidad here, I also have a close attachment to the Jamaican agriculture sector in Jamaica because I'm a part of a company called UEFA, United Agriculturists and Farmers Association of Jamaica. We are not RADA, we are not JS, but what we do, we try to assist in production. So let us zero in on Jamaica, we are familiar with. Zero in Jamaica because that's the land of my birth and whatever. So like in Jamaica, we have varying temperature ranges across the island. So it's not just that you go there. Let me give an example. When I work with sugar industry in Long Pond, for those persons who are familiar with that, it's a section of Jamaica. Siri recommend that you use 4 bags of fertilizer per acre. It's a large area. So what I'm saying that, is it that you have to use 4 acres, or you could use, 4 bags in every acre, or you could use 1 bag in this location, 1.5 bag in another location. Some area may require even 4.5 bags. So if we are able to pinpoint those using satellite images, it will allow us to model our processes clearly. So as we advance, as we move, the more we could incorporate geospatial data, it will be more beneficial for us. So we're not over applying inputs like fertilizer, which is so expensive, and other chemicals, and we are not, and same thing with water, because water is also a critical factor. It's an important factor. It's an expensive factor. It's a limiting factor. Even though we have the ocean and stuff like that, but we're fighting up with stuff like salinity and stuff like that. So I think if you get this data, it will allow us to advance pretty fast.
Thank you for that. And continuing on that question, like I said, over the next 10 decades. The reason being is that we know we have a water scarcity around many islands in the region and globally. So besides having that understanding of the amount of water in the soil, how does that relate to understanding how much water is there for the next 10 years for agriculture?
Oh,
Is there something that helps to guide us in that way, or we have to be doing it on a day-by-day basis? Is there
oh,
any?
all right. No, okay. So right now, so there, I think FAO developed this model called DSAT. What they do is that they measure the rate of if you are if transpiration rate, evaporation, transpiration rate, right? So you are allowed to know exactly what is there from satellite images, and it's so designed that you could apply for irrigation and you could reduce. So you have drainage irrigation, so you're not wasting water, correct amount of water managing. I hope that answers your questions.
Perfectly, perfectly. So with with satellite imagery based on your work that you're doing, we are also able to manage the amount of water we have, and therefore we can also manage our food generation system, manufacturing and water usage in the different sectors. And I think not just agriculture. All right. So continuing on from there, is Mr. Foley around? I guess Mr. Foley is not here just yet. And as you continue, what would be some of the main areas that you would advise in terms of crop, types of crop, as you look at the water usage? Is there anything anomalies that you see using your data and your modeling when it comes to the types of crops in the Caribbean and water usage as we try to limit water use?
Okay, there are some crops that they were bred for called, drought resistant and stuff like that. I do not want to sound biased, but as you realize, I'm very passionate. I'm a Jamaican. Most of my work is being done in Jamaica, I relate to crops, fisheries and aquaculture. My expertise is Trinidad here because it's Trinidad data. So let's, as I said that we am the General Secretary for UEFA. So let's tell you what is happening in Jamaica. Yes, we have some crops, priority crops that we are pushing. So the roots and tubers, like your yam, sweet potato, dasheen, and cassava. These are what they call drought resistant stuff, right? So these are what the crops that we could use. They are very much drought tolerant, so they'll be able to use water maximum. And then countries like Barbados and St. Vincent and the Grenadines would also adopt similar processes too.
Wonderful.
I want to take the conversation a different direction because part of the challenge I am thinking, I've heard a lot about precision agriculture and satellite use of precision agriculture for some time, but I still have yet to see, certainly from the point of view of the farmers in Caribbean. A matter of fact, now that I think about it, my entry into the whole space agenda happened in during the COVID era when we were on lockdown, and myself and my colleague from Ghana, who was very instrumental in having the first satellite GhanaSat take off, we were trying to get funding. So we ended up having this group of us from different universities, Nigeria and Ghana, trying to write a proposal to submit to the Gates Foundation, which we never got, by the way, but it was a very intensive period. I was trying to write this project online, and we were trying to get data, right? Get the data so it was accessible to impact, in the case of Africa, farmers. And that was probably 2020, 2021, right? So I think we probably have come a long way in the last 5 years. It's only 5 years. It seems like forever, but it's not that long. But in terms of what's happening, certainly from a point of view of an economist, is the Caribbean really getting the data in a form? And I think the CARICOM region could be a good microcosm of what happens in Africa, right? You have regional organizations like CARDI. You have regional organizations that are supposed to function to create, information that is shared to support, the different free movement of this and that. And Africa, to some extent, has the continental free trade agreement. They're also having these regional ecosystems. So you have ECOWAS, you have Eastern Africa Commission, different blocks, if you will. But this issue of data and education and training, you're doing your PhD now. Are we making the data really available in a way that makes sense? Because I'm not trying to be facetious, but the reality is that the last time I looked at a document that was written by a policy person about the fisheries, it was a very obtuse document for someone like myself, who I'm an engineer, somewhat of a nerd, and I found it pretty obtuse. And I'm saying, is this what they're actually sending to the politicians, who and the policymakers in many of those offices who actually make decisions? So talk to me about what is happening, certainly from the perspective of yourself, working to do an economic degree that's going to support the agriculture system, the food security system, the data from satellites. Is it being provided in a way that helps you and other people like yourself who are at the policy level to really utilize it to make decision making? At the end of the day, the point of this exercise is not just to have a satellite in the sky, it's to be able to make the data available. What's happening in the Caribbean, to the best of your knowledge, about access to data that is usable, that helps you to create intelligence?
Okay, thanks for that question, Dr. Nelson. And I do want to say that data is there, but it's not really accessible. People still holding on to it as it is private knowledge, even if it's public knowledge. So I remember at one point in time, I was working in the sugar industry and I wanted to develop a production function. Unfortunately, it was also Jamaica. I realized that they didn't know how to, the cost to produce sugar. And I went to the research entity there. They have the data, but they refuse to give me. And that's what we see coming on. It's very unfortunate. But once we allow free movement of data, access to it, because when they collect these from satellite, they actually go into a database that can be now incorporated into your software. So rather you're going to manually input it, you could download it to an Excel file into a Google Docs and then pass it across. So data is there, but I think they're still holding on to it and preventing academia and researchers like myself who want to utilize it from that. Because if I know to go to say, okay, let's develop a production function for cassava, I'm not sure persons tell me that I have to come out and interview farmers. And then now interviews a paper-based thing. They don't have to go and input it inside there, which is very time consuming. So if, and then again, it comes back to, my wambling comes back to know the whole aspect of spatial data. So if I could map the soil condition in Trelawney, then I could incorporate it. You have persons out there working in geoinformation system, but they're not willing, in my experience, to pass it on to researcher, econometrician like myself, who could not utilize it. But there's a whole household of data, especially in Jamaica, that can be used to make effective decisions that could help the country move forward.
So that's the case of Jamaica, and I'm wondering how much that is the same across the Caribbean region. And CARICOM is the same obtains in Trinidad or all other Caribbean islands. Remind you, we're not anywhere near sophisticated as Africa is when it comes to satellites. One of the reasons why what the Caribbean Space Society has been promoting and is finally now public knowledge, we're promoting the development of a a constellation of CubeSats. And I have to admit that one of our speakers is one of the people that is probably going to be an advisor on this matter. He himself was very active in the GhanaSat movement, and there are other people who are joining us today who have been very supportive in the last 5 years. What I took to develop let's say, the access to experts who are of African origin, because I very much wanted to make sure that when we brought this knowledge to the fore as Caribbean countries, that we weren't only looking to the global north, but we're also looking to the global south and really deepening some of the relationships that people like Prime Minister Mia Mottley have been talking about developing. And this is a big issue. I think is something we can think about if we're talking about investing and co-investing. And if you're talking about long-term, for example, the fact that for some small islands, given what's happening in climate change, we may be too late to turn back the impact of the climate change and what sea level rise on water tables, and our agricultural function will be, let's say, not as good as it used to be. So we certainly have to have a better relationship with Africa in terms of the science and technology and data gathering. And so one of the other people we'll hear from later today is doing a project called Project Dawn. And they are going to be trying to develop a constellation working with universities and young people. And that's kind of the same thing that we want to do, we're talking about. So we have been talking about this long before they came about. But of course, as I said, Africa is much more sophisticated than us when it comes to being in the space industry. And so I'm just so happy to be having some of these people as friends and colleagues and partners support us as we try to make this real. We try to make this happen. So you talk about access in terms of getting access to the physical data, but do you know anything about the data processing piece? As you're actually doing research right now, are you able to have whatever you have access to, right? Is it coming directly from the satellites that you know are pointed on the Caribbean region which you are studying, or is it that you have to go out and look for it outside? Do we have the capability, as University of the West Indies currently have the capability to make the data that is available to the Caribbean through free services accessible that the satellites from Europe, the satellites from NASA are currently providing free? Is there a program of work that allow people like yourself to access that data because somebody in some of the department is crunching it? Is that happening?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, I'm not aware of that. I know that each person, especially of campus here, they keep the data within themselves. That is my experience. But now you say that I could explore. I go to the engineering faculty and ask what is available, the Department of Geoinformatics, what's available, and then to see how we can get some of that data to bring over the agriculture sector and we work in collaboration. So I will take that talk, Dr. Nelson.
There's a question here, thanks for that. There's a question here that says, when one talks about data access, the other side of the discussion is understanding your data ownership, right? And I like that because who owns the data that we gather from the satellite? Where is it stored? Who owns it? So the person is asking, and this is Fali, sorry, looking at your ecosystem, what existing databases are being given away? And where should organizations and individuals explore cultivating their own data? We're talking about developing these satellites and sending them into orbit. How can we be more focus driven in what we're doing in terms of capturing the data we need? How can the Space Society in the Caribbean play a role there as well? So
I'm probably going to take a stab at that one. And I'm sure if soon to be Dr. Palmer is focusing so much on data capture, and that's exactly the reason why I am promoting the Caribbean Astrospace Nexus for Ocean Awareness, right? Canoa, as I call it, in a nod to the canoe, which is an Arawak word or a Taino word for what we now call canoe. That's the project I unveiled at the Caribbean Science Summit a couple weeks ago. which has now been endorsed by the Caribbean Science Foundation. And so at least we have one official person that says, yes, they would like to be a part of it once we get going. The issue of data is critical because what's one of the reasons why, as you heard the video that we started with, the Africa Space Agency is pushing to acquire their own data. Right now, we've been lucky in the last 50 years or whatever since satellites were invented and made available to be able to acquire maybe not all of the data, but certainly NASA has made its data for free or near free, right? That's been part of the gift to the world. Part of the American empire building was to make its data free, right? But as the cost of CubeSats have come down, as you've heard, and the private sector has gotten engaged in the sector, what is going to happen, and certainly from the US perspective where I am, and that's what propelled me to start the Caribbean Space Society and then start the Space Futures Forum in Africa, is the fact that NASA data will soon be not free any longer because they will no longer be collecting it and making it available. So that will be provided by the private sector. And so there for me lies a challenge in terms of how are governments from developing countries that have budgets that need to be balanced going to manage having to deal with data they have to now acquire at a cost from companies that first function is to make a profit, right? It's a very different state of mind when data is being decided by those who make a profit. And this is why Dr. Ernest, for example, who is on the call and will join us, has been working also to create AfConstat, a regional constellation, building on the expertise that they learned during GhanaSat. And what kind of triggered it for me that the Caribbean ought to be doing the same thing. When I jumped into this, we realized that, wait a minute, if we have to buy climate data, and you know how we desperately need it, right? We have our agencies responsible for weather, Caribbean Institute of Meteorology and Hydrology, and of course, Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency. Those are the twin sisters that they're not identical twins, but they're certainly fraternal twins without whom our ability to manage our climate vulnerability would not be possible. And if they are going to have to know paying for data, not just paying for the, let's say, the intelligence that they have to get, because when they get it, they have to still be getting it and turn it into something, products that they can use. But it's out there and it's free. And one of the projects that the Caribbean Space Society is trying to put in place is a ground station project, which is affordable, to deal with the issue of workforce development in this area, right? There are ground stations that we can have for under $250 US, and we want to begin with that so that we have certain at on the technical college level. So colleges that are two colleges in particular, where people are doing data analytics and data, what's the other word? That the people do the fancy stuff. Visualization. We want to make sure we can have these technologies available to engineering clubs and STEM clubs and business clubs in these two-year colleges in the Caribbean region, with the hope that they can begin to turn the data we currently have access to into data that makes sense and gives us intelligence, such that by the time we do have our own CubeSats, which is what we're working on, we already would have trained people. So part of the whole thing is the ecosystem development for agriculture. We have to do a lot more work, I think, in the Caribbean for sure, before we have the agricultural sector being able to help us. I'm not sure if any of the callers who are here from Africa want to chime in about what's happening in the African case, but for sure right now, we have a challenge, right? In terms of the Caribbean region, of what is happening with the data gathering and the data, moving from raw data, which just looks like gobbledygook, right? Think speak, right? And one of the projects we're working on, which we have a small university in the Caribbean involved, what is called Northern Caribbean University. We have a small project that we're doing, a research project that involves them from Jamaica. We have Mauritius, another small island, involved in that project, University of Mauritius. And we have an Australian university and a Finnish university. And I have to say that one of the first things we learned was that the University of Mauritius engineers were far more capable of getting the access to the data and knowing how to get access to the data than the people on the Jamaican side. Now, we haven't done the cross-training yet. That's part of what's happening. But a small research project as we have, it's showing that South-South cooperation can make a difference. And this is why this conversation, they're having a Caribbean person on this platform, which is not something that we normally do. We're having two Caribbean people on this platform. Both of you have been from the Caribbean, but something I really wanted to begin to do this year. I'm not sure how you feel about that, Mr. Palmer, as you're doing your doctorate, how much exchange you have been having with universities in Africa. But part of what Space Ungana is about is to try to make those partnerships. So to the best of your knowledge in the agriculture sector, where you are, have you been seeing any cross-training between universities in Africa and your university or institutions doing agriculture in Africa with groups like yours? Because, I mean, when it comes to yams and those ground provisions, you're talking about people who live and die by these things. Are you seeing that kind of a interface of information?
No, Dr. Ness, I have not seen that around, but now you bring it up, I could now explore it. Maybe because I'm not pushing too much about it, but I could make some inquiries as early as today between the Faculty of Agriculture and the Faculty of Engineering to see what collaboration they may have at that level. But from where I sit, no, I haven't seen that. And I haven't seen any cross training. But what you say, you make some good points here, which I will explore because once I could get the data, then that will assist me. So if we're doing study for St. Vincent, then we're collecting data from farmers. We are taking their location also, GIS information, so we know how to do proper modeling. And same thing for Jamaica, which is my passion. We want to do that, the same thing for Jamaica too. And being the Joint Secretary for the United Agricultural Association of Jamaica, I will also want to, inform the executive. So as we try to move forward and assist the Jamaican farmers, we take those into consideration too. Hopefully, I'm not boring other persons from outside the Caribbean, but I'm very passionate about agriculture in the Caribbean. And I'm being more passionate about it being a Jamaican also.
You know, as I think about it though, it's interesting because I know there's a major institute of tropical agriculture in Africa. I'm just really surprised that your department, you will have not had any relationship with such a major institute, which again goes to show that some of what, and Dr. Blair, you are working in international development, and that's where I come from, that space, right? So it's one of the reasons why this process of having Space Ungana. Ungana is a Swahili word meaning to unite, to gather together, right? So it's not just a regular conference. We're trying to gather ourselves together to make an impact, to make a change, to catalyze something that needs to happen. And if you think about it, food security, right? And how much food that we're importing in the Caribbean, right? When we have a country like Guyana, where you are, with acres and acres and acres of land, which, by the way, I understand people are moving there in droves, right? So I don't know how much the Guyanese will have in the next 20 years of land. They soon can't boast that they have all this land with no people because people are moving to Guyana in droves because of the oil boom. But seriously, I really wonder, how is it that maybe even you yourself, Dr. Blair, working in the space and having access to all the agencies, can really begin to bring this South-South issue to bear in given that most of your support is coming from the European agency or, you know, Canadians or something. I know all the projects that we've had in the Caribbean from USAID has been cut. But says we look at our future, and this session, this Space Futures Forum, about what are we going to do to secure food security? and looking at the ecosystem and the importance of satellite data to that ecosystem. It's not just to talk about this soil quality or water resources or doing the longitudinal studies. You're talking about production function studies that are comparing rainfall against soil, against what's happening, against the weather pattern. But it's also being able to ensure that we are creating the ecosystem that allows that data to be shared in a way that allows us to feed ourselves as a region in the case of the Caribbean, and in Africa where we have food, but it goes to waste. A lot of food goes to waste in Africa, and nobody likes to talk about it, right? And then worse, when we have a food crisis, rather than bringing food from one country to the next country, food is being brought from Europe because those farmers are subsidized to grow. So there's a whole conversation that the international development community has to have, and certainly we have to have the mindset as development practitioners, right? Which is basically what I am, right? Working across borders and boundaries. We're working across sectors, doing it in a very transdisciplinary way, in an ecosystem way. We need to really figure out how do we identify people like soon to be Dr. Palmer and some of his counterparts in Africa who really should be having these conversations if we're talking about the partnerships that Mia Motley is talking about by establishing embassies I think she just established an embassy in Ghana. But to what end if it's just for looking good? The optics are beautiful. I'm not saying they shouldn't. Kenya just established an embassy in Jamaica. I was ecstatic, right? But what good does it do if people like us are not making the effort to create the partnerships with our peers across the aisle? I'd love to hear some feedback on that from both of you. In terms of how you think we might move forward. I want to move forward for the rest of the time we have together on this session and some things we could do. What can we do?
I can go first.
Yes.
I appreciate the question. Thank you for the question, Dr. Nelson. But where I want to start is to answer, we're looking at the future. And there's so much we have to consider in addition to food, right? We have to understand how the health of persons are affected. So we know what is good food, what to grow, because we're all aware of the genetically modified foods that are being developed. And so I think it's a different focus I was expecting. I liked how Dr. Palmer started his research, where he's looking into the water production. And it's because of that, we tend to look into other substitute ways of growing our foods and creating alternative plants, if I want to call it that, with the use of water, given the information we get. So the information we get from space, this data, is not just only directed into agriculture, but it also affects a cross-section of sectors. And so it is best that we understand the environment of the future so that we can also understand what kind of people will exist in that future, what kind of food people will need. And so that will then impact the kind of foods that we want to grow. And we know we have our nature-based foods that we like to eat. And how can we continue to keep those nature-based foods instead of us having these alternative foods that we see now? What is pushing that? Is it just a solution to population and not directly related to health, or just survival and not directly related to health? So I think that is a very important question that we would want to put into perspective. Now, as we look at these, in Guyana case, the influx of persons and the use of lands for agriculture, we have to be so mindful sometimes that we try to mix two things. There's agriculture for food, and then there's agriculture that we want to see for energy. And how do we manage the two? Because both of those forms of agriculture would see us removing virgin forests, which we know helps with the sequestration of carbon dioxide. And so we will have to make a decision as to how do we really manage our resources with all this data coming in. And I know there are computerized systems and models that can take all of this into account and provide solutions for us. So the question is more or less, how do we have, who has access to these modeling in the first place, and how futuristic is our design when it comes to our food system, when it looks at the resources that we have here on Earth, and how it's going to impact us for the next 10 years, for the next 50 years, and for the next 100 years to come. All right, I think that is how I would want to view a response to how do we treat agriculture, because agriculture is the way in which we grow our food so we can stay alive, but we just don't want to stay alive. We want to be healthy. All right. So what healthy foods looks like for someone like me in the Caribbean, someone like me in Africa, someone like me in the US, in North America. You know, we're not eating the same agricultural products. We're not. So we can have that consideration as well for the sustainable development goals. So that's my input on that, and I'll give it over to Mr. Palmer.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Niebert. As I listen to you speak, right, I now thinking about economics and substitution between those two things. Because I talk about agriculture for food, agriculture for energy, as the same problem we face when you look at sugarcane industry in Jamaica, because they wanted to use sugarcane for ethanol production, and we wanted to get sugarcane for sugar production also. So there was some conflict between both of them. So it's we good. So once, let's go back. Once we have the data, because being an economist, I actually move away from agriculture into pure economics. So if you are speaking, you talk about econometrics. So I'm actually into the faculty department of econ, right? Doing econometrics there. So once you have those data, we can actually put it back into a production function and assist. But I wasn't, let's say, I'm not aware of the data that, exists in the US system because they tend to host them within particular location. Like GIS information will be with the Department of Geoinformatics, and agriculture data will be with the Faculty of Agriculture. But there could be some collaboration to get exchange of data across different faculties, different departments and stuff. Once you have that free access, then you're able to do things and move research beyond the frontier. And Dr. Blair, we'll be more in contact with you because it seems like we have a common interest here from economics and stuff like that. And thanks again, Dr. Leslie, for having me on the platform. And thanks again, Dr. Niebert, right? Because I didn't know about your organization. So you'll be hearing from us very pretty soon.
Oh, but you know, and this is part of the challenge where I think it's very important that we have these cross-functional discussions. Everybody assumes economists are in their own little world, and I'm going to say something that's probably not very polite, but you know, I think you left your good job to take up the more evil job, because when you were doing your farming and your real agricultural science, I think that was much more noble job than to be an economist. I say this because working in development, economists just sit there at their ivory tower doing equations, and at the end of the day, we're not helping us to get the food we need and the actual impact we want to have on the food security of our people. And unfortunately, because the way the economic systems run, economists run the world. They're the ones that make decisions a lot of times about what countries do. And the poor farmers and the people who are agricultural scientists, before you were a good person, you've crossed over to the dark side. I like to say economists are on the dark side. You've crossed over to the dark side of economics and left your good, as they say in Jamaica, you left your good agriculture, right, to go do economics. But this is one of the things I think that really why I've been pushing for the University of the West Indies. And I must say, everything I've asked for has fallen on deaf ears up till now. Someone is saying this because I know the stress I've gone through trying to get it done on the Mona campus, not St. Augustine. But I'm sure the same thing obtains in Cave Hill and St. Augustine, because we come from a British system where we were in our ivory towers doing our studies. And I don't think certainly the Caribbean or African institutions have the luxury of sitting around being ivory towers when we have real problems to solve. And so we're not seeing, from my experience, the application of research that is done at the doctoral level into solving the real problems. People get a doctorate, and then even if you want to get it done, your permanent secretary looks at you as if you're growing two horns. Now you come out of university and you think you know more than me, therefore you watch and see, right? And so we're talking about, I know it's a stir from the satellite data, but there's no point in having satellite data if the people are not prepared to receive it. It's like, you know what it's like, empty vessels. You're pouring wine into an old skin. There's a saying for that. But I think when we think about this need for satellite data and cultivating the ecosystem for precision agriculture and other needs from the agriculture system. Now, yes, water, we're talking about water next, but there's also, I think, soil health that you might be able to get from space. I know that there are people who are looking at being able to use, I'm not sure how good the cameras are right now, to look at overall plant health, because your cameras, depending on your payload of your satellite, you can take a picture and know from afar what could be coming down the pipe. This issue, for example, they're talking about the fact that the Sahara dust that comes across from Africa into the Caribbean is what helps our soils to rejuvenate. So there's also some large-scale climatic studies that have to be done that impact on agriculture. So I'm wondering, Dr. Palmer, if one of the things that can come out of this, and I keep on calling Dr. Palmer, so it's prophecy, if one of the things that can come from this conversation is that we can have, just within the Caribbean, right, a people to people, not just waiting for the EU to call the meeting, right? Can we have somebody like yourself, who is a doctoral student, talk to the doctoral students, and we create our own little, let's call it like an expert roundtable, or soon to be expert roundtable, that we can begin to have these conversations without waiting for it to be convened by the development assistance agencies. Is this something you think that could be one of the outcomes of this conversation? Because we really do not want to just come here and have a talk shop.
Definitely, Dr. Nelson. And the question is, how soon do you want it? Because I could speak to Professor Marco de Vieira, who is the Dean of the Faculty in Agriculture. In fact, yesterday, we were in a conversation where we developed an MOU between the Faculty of Agriculture and the United Agricultural Farmers Association of Jamaica. We're going to do research. So we could expand that. So you just tell us when you want it, and we could make that arrangement. Also, Dr. Niebert from Barbados will invite you to that conversation. So once you tell me exactly how early you are prepared, then I could activate that. That's not a problem.
Yes, because as I said, it's not just about having a conversation, but Dr. Niebert, you are there in Guyana. I know your focus has been on energy, but energy and water and food are a whole triad, if you will. So what's your take on this?
Thank you, Mr. Nelson, Dr. Palmer. I think it works. We've been doing quite a lot of work in the region, and I mean the CARICOM region and Caribbean countries, in the food water nexus. So food, water, energy nexus. So we have been exploring a number of ways of utilizing renewable energy in food manufacturing, food production, water irrigation and drainage. So everything there is energy. Energy is cross-cutting. So we have been attempting to do a lot of this work. We have also been looking, or I have another research group with myself, that we're also even looking into drone technologies, how to extend the life of drone technology that would assist in terms of, for both agriculture and other means of spatial information gathering. So it's having, closer, what we consider satellites, closer satellites to home, because these drones as well, they take information. So there's research that we're doing to extend the life of the drone so that we can capture as much information as possible as well. So there's lots that has been happening. in the region as well. So when it comes to the food, water, energy nexus, there's quite a bit of collaboration that we can continue to foster. And as soon as you have decided, okay, we can take this on further, yes, we do have a group of persons within the region that we can always work with in different areas. We have specialized groups and we also have these generalized groups that we can have to work together. But the challenge is financing these kinds of operations. Is it going to be financed by governments? We know how CARICOM is and strapped it might be in terms of financing such activities. And so that is why I see, or I think mostly in the region, donor financing is what is required to aid in this kind of collaborative work, because I don't think naturally it flows in this way, because despite we have the sectorial kind of opportunities, we will also need to have cross-country, national and regional collaboration. So we do have it through the regional organizations that we have, but is it enough? We don't know. What is it that we want to do that is done differently? We have to understand that so we can know how to utilize the resources that we have. So before I hand the floor over to both of you to give some concluding remarks, I would wish to bring to fore a question that is coming out from an anonymous attendee. And the question is, when you bring up the subject of data supporting climate challenges and people being made to pay for it, it may bring up the topic of data access ethics for things related to nature, natural disasters, and food security indeed. So this switches the conversation to one of data ethics, perhaps, and connects to the SDGs. Is this a topic worth exploring? I can say it's definitely worth exploring when we look at the ethics of data. You see what's happening in the EU with the use of data and data privacy, data security. In the region, I think that is why sometimes governments and organizations are skeptical which of sharing data because of some of these very things, but we do not have these legal you know systems in place to monitor. But they're like Mr. Palmer said, the data is there, but people hold on to the data. What's stopping them from holding on to the data? How much data can we share? So data has always been a challenging topic. How much data is to be shared? Who has custody of the data? And from there we will answer the problems that we face.
I think that's the question that I'm going to be faced with in trying to put together this this Caribbean space-enabled thing that we're trying to do, which I'll probably talk about later today. And certainly I want to do a workshop on it because I think it's very important that we begin to explore how this is going to work in reality. I can't say that my idea has taken root with any people in government, right? But when you look at the fact that everything is everything, the Rastafarians used to say. And it wasn't until I got to be an adult, I recognized that it wasn't foolishness they were saying, right? We are an interconnected species and an interconnected planet. And the values that we espouse as a platform, Space Ungana platform, and as an organization are around twin African values of Ubuntu, which you all would have heard, which was brought to the fore by Nelson Mandela in terms of I am because we are. We're not just doing things because of ourselves, but because of other people. We have to work together. We're interdependent as a species. We don't grow our own food. We don't weave our own cotton. We don't, do our own mining to get our minerals. So there's that. And the other is Ukama, which is another principle coming from the Shona people in South Africa, Southern Africa. And it's about understanding that we're connected to nature, right? And so when we think about that, I think this issue of data ethics and having a more robust people-to-people conversation, I'm really right now for certainly the Caribbean people, experts in the Caribbean, not to sit around and wait for the government to do X, Y, and Z anymore. I think we really have to take matters into our own hands. I know that there's certain things we can't do without government blessing, quote unquote, but there are many things that we can do to advance these issues, these conversations, these dialogues, whether it's about sharing data as individual scientists, creating our own platform for sharing data. People who are doing their doctorates like yourself, they do the doctorate and nobody reads it. Should we have an association that all they do is have everybody who's doing a PhD in agriculture in the Caribbean region should be required or offer the opportunity to do a presentation once they have it every month to people about what it really means. What is the purpose of your research and how does it translate into supporting a real life problem? We've got to move to problem solving. And I think that the demise of USAID is a signal of change that we need to stop thinking about, or the donors. Well, who are the donors, right? And we soon won't have any donors. If we say we want reparations, we soon won't have any donors, right? Because at the end of the day, the donors, quote unquote, are going to say, well, we already have paid you back, so what does you want from us? So we must be very careful when we run down these roads about what it is we're asking for, because once you talk about reparations and we get reparations, and we don't include in it data and satellite information, I'm just saying we have a very myopic view of what is what in the Caribbean region. And I think us understanding the critical importance of access to space because of the data that we need to survive and thrive. And we'll hear more about that. And in the case of Africa, okay, reparations is not on their agenda, but to the extent that obviously coming out of the colonial experience, they have to also decolonize their systems to be more trans-Africa facing and not, Nigeria to London, Senegal to Paris, and the usual back and forth. We go to the global north before we go to our neighbor. And so I think that this experiment that we are engaged in as Space Ungana of really taking the AU 2063 statement about what Africa also looks like and take into account that back in the 90s and the early 2000s, there's a lot of movement of the AU high-level people coming to Barbados for meetings. They went to Jamaica to talk about what does it mean when we say that the Caribbean region is the sixth constituent region of Africa. What does that mean? How do we actualize it? And now that we have a prime minister, Mia Motley, that's actually actualizing it. We now have a direct flight from Nigeria that is supposed to happen once a month because we don't have the volume of people going back and forth yet. But if indeed we begin to have this once a month flight that takes us directly from West Africa to the Caribbean, Barbados, then we now have an opening of opportunities for a new sort of relationship to be designed for our betterment. And so this issue of data ethics is going to be critically vital. And in the question and answer, we say withholding data that can prevent a disaster is frightening and current policies are heading in a dangerous direction. Exactly. So collaboration data ethics has now become a matter of life and death of a nation. This is so true, so correct, and really what we, the Caribbean people, have to think about. And so later today, when we talk about disaster risk reduction, we hope to have somebody from the Caribbean again on the platform talking about disaster and the use of satellite data. So yeah, I think we've come to the end of this session. I'm not sure if our people are here for the next session. We're supposed to have people coming in for water. So Mr. Palmer, you're free to leave if you need to leave. We are gonna be talking about water next, and I don't see anybody that's supposed to be here for our water. We're supposed to have Dr. Mensah from Ivory Coast and Dr. Grant, and I've been calling them, but I'm not getting an answer. So hopefully one of them will join sooner rather than later. So thank you, Dr. Palmer to be for joining us. You might have some closing remarks.
Okay, so my closing remarks would be this has been a very enlightening session for me. I mean, I've learned so much. I want to say thanks to Dr. Nelson for inviting me, and also to Dr. Niebert for my able presenter also, right? And I'll say I will take it, I'll activate it, I'll speak to the Professor Marco de Vera about this to see how we could collaborate and to get that thing going so we could have something for the Caribbean here. And for persons who are outside the region, I want to kind of, I mean, apologize for my bias about Jamaica, but I'm very passionate about Jamaica. And that should also say to Dr. Nelson, it's not that I leave a good job in Jamaica as agriculturist. You know. I've been passionate about maths and stuff like that. And I didn't say, but I actually started after I left agriculture school. I went into teaching and I did a lot of teaching in mathematics and stuff like that, into economics and stuff like that. So just a matter of pulling together. It's not a brain drain. So I was leaving that space there from my agriculture purpose in Jamaica while I sit at the other side and get support from them. What I would love coming out of this is that, and you made a good point about sometimes we solve problem, but we're not really reaching the farmers. So if, and I said it forward, if countries can send us the problems that they need to study, then we can put some research program together and solve them. And from the Jamaica perspective, and asking my other counterpart, Mr. Joseph Small here, who is also a VP, asked a question about investment in space race, his challenge for small island developing nation. They asked us to discuss it. I don't know if we could discuss it, but I'll be asking them up in Jamaica, I mean, my other exec member for UEFA, to get a set of problems that they want to solve. And I'll see what talk I can do it best from the university side to solve the problem, to address those in Jamaica. And also for the CARICOM countries, Guyana, Barbados, and Vincent, all of them, once they send us a problem, then we do that. Because I think that was one of the problem, challenge that we had when we had our students doing MSCs and stuff like that. They couldn't really find practical problems. And that's why a lot of papers written are from a theoretical perspective. So if we know that, okay, farmers in Jamaica, like for the cassava farmers, they're not getting the yield that they used to have, then write us, tell us exactly what, define your problem, just what you want to do. Because if it's a yield problem, then it means that a number of things could be possible. Maybe they're not applying the inputs correctly at the right point in time, or them, there might be some deficiency in nutrients content of the fertilizer and stuff like that. So once we get the data from the farmers, we make the investment, so the person know that when they finish, they'll have solve a practical problem and not just wasting your time twiddling their fingers around. So those will be my closing comments. And thanks again for inviting me on this forum. I look forward for many other forums like this in very short order.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Palmer. I'm glad to see Mr. Small that joined on, who's a Farmers Association, joined us. I see you put that in the chat. So thank you very much for inviting him to be part of the conversation. Farmers are up early, so I'm not surprised that he was able to be on this call. But one of the things I've been pushing in agriculture group that we're part of, WhatsApp group, is that we need to have a agriculture futures dialogue. And when I say it, I think most people don't understand what I'm talking about, so nobody ever takes me up. And then we talk about problems, but we're not really applying what I call good strategic thinking to the problems. And so I think really, as I said, I think we, the people, ought to have an agricultural futures dialogue. And there's a process that goes along with that, that puts us into looking at everything as an ecosystem and beginning to work ourselves. I think if we start to work ourselves, we get support from the Caribbean Development Bank once we get started. I think if we go to them and ask them and tell us no, because that's just the way things work in the Caribbean, you normally hear no first. And then if they see, oh, this makes sense, because if they've never done it before, they get very nervous about doing something they've never done before. But I really think that with Guyana talking about it's wanting to make sure that they are the father or mother of food security for the region, right? we really do need to talk about that. Suriname also has a lot of land. They're next door to Guyana. They have a lot of water. They have rivers. They have land. I mean, what do they not have, right? We should not be importing food at the rate at which we import food. And we should not be looking at agriculture, and we should not be having the challenge that we're having in the region. So thank you again so much for joining us. And we're going to be hopefully joined by Dr. Mensah. He's texted me asking for the link. So hopefully he'll be coming on soon. He's in Cote d'Ivoire, and the time there is around, I think, either 11 p.m. or 10:30, either 11:30 or 10:30, either 4 or 5 hours ahead of us there. And our guest from Tanzania who was supposed to join, he's also texted and said he's been called away. So I'm hoping that they will still be able to join us. Anyhow, connection problems. So another challenge we have in Africa and the Caribbean is connection problems. So I remember one of the times we were having, when we did our conference in Kenya one year, it was so fascinating. We're in Kenya and we're having the conference, Space Ungana. This is our 4th year, and our first year being fully online. We've been having hybrids so far. We had one in Kenya 2023, Ghana at All Nations University 2024. So Kenya was at JKUAT, Jomo Kenyatta University 2023. Ghana was All Nations University. And last year we had a Continental University in Nigeria, in Abuja, Nigeria. And the year we were in Kenya, we were trying to speak to this gentleman who was in Nigeria, I think. Anyway, it was a drama. That became a drama of the day, right? So we're in the room. He's, again, the challenge of trying to travel within Africa is very expensive. Nobody has the money. And so we have a hybrid where we say, okay, we're going to be in a country, and then we're going to have the people from that country come together, and then we're going to have everybody else on the neighboring countries that can drive over, they can drive, right? But those who have to get funding to fly, we're not a funded organization. We're bootstrapping, we're self-financed. So everybody's doing what they can do. One Coke, a full basket. And so we had to have the phone up to the microphone to hear from him. And it was like, but we were determined to have this conversation. So it worked out for the best eventually. But I'm just saying to say, where there's a will, there's a way. We know that we have in the Kenyan embassy in Jamaica. I'm not sure what African embassies there are in Trinidad and Guyana. I know that Barbados has a high commission in Kenya, and they just opened one in Ghana. I think we now have the makings of a real opportunity. And so it's up to us to use the opportunities we have at our disposal to make the case for the South-South cooperation to take place. And so having farmer groups make those calls are also very important, because if a farmer group says to the UN food people, we want to talk to farmers in Africa, they might actually get more traction than academics like myself and yourself, right? And so I think we have to make that effort to have that sort of an exchange of information, even as we make the effort to make sure satellite data is available in usable form and fashion, and we do the work to build our ecosystem within our regions and share that data. So once again, thank you for coming. I am going to take a short break while I try and figure out where people are. So Mr. Estika is supposed to have another meeting. So why don't I have you join us now, given that you are supposed to be here. So Mr. Xavier Estika is already here. Actually, Mr. Estika, your section, you were supposed to be on, let me tell you, way down in the afternoon. But if you can't go in the afternoon, we'll take you now because you're here, right? So you're supposed to be on at 3:30 today, your time, talking about blue economy. But if you have to go now, we'll take you now, if you would prefer to go now. So just let me know in the chat if you have to go now. You were supposed to be on with Space for the Blue Economy at 3:30 your time today. But if you're no longer available at that time and you'd like to speak now, let us know. So that was for Xavier Estico, who is from the Seychelles. We're very excited to have somebody from the Seychelles with us because we're part of the Small Island Developing States. And one of the things we want to talk about is space for the Small Island Developing States. So, Mr. Estico, if you'd like to go now, if you could turn on your camera and we can bring you on stage and probably just begin that conversation and we'll come back to it. All right, so if you could turn on your camera, so I would like you to, so I can bring you up. All right, there we are. So let me add you to the spotlight. So there's a saying that we go, oh, Mr. All right, we have Mr. Bisanoff here as well. Thank you so much. Why don't I promote you to a panelist and start our conversation? Please accept the thing to rejoin as a panelist. There we go. We're gonna just go ahead and start this conversation since we have you on and you're ready to go. This is a gathering, it's not a formal conference. I mean, we have structure, but you have to go with the flow, right, to make things work. So thank you for joining us, Mr. Javier Estico from Seychelles, and we're going to be joined by Vikram Bisanoff from Mauritius. We're going to be talking, well, in your case, we're still talking water resources, but we can talk about that too. But I really want to talk to you both about the blue economy because that's critical to what we want to do in the Caribbean. So Dr. Blair, please join us on camera as this is part of the work of the Caribbean Space Society. These gentlemen are supposed to be on in the afternoon, but they say they have to go now because they have to do something else in the afternoon. So I'm really happy that they came on anyway. You know that reason why we started the Caribbean Space Society was to deal with the issue of the blue economy, right? And our session for the blue economy is in the afternoon, but we might come back to it. Whoever comes on in the afternoon, we'll talk to them about what they want to talk about when they come. But we have these two gentlemen here from Seychelles and Mauritius. This is a gift because the reality is that we need to form within the small island development states community our own subgrouping in order to have the weight. So I'm going to allow them each to make a statement and then we take up the conversation based on what they said. So why don't we start with you, Mr. Estico, and then we hear from Dr. Bisanoff, and then we take the discussion further. All right?
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's afternoon in Seychelles. And thank you, Dr. Claire, for having me on this panel. And I thank the organizer, I think Space Uganda Global 2026, for having me on this panel. If I read this morning, it's harnessing space-based intelligence for sustainable oceans, coastal resilience, and blue prosperity. And that's very relevant to the Seychelles, my colleague from Mauritius, small island developing state. Blue economy is very, very important for us. First I will start by introducing myself. I'm Xavier Stico. I'm currently the Secretary of State for Science, Technology, and Innovation in the Vice President's office as from last year. I joined the Seychelles government when I finished my postgraduate in the US, and I really specialized. I was so excited to come to Seychelles, probably in Africa, and develop the ecosystem for safe space management because that was the area I specialized in. But when I came, I was caught by surprise that the former president said, I want you to set up a National Institute for Science, Technology, and Innovation. So from a white paper from 2013, I built an institute and until 2022, and then another government came and closed the institute. Now they call me back and say, reinstate the institute. So in this function, I'm not much into the technical field, but I'm still very passionate about safety in our airspace, especially in Africa, because I think we need to work. I think we have an opportunity in the satellite technology is very much involved. in this area. But now we're talking about the blue economy and sustainable development, coastal resilience, which is also very important for me as in my position as Secretary of State. My function is to make sure that policy and strategic direction for Seychelles is in our science, technology, and innovation agenda. And lately, we're trying to set up a sort of a roadmap where we want to go after our post 50 years of our independence. We're moving to a next era. So we're looking at geolocation very seriously. This will involve a lot of space technology. I would like to say that oceans have been primarily managed and monitored from low Earth orbit over the age of space technology. Low Earth orbit ocean management is mainly dominated by the United States through a mix of private commercial enterprise, SpaceX, Starlink, and federal agencies like NASA. However, small island states like Seychelles do not have any dominance, no power into building, operating low Earth orbit satellite infrastructure. But the contradiction, I call it a dilemma. But at the same time, because we are not only small island states scattered in 115 islands over a span of an ocean, we are considered, our EZ is even bigger than France, we are a large ocean state. Because of this, our need for the application of low Earth orbit technology is so high, but we don't have any dominance and we are stewarding quite a significant, collectively as SIDS, 30% of the world global oceans. So it's difficult to make your case in global forum, and I think we've always been seen as a bunch of vulnerable states with vulnerabilities, and we're less than 1% of the global population. We're less than 0.4% of the global GDP. But we are significant. And the blue economy span, I don't have the figures, but I think the blue economy contribution to the global GDP is very high. When you consider 30% of the world global oceans, but also the littoral states, like for example, in the Indian Ocean Rim, which comprises of all those Indian Ocean border states. So how can SID harness base intelligence for sustainable coastal resilience in the midst of this current situation? So we have to look at the situation like this, because while I was co-authoring this document in the Indo-Pacific, we look at policy issues. It was like, what do we have, small island state? We don't have a research, we don't have infrastructure, but we are contributing 30% of that. We represent 16.1% of the world's total EZ. We are home for 20% of the world biodiversity, and we are 40% of the world coral reefs. How can we, as custodian, to maintain the whole territory? So this is where our importance, we have an importance, not only for the case of being for existential, for survival against climate change. We are safeguarding over 30% of the oceans for humanity. We have a strong case. So the national and regional, the national and regional blue economy space ecosystem. I will talk what we're trying to do in Seychelles. For example, we're looking at to build a national first. Let's be home. Let's organize ourselves. Not first, but parallelly, we're also looking at regional space ecosystem. Is a way forward for SIDS to manage the current dilemma. It is important that we are conscious and aware of the challenges. I saw a question in the chat group. The challenges for SIDS in community jury face with the leveraging space and satellite technology to effectively manage and sustain the global ocean resource under their jurisdictions, such as He said, spell the challenges. If I'm not mistaken, the gentleman from Mauritius, I don't know if he was with me in Beijing, CBAS capacity building 2 years ago. We identify a number of challenges that, and I don't have all of them, but some of we have costly infrastructure installation and maintenance. That's a challenge for us. Limited access to finance to invest in space and satellite technologies for sustainable development, costly digital transformation processes, knowledge and skills gaps, narrow-based digital human capital due to demographic factors. In Seychelles, we are 100,000, just roughly. By the time you have doctors, nurses, the old people, the young, where are those who are going to? So the demographic factor is so inherent factors of small island developing state. Brain drain, they come to Seychelles and they say, okay, fine, there's no future here. They can go and work where they can have more. So we have those challenges of brain drain. One issue that is inherent with us is also weak governance and coordination, institutional setup, coordination framework, and to manage space and satellite technologies, data gaps, quality data, and limiting institutional capacity for data management and analysis, lack of collaboration, not only among SEEDs, but within the international community. All these factors hinder SEED's capacity to leverage space and satellite technology, including geospatial technologies, to accelerate their sustainable development, build resilience against climate change. So what are the solutions? We have problems, but we're looking where we start. We may start with, on a national level, look at our national policy and strategic framework for blue economy and space ecosystem. A governance system to support effective implementation of the framework. Develop capacity building plans to strengthen blue economy space ecosystem. Strengthen the national system of innovation to support space technological innovation. Create a conducive environment for space entrepreneurship, development partnership, and collaboration at regional and international level. These are the few things we think will help. And one thing that I would like to put emphasis on is governance. A lot of times our frameworks we cannot implement our policy and strategic framework because of poor governance. And a governance on STI overall is key. And in fact, as a member of the 10-member group for UN 10-member group on STI for SDG, which I've served for the last 3 years until May this year, I'll put emphasis on governance, how governance of STI can help us attaining the SDGs. We can have developed tools and KPIs to be able to measure the impact of governance on our policy and strategic framework implementation. So in the case of SEEDS, it is crucial to develop collaboration and partnership because I've heard on the previous a lot about what is happening in the Caribbean. And one question from Dr. Claire to one of the panelists, have you collaborate with other universities or share ideas? Said it was not obvious that has been happening. If we are remotely and dispersed, but with common problems, if we remain like this, we will always be dispersed and being remote and vulnerable. So partnership and collaboration within SEEDs, it can be regional, for example, in the Indian Ocean Commission, Mauritius, Seychelles, Madagascar, Comoros, in the IOC, but on a bigger concentric rim, we have the Indian Ocean Rim Association. It goes all the way to Australia. And then also, we can also network with, share knowledge with the Caribbean region. My final thoughts on that is on this opening remark. Despite the advancement in low Earth orbit technologies that are very valuable in addressing climate change impact, small island states are challenged in leveraging such technologies. However, small island states can address those challenges through different collaboration, open dialogues, exchange of ideas, and building consensus within the world scientific community, provided that seeds are considered as real partners in the fight against climate change, as guardian and custodian of mainly of main global marine ecosystem. But the last point which I want to put emphasis on will answer the question about what are the data we receive, what are the data we analyze, and are we custodian, or do we own the data? Are the data relevant to us? And where are the sovereignty of our data? Do we have it? So I think we should go among seeds, have the ambition and political will among our leadership to increase our participation in the low Earth orbit technologies to develop small island development state geospatial data independence and sovereignty. Why I say that? A lot of the data that we receive, we need to process to make decision or decision making, or also to process it for, let's say, the private sector entrepreneurship. We don't choose what they give us. They give us what they, most of those constellations. The only constellation that now are providing data for monitoring of the SDGs is from China. I think it's called SAT. The name of it's a constellation that provides data globally for us to be able to monitor and reporting our SDGs. The commercial constellation, sometimes they go over your territory for small island state because your landmass is so small. Even the aperture is not even, they don't capture the data because it's not significant. When you have ocean data, they are not disaggregated by jurisdiction. And then there's an element of also, which is something that we are also looking at, is the element of the resolution, or these are issues. We need to set up our own infrastructure to be able to validate those data, to be able to make sense to us. So basically, I will leave the floor to others, but this is my opening remark. Thank you.
Thank you much. So I'm going to ask Dr. Vikram to jump right in where he left off, because Mauritius, certainly in terms of small island developing states, kind of led the way. We know it can be done. They have done their first satellite. We really want to get an agreement going between those of us on this table here. And Dr. Valerie Grant has joined us. She's working with the OECS, and certainly has the ability to help us get this moving. We really want to see if we can leave this conversation today with agreement to meet after this to figure out how do we really begin to actualize a project. Now that I've made my vision plain in the Caribbean, I've said it in public, the article is out, and we're going to be doing a letter writing campaign this month, actually, in August. We want to make sure that we're ready by having these agreements and conversations with us at the technical level. So Dr. Bissonnette, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Claire. Can you hear me clear?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, colleagues, to welcome me to this panel. So very briefly, I am from Mauritius, small island in the Indian Ocean, for those who do not know. And we set up our first space initiative back in 2021. We won the UNUSA JAXA KiboCube Award, and this allowed countries like ourselves to set their first initiative in space. So our first ever space object was a cube satellite, and it allowed us to take some pictures of our region, but mostly it allowed us to realize that thanks to the new space era, we as a small island developing state also can access to space. And so in 2021, we launched our first nanosatellite. It orbited 10 months in space, and then it phased out. But just recently, on the 17th of July 2026, almost 5 years down the line, we signed the Artemis Accords with the USA, the NASA, and now we are even looking further. So, what happened between 21 and now, and how we got the interest from these big guys? So, after sending the satellite, we realized that Mauritius, we are ideally placed. We are in the geostrategic position. We could respond to this blind spot in the Indian Ocean. So we started to drafting our space technology. So yes, you're welcome, Dr. Claire. We can come here and do the space Ungana from here. So what happened? We realized that we can do much more, and we drafted the space strategy for Mauritius, and it is based on 4 pillars: capacity building, raising awareness, leveraging on the good relationships we have with our other friend countries who are very well advanced in space, doing our own R&D, and fourthly, opening our region to space startups. So I'll just very briefly run you through each one of these 4 pillars. So the first pillar, we organized a number of raising awareness and capacity building for students in schools, teaching them, for example, how to build simple antennas, connecting it with a laptop with freely available software, and with that they were able to capture the weather signals from the NOAA satellites. So this is a sort of a ground station type of initiative. We signed an MOU with the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center, and this allowed our students, around 300 of them, to speak live with the Emirati astronaut. And this, as we went, so we figured that capacity building is not only for our students but also for our policymakers, to make them realize how that space and satellite technology can eventually become a socio-economic pillar. So through these discussions, we solicited, we wrote to everybody. We didn't feel shy, and we happen to know that Airbus has been collaborating with the government of Mauritius for another project. We reached out to them, and they were very happy to provide us with for in kind about almost 6 months of very high resolution data from space. And we use this to sort of talk to government and saying, hey guys, this is what we have as space data, and this is what we can do. So this is in the capacity building region, and fortunately they were very well receptive, so much so that they assigned our parent ministry as the central point, the central portfolio holder for the space initiative for the Republic of Mauritius. So this is the capacity building. Secondly, leveraging on the good relationships, we signed a memorandum of understanding with India, and through the Indian Space Research Organization, we are currently building our second satellite, and this satellite is fully provided by the government of India for free. So 3 of our engineers are benefiting from training, and this satellite will again be for capacity building. And as I said, we signed the MOU, the Artemis Accords, and we are seriously looking to engage with NASA and see how we can leverage on the data they provide, capacity building again, to train our people to use the freely available data for policy, for better advising policy. Third, doing our own research and development. We reached out to the University of Surrey at the Surrey Space Centre in UK, and we carried out in 2022 to 24 a UNDP funded project whereby we use different types of satellite data to detect dark vessels in our EEZ. On the algorithm worked fine. We even tried two ground truthing experiments with the National Coast Guard, but unfortunately it did go through. So the project is still sort of open, but we would need more funding to carry on. And fourth, the government is offering lots of incentives to invite startups to come to Mauritius. But in this, we have not done much. But overall, what we did also is we carried out a survey across government, and we realized that there are at least 11 institutions in Mauritius who are willing to use space and satellite data. And now we have asked government to provide us some funding to establish a national space data repository and to answer the sort of remark of uh, our good colleague Mr. Estico about data sovereignty. What we plan to do is we will buy these satellite data and host it in a platform that will be hosted locally on a local server with all the security issues. So it will be a locally based server, and it will serve local institutions. So we will just need to buy whatever we need, and then put it in this platform. This platform will be equipped with an AI engine as well. So let's say Ministry of Environment would like to see how the coastal region evolved from 2020 to 26. They'll just log in, give their parameters, and with a few clicks, they will see this dashboard, the pictures, all the data. So this is possible. It is technically possible. We've been talking to a number of providers, and of course, it is not free. It is at a cost. But unless you put money up front, you won't get anything. So this is in a nutshell where we are, Claire, and very happy to continue the discussions. And yes, one last thing, last thing. Just yesterday, we had a conversation with the UNUSA, and I floated the idea about what we talked about, space for SIDS. We told them that we would like to be the inspiration, given that all the SIDS we heard from our colleagues earlier about the issues of climate change, about agriculture, how use space data to do precision agriculture, etc. So, and I think the word got to their ears, and now we can push as a group. But I think it's not that difficult. If we, as a small island developing state, Mauritius, can do it, I think all our colleagues can do it together. We are happy to help or whatever. So yeah, this is my
Well, we
words.
are definitely going to take you up on that. I'm so I want to introduce now Dr. Valerie Grant with OECS. Now that she's there officially, I think we can get a lot more done in terms of moving forward. So, Dr. Grant, would you like to say something? And let me just say, as I introduce her, she was just being honored by Esri for the work that they've been doing in the case of this case disaster work they did in Jamaica following the massive disaster we had that destroyed over 30% of our agriculture sector. But Dr. Grant can tell you more about that. But she also is working on the blue economy as well, so she can take the front to what she's doing.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Nelson. I have listened to both Xavier and Vikram, and I think I could say ditto to a lot of what they have said. I believe I would start by just kind of building on some of the things that they've said. I think, Vikram, I love the idea of space for SIDS. I definitely think we really need to be doing a lot more for ourselves. And so I'd be happy to be part of that group that helps to move that forward, definitely. So as we look at emerging space nations, I think our question should not be how do we launch a satellite, but it should begin with what decisions must we make better. I think that has to be our starting point. What information is currently missing? What is of greatest importance to us as SIDS? And that will give us the frame for us to really think about it. I think the true value of Earth observation is not the image, as we all know. I heard you talking about this, the AI engine that will give us the intelligence, that kind of thing. And so the decision that the image enables is what we want. Where to protect that watershed, how to allocate that scarce resource. When do we warn a community? Where is illegal mining taking place or deforestation, whatever it is that is important to us? And which infrastructure is most vulnerable to that next storm? We talk about that storm, the Hurricane Melissa, which was unprecedented and just wiped out the western side of Jamaica. How do we really prepare for that? What ocean data is important to us? Is it at a particular scale and resolution that really benefits us? I mean, we all know that there was a time that the satellite providers kind of turn off the satellites over us. I guess they're conserving energy and those kind of things. And we have to recognize that persons out there, they're oftentimes not looking out for us because we are not as important. So it has to be us for us. It has to be how do we make sure that we put forward the things that is important to us. And I love the thought about building that capacity and capability because it requires that ecosystem and not simply the satellite. The countries, we have to identify that small number of nationally important use cases and build backwards from that. What does that look like? Is it water scarcity, coastal change, ocean health, water quality, agriculture, disaster preparedness, that ecosystem protection and natural resource management? Right? And so we must build that capacity and awareness. And I love what you said. It is not going, it's for all the key stakeholders. It's not just for the students, but it has to go to the policymakers. I think we also need to invest in full intelligence chain. So the satellite, the drone data, the ground observation, that local knowledge, all important. You mentioned the whole matter of the infrastructure, cloud computing, geospatial platform, the artificial intelligence as you spoke about. One of the things that we found in Melissa was the whole matter of reliability and connectivity. And that becomes also critical. How do we make sure that we have that? And importantly, how do we translate all of that into operational decisions? Because we're not just doing it for the sake of doing it. I've found that a sophisticated system that produces beautiful map but doesn't reach that farmer who needs the information, that utility manager or the disaster responder at the moment of decision has not fulfilled its purpose. And oftentimes that is where the gap is. So we also have to figure out how do we find low tech way that stands in that translation gap to make sure that it reaches the people who really need it. And I think that emerging space nations really need to pursue partnerships. We're stronger together. We have to also make sure that there is locally led and globally supported initiatives. I go back to Hurricane Melissa. That was the model that we use. Jamaica Flying Labs, the organization who led the drone response, and one of my organizations, nonprofit, did not do it alone. We had big organizations, the Ezras of this world. We had our parent institution, We Robotics, and we had an entire global Flying Labs network working with us, and the private sector network from the UNGGI, and many persons contributing to it, but it was locally led. And when the folks came in and wanted to take over and thought that there wasn't anything, we could quickly stand up and say, no, There are frameworks, there are things in place, and this is how we're going to do it. We're not being ungrateful. We're happy to take the assistance, but we know better how to do this because we have the local knowledge and we already have frameworks in place. And that does not happen when the disasters strike. It happens long before. So we have to have that investment in preparedness. We have to build those partnerships before we need them, because collaboration, I often say, happens at the speed of trust, right? So I borrowed that. And so governments must provide that national direction, I believe, and long-term institutional ownership. Universities have a role to play, and they should build that research and talent pool. Oftentimes in the geospatial arena, we're saying that we don't have the pipeline. So we really need to have that pipeline. Private sector can accelerate the innovation and the delivery, of course. And international agencies, whether that is space agencies, technology companies, development partners, can also assist us in all, as we understand the needs and we articulate what those needs are, can be part of that partnership in terms of the data, sometimes the financing, sometimes assisting with technical expertise and access to some of the infrastructure. But we have to be part of the conversation. We can't be reliant. And so regional institutions are also essential, particularly for SIDS, to share things like your ground stations, the analytic capabilities, procuring together as a block, and training and specialized expertise. I think investment needs to go beyond what traditionally it has done, that hardware. We need sustained financing for data access, and we need a sustainable model. We need that resource mobilization. We need to make sure, like you have said, I think Vikram said, it takes money. And let's be real about it. So what is that funding pathway? So development finance should treat geospatial and Earth observation as an infrastructure, as foundational as public infrastructure. And for some reason, we're not there yet. This is not a short-term project. It's not optional technology expense. And so we need to get creative and figure out how we do it. Because when we have these kind of public-private partnerships and outcomes-based procurement, it can help move from silos to national services. And the policy must also create that enabling environment. Countries need to have the clear policy, but my research has told me that the policy sometimes have misalignment, and that's sometimes not the most important thing. I think having that champion, having the local leadership, all of those things becomes a lot more critical, and we must measure success differently. The milestone for us should not be whether or not and congratulations to Mauritius, the milestone can't be whether or not we have launched something or that we've unveiled a platform. It has to be, what has been that result? What has it resulted in? It resulted in a reduction of flood losses? Have we improved our water allocation? Do we better understand and have restored an ecosystem? Have we been able to better detect the environmental damage that is there? And so for us as small islands, the opportunity is not merely to participate, I believe, in this space economy. It is for us to build that sovereign intelligence capability. And I think you both said that allow us to understand our own geography, to protect our people, because nobody's coming to save us, to borrow from Dr. Jules, and we need to shape our own development future. I believe personally that geography could influence where our nation's story begins. It always has, but the right data, the right partnerships, and the right leadership, it does not dictate where our story ends, and we have to start owning and writing that story.
Well, thank you so much for that very powerful statement. Well said. I am really excited because when I first reached out to Dr. Bissanath many years ago with the space for the SIDS concept, he was from day one very much in favor of it. So it's really good that we're at this stage now where I think we're about to see the light of day. And all of us at this platform, actually, I've spoken to each of you and all individually. And each of you, when I first called, none of you ran me away. I'm glad to say. This is why I've persisted. I know there are people who think like me. Dr. Blair, you're back on. Do you have something to add? I know you've been doing some work in the blue economy as well.
Yes, thanks everyone for that. And happy to hear from all of you on the work you're doing. Again, congratulations to Mauritius to see that you've launched your satellite. You're actually taking data and you're making the strides to utilize that information. That's wonderful. In the Caribbean, I work with GIZ, and we have a program called the NDC Tech. We also have a program called the Blue Economy as well. And there's some work that we're doing in the blue economy. However, we don't have much work that we're doing utilizing space information and space data. And I see that there's a great need for that if we want to really propel what we're doing. So I know that is the reason why I would have willingly collaborated with Dr. Nelson to see what we can do in terms of driving that approach to utilizing space information and supporting the work in the region. So I think most of you have said it all. There's nothing left for me to really add. Dr. Valerie, summed it up as to what the needs are, what we need to have in place, and why is it important? So what? Why would we do this, and how it's beneficial to us? And it's more beneficial to us than we think or we would want to acknowledge. And so are we willing as Mauritius to put the money into that? That's the big question. Mauritius has showed us a way. I don't know how many Caribbean countries are willing to take that stride into that direction and to have such, bravery into having our own systems that will provide this information. Nevertheless, in the region, we have been working with a number of international institutions that will support such work as well, both in the US and in Canada. So I'm fully aware of some of the programs we've had and the collaborations we've had with these different organizations to support this kind of work. When it comes to the blue economy, like Dr. Claire would have mentioned, we do have a project that is running in the blue economy in the Caribbean. It is between, I think, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, and Dominica. So there's quite a lot of work as well on the GIZ, which is development financing, that we have going on in the region. So I really don't have any much more to add.
All right, so thank you.
I
I wanted to talk about that though, because people know that GIZ has been doing work in energy, but we weren't aware, been doing so much aware that we're doing stuff in the economy. So this actually is so serendipitous, to be quite honest, not planned. And that's what I love about this platform. Yesterday we had a fabulous discussion, really fabulous outcomes. I think we can come up with a couple of action items, because this again is not a talk shop in terms of what we're doing here. One, we now have in place a strengthened space community in Mauritius, which is very good, because last year this time that wasn't there, right? So we were like, oh, what are we going to do? So now we're here. We now are ready to propel ourselves forward. I think what I would like to see us do, certainly in the ages of Space Ungana, this actual platform will last for until August the 20th. And we're going to have a session. The last day, August 19th, is Space for Humanitarian Futures. And I think I've been in touch with each of you about how we may be able to kind of platform visibly our Space for SIDS on that day. Have a 1-hour tour discussion that kind of platforms it with a specific outcome document that we can then use to move ourselves forward as a collective, right? That's number one. Number two, in that time, I think we may need to figure out how can we get the people from Cape Verde and the other Atlantic side involved, because they're Portuguese speaking, they tend to be very isolated, but the language of space tends to be English. So hopefully we'll be able to find somebody from that island and Sao Tome, who are two of the other African countries that are members of the Oasis, I can't even pronounce it, Alliance of Small Island States, right? Within the UN system. And then maybe I can take it upon myself, once we have that document, to take myself to New York, physically if necessary, to convene something. On another note, because we're here in Washington, D.C., from a policy perspective, we may be able to convince and wring the arms of the OAS, right? Because we know we have a Secretary General who is Caribbean, to convene a meeting of ambassadors of all the alliance of small island states in Washington, D.C. Some of them don't have ambassadors because they're in New York. They're so small they don't have ambassadors, right? Palau and Nauru, I don't think they have ambassadors in DC and Tuvalu. They only have people at the United Nations, but I think Fiji has an embassy here and another one. So in any case, I think it's important, again, just for the sake of optics, to perhaps convene something here in Washington using the OAS as a bridge. The OAS is not really talking space right now, but I could take it upon myself to start to push that agenda within the context of the Washington consensus on what the Caribbean ought to not be doing. As you can well imagine, being in the shadow of the United States, what we do in space will not happen if we don't have the blessing of the United States of America. So I'm thinking through that, and I probably have an informal with State Department to see if we can at least have the conversation started informally. I'm not that we've had this conversation. So from my perspective, I think we've had a really rich dialogue, and I'd love to hear from each of your closing remarks before we head up and move to the next session. I'm really excited. Mr. Estico, your closing remarks? If you could unmute, could you unmute, please?
So my closing remark is that I think my last final thought, if we have the political will and willpower and being realistic, we can do it, because that was not something that was, since I set up the National Institute for Science, Technology and Innovation, I remember as a child, we used to host the biggest trucking station in Seychelles because we are positioned right on the equator. We know we are strategically located. So I've been moving this agenda until we cannot measure political cycle, the government that came disrupt that project. And now I'm starting long again. But we've done quite a bit of stride also, like capacity building, STEM education. And in fact, in 2022, we got a 35 young Shishilwa to launch a high altitude balloon satellite, create a world record for this age group. We're now having some all-girls team with Dr. Kesson going for Delhi, the Shakisat project for the lunar orbit. We are building girls, all girls, sending the message that women can do. We are behind this. Our girls are leaving soon. But what we want to do is that we have to be very cautious where we put the resources for seeds in a way. Why? Because at the end of the day, one thing that I learned that Namibia attracted a lot of investment into astronomy from the Germans. Why? They always have clear sky. Geographical comparative advantage has to be used, and then we can share. So it's not a matter of competition because we cannot optimize our resources. So that's why I was in cabinet yesterday. This is yesterday, getting the approval with the cabinet of ministers for us to join COPOS and UNISA, because we have our Maldives counterpart. The Maldives is doing very well also. Dr. Marjin, I think she's the president. They've done a lot of work in space. We want more island states to join COPOS, which is the Committee for Peaceful Use of Outer Space. It's free. It's not, there's no additional fee, just you join as a member. And then UNUSA. I've been participating in capacity building in Sydney, in Seabass and everywhere. But now we need to look what are the needs, because seeds, for example, we're going to set up the digital atlas for the whole Indian Ocean, because we can have the data from 1991 from Copernicus hosted in Seychelles can help the whole of the Indian Ocean. So that's the way we pool the resources, and then we share knowledge and skills, and then this is from South Pacific to Caribbean. This is but we should exploit the comparative advantage of each island state who be able to take the lead because it's the resources. When you have a comparative advantage, you optimize resources.
Thank you so much. And we're going to have to wrap up. I think we're over time, but I'd like to hear 30 seconds from each of you so we can go to our next session. Thank you so much. We'll be in touch with you to keep this the next step. Dr. Bissara?
Yes, I think very rapidly. I'm really thank you, Dr. Valerie and Dr. Blair, for your comments, and Dr. Xavier also. I think I'm very optimistic, and what I think we need to the fundamental is that we, as small island developing states, even if are small, we also can, and we have a strong voice, because most of the space launches, the debris, they come and land in our waters. So we need to make our voice stronger. This is one. And secondly, I think the funding, many funding is available. We just need to have a solid uh, proposal together. And through Claire now, she has very high outreach. We can tap at the doors of even NASA. We have Mauritius, through the embassy, we have a sort of a direct contact with NASA now. So if we have a solid project, we can push, and this will benefit, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5 countries. And last but not the least, let's push even harder, Dr. Claire, for our SIDS for Space Alliance. And if the other countries are because of the language barrier, I think I can talk in French as well, so we can rope in some French people. My colleague Xavier also, he can speak in French, so we can bring on people. Great. So this is it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Dr. Grant, you have the last word?
I would just say, definitely echo SIDS for Space Alliance. We have some action items. We need to continue to cooperate, not compete. This is the only way we can move things forward. The opportunity before us is not simply one about Earth observation. It is to understand it well, enough so that we can act to be successful. And thank you, Dr. Nelson, for this platform. Thank you for always making sure that you bring people together so that we can have these important conversations. And we're going to put one other thing on you to hold us to it so that we can actually move this forward together as a core group to make it happen.
Count on me. And my closing remarks is count on me that we're going to have our way. Because in Jamaica, we say, we liquor, but we talawa. And those are my closing words. Thanks, everybody. Thank you so much. All right, guys, I am so excited. My friends from around the world, Seychelles, Mauritius, have made me very happy this morning. I have nothing to complain about. Sometimes you're doing the work and you're wondering why. When is something going to break? And I'm just so happy to see that something is breaking. Seychelles is going to is going to be part of the Shaktisat mission. Mauritius actually joined our team. I don't think we have any girls from Mauritius. Now I have to go and try and find one for sure. One of the bright ones is a young lady I met. I'm going to try and track her down to see if I can get her the funding to go join us in India so that, they're there, because if they join our team, we can't not let them have a girl there. In things. So, Mr. Estico, thank you so much for the work that you are doing and for supporting the girls from Seychelles. We have to try and figure out how we're going to get the girls from Jamaica there. We don't have any funding, and Guyana and Grenada. We need funding for them. So I'm going to have to come and probably call Dr. Grant and ask her to see if we can get the OECS to pay for the young lady from Grenada to go. But your government and the government of Equatorial Guinea are two of the African governments that really jumped in from day one and were supportive. So let me get Dr. Jaja. You're here. Welcome. I think I see Dr. Femi here. Take care. But he's on at 8. But I think our first guest is Eldridge Jamelo. And Eldridge is here. He's coming on stage just now. and he will be joining us for a first half hour. I'm going to step back, bring him up, and you two can have a wonderful conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson. The conversations so far have been so rich. And I see the thinking right across the world, but not just the thinking, but the actions that are being taken. So that dream, Dr. Nelson, that you had in 2016, without any idea of how it's going to come together, it's coming together so magnificently. And I thank you for the work that you are doing in this space ecosystem and the network that you have created in this place. Thank you. So, good morning and greetings, everyone, and welcome to this special armchair conversation. As Africa's space ecosystem continues to grow, one of the most exciting opportunities lies not only in launching satellites, but in the extraordinary value created by the data they provide. Earth observations and geospatial intelligence are transforming how we understand our world, how we make decisions, how we respond to crises, and build more resilient economies. Today, we are privileged to be joined by someone who has spent his career at the intersection of technology, innovation, and commercial space. He is no other than Eldridge DeMelo, who has worked in the space industry for more than 8 years, beginning his career as a satellite operator before expanding into space mission design, commercialization, and international business development. Throughout his career, he has worked with several leading organizations in the global space, including Airbus Defense and Space, the French Aerospace Valley, ICE, and I'm going to ask him to tell us what ICE is because, folks, it's going to blow your mind what ICE is able to do. And today he serves as EMEA Business Development and Sales Director for Satelligic. His extensive experience across satellite operations, Earth observations, commercial partnerships, and global market development gives him a unique perspective on how space technologies are moving from government programs into commercially driven solutions that address real-world challenges. And so today, we'll explore the business of space, the commercial applications of Earth observations, the opportunities emerging across Africa, and what it will take to build a thriving and inclusive space economy. Eldridge, Mr. DeMelo,
Yes. Thank you.
welcome. It
Thank you
is
so
such a
much.
pleasure to have you with us.
It's
So,
an honor to be here today.
thank you so very much. So, tell us about your journey and what first inspired your interest in the space sector, and how has that journey shaped the way you see the future of the industry today?
Yes, so my journey is over 10 years now in the space industry. What motivated me to actually start believing that someone like me could work in the space industry was that I'm from Angola originally. And the Angolan government decided to start developing a space program. So for me, that was before the Angolan government started developing a space program, space was really out of reach for me, I would say, because the environment that I came from, no one really thought we could make it into the space industry. So as the government started developing this space program, I was one of the first people that was fortunate enough to join the program, and from there, I started really wrapping my hand around many things. But when I joined the space industry at that time, it was very much engineered focused. So you had to be an engineer. You had to really be focused on a very narrow part of in terms of expertise. You could not really outreach to many different areas. And then as time went on, we started seeing with the commercialization of space, actually then we started seeing that this boom of expertise that was needed in the space industry. For example, people started realizing that actually you don't only need engineers, you need lawyers, you need people that understand marketing, you need artists, you even need musicians. If you look like if you look into the developments of spacesuits, right? You need designers. So this is the beauty of the commercialization of space. But that's just one component. Actually, one thing that I'm currently doing, because I'm also a doctoral researcher at the University of Vasa in Finland, and one thing that I've been researching a lot is on business model innovation. So how are businesses innovating their business model based on space data? I came into a very interesting conclusion that there is a cascade effect. So basically, at three layers. You mentioned Eyesight, which is a very interesting company that was founded by university students in Finland. They started a company to design satellites to be able to image the Earth and then provide this data to different nations and different companies. And as Eyesight went on innovating on their business model, one thing that they did was then look into, okay, now we have all of this data. How can we then take advantage of this data and then provide value? They started looking into different industries, and one industry that was of interest to them was the insurance industry. So if you look into nations like Japan, for example, they have to deal with floods quite a lot throughout the year. So insurance companies, they usually have a lot of customers that are interested in packages. Let's say if you are someone in Japan and your house is flooded, you want to have you want to buy insurance so that if your house is flooded by a certain level, then you get paid, you get compensated so that you can buy back, let's say, furniture that's damaged or anything that's damaged because of the flood. So but there is a very difficult process for insurance. Oh, there was a very difficult process for insurance companies, because that meant that when houses were flooded, they had to send technicians to go into every house and then validate if this flood was actually, or if the damage was actually to a point where they had to compensate these customers. When Eyesight came into the picture for these insurance companies, they say, hey, we can provide you the insights. We can tell you from space, we can tell you how flooded each of your customers' houses are. You don't have to send people there anymore. So this is a game changer, both for the insurance companies, because they're able to provide a better service, but also for a customer. So I'm thinking myself as a customer, if my house is flooded, I don't want to wait a week or 2 weeks for someone to come over to my house, because I want to buy the furniture. I want to fix whatever is damaged because of the flood. But if an insurance company can give me already a response or feedback within 24 hours of my house being flooded, that's really game changing, and that's really a huge impact in people's life. So I'm always interested in looking into this cascade effect on how space data is able to revolutionize and innovate on different business models. One also very interesting case is company from Kenya. Actually, it's a German company that operates in Kenya. The founder is Kenyan, and the name of the company is AgriBorder. AgriBorder, in my view, is also one of the most revolutionary companies in the Earth observation sector, because what they do is, in Africa, we have a problem where most farmers, they don't have access to, smallhold farmers, they don't have access to smartphones, right? So you cannot send them a satellite image of their farm for them to be able to know what's the situation there. But then what this company realized is that they say, hey, what farmers need, they don't need to see an image, they need information, they need insights. So basically what they do is they take those satellite images, they look into these farms, they analyze, and then they see, okay, this farm needs more water, the plants, they need more water, they need fertilizer, and then they just send a text message to the farmer. Very simple
Wow.
solution, which is also revolutionary in my opinion.
Excellent. And you know, you answered the question I was going to ask regarding Earth observation. and its strategic assets for governments, businesses, and communities around the world in agriculture, climate resilience, disaster response, especially disaster response for small island states, infrastructure planning, environmental monitoring, national security, and smart cities. Can you just give us a very quick perspective on how Earth observation is becoming a strategic asset for governments and businesses?
Yes. So we started seeing the shift a couple of decades ago because initially the first big Earth observation constellation was Landsat, and Landsat was a US based system, right? What they did with Landsat was also sort of revolutionary because at a point they decided to open the catalog to everyone, give access to imagery. So this then brought in the first people from universities, researchers. They started having access to satellite imagery, and then they were starting to play around with these images and then do research and be able to innovate and figure out what are the different solutions, what are the different industries that can benefit from this data. And then, of course, you had from the European Union the Copernicus program, which is also a great program that provides a lot of open source data to many researchers. And then on top of that, then you started having all of these commercial companies like ISI, Satellogic, Planet, just to name a few, Maxar as well. They started then providing this commercial aspect to satellite imagery into the market. But then if you look, almost every industry currently can use Earth observation data in order to make better decisions for insights, for business model innovation, to be more competitive. And as you named very well, if you look into climate resilience, one thing that has been highly associated with Earth observation data is the Sustainable Development Goals. So it's basically looking into all of those goals that have been established by the United Nations, and then looking, okay, how do we use Earth observation data for us to be able to achieve those goals, or actually to facilitate us to be able to achieve those goals? There's been an interesting shift. So initially, you had mostly governments buying all the data, but now you have more and more commercial companies that are also interested in buying Earth observation data for them to be able to make better decisions. And as I explained when you asked me the first question, so I was talking about the insurance industry, for example. Now they see, okay, there is value for us to use Earth observation data. On the agriculture industry, they also see there's value. I've worked with companies that are on the energy sector. They also use satellite imagery. I've worked with companies that are in the oil and gas sector. Companies that are looking for oil, they are using satellite imagery for many reasons, also for operational reasons, for environmental protection. For example, if there's a oil spill, of course, you can use drones to monitor an area, but then if you have to fly over a vast area, it takes much more time. So if you have satellite imagery, then you have a bigger swath that is covered, and then you can see more in a very short time frame.
Thank you. You know, Dr. Nelson has always said Earth for space, space for Earth, and to show the connection and the interconnections. And you have done that so very well. So let us look at the youth, innovation, talent, and the future. You got in at a point where it looked like it wasn't possible at all. And yet you have carved out a space in that ecosystem for yourself to become who you are in the space commercialization of space. So Africa has one of the world's youngest populations and an incredibly dynamic innovation ecosystem. What advice would you give to young entrepreneurs and innovators who want to build businesses using satellite data and geospatial technologies?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I agree with you that one of the strengths of Africa is the youth, for many reasons, right? Because also young people are more, they take more risks, they can think out of the box, they can innovate more. Because I'm just realizing that as you get older, you tend to be more conservative in terms of how much risk you want to take, how you are willing to innovate. My advice is that don't think about what's impossible. Give it a try.
Yeah.
There is a lot of open source data right now. I see usually this obsession of people that they want to start using Earth observation data to maybe build a product, build a solution. I see this obsession of I need to buy data. I need to have I need to buy data to train my models. Now people are using artificial intelligence as well. So people are like, I see this obsession. People always tell me, my challenge is because I don't have money to buy satellite data. My challenge is because it's very difficult to buy satellite data. And I tell people, you don't need to buy satellite data. If your goal is to build a MVP, if you want to start building a product, build a solution, you do not need to buy satellite data. You can use open source data. And through open source data, you can basically showcase what you can do, and then you can have VCs, bankers, investors. They can then see, okay, there is potential in what this person is doing. Now we can invest. And usually I see that people, they do things backward, and then time goes by, and then these companies, they just go a bit out of the market. So my advice is, look into the open source data. There's a lot of open source data. You don't need to. I know in Africa we are used to having connections to get something. You don't need to have connections to anybody. Just go into a portal. You can sign into a portal. Get this open source data. Play around with this open source data. Start building solutions. Build products. In Africa, we have so many problems that can be solved by Earth observation data, and really, you just need to be creative. Give it a shot. Now with artificial intelligence, you can even speed up with less people. You can do more coding. You can iterate with artificial intelligence. Play around. Maybe you want to have a product that helps find water, for example. Just play around, iterate. This is my advice for young people.
This is so amazing. The possibilities seem endless. Eldridge, you have had the opportunity to observe how rapidly the commercial space industry has evolved over the decade. Looking ahead, what excites you most about the future of Earth observation and the role you hope Africa will play in shaping this future?
Yeah. So what really excites me the most? There are a couple of things. The first one is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is going to speed up how fast we can analyze vast amounts of data, how fast we can produce insights based on that data, and how fast we can then share those insights with people that need those insights. This is what really excites me. The second thing that really excites me is just the also amount of young people in Africa that are more and more interested in Earth observation data. More people are getting educated in these specific fields, and they are then sort of being able to build solutions. I talk to people from different parts of Africa almost every day, and it's really exciting to see so many different products, so many different solutions that are being built, that are being designed to be able to provide solutions to people that are based on Earth observation. The third thing is when it comes to the awareness, because right now we already have a lot of benefits of Earth observation satellites, but most people are not aware. You go by every day, and even if we divert a little bit from the Earth observation, let's talk about navigation, for example. One of the greatest systems that has ever been invented by man and launched into space is the GPS system. So the GPS system really revolutionized, because if you look into so many products or services that we have today, like when you open Google Maps and you want to put a location, you don't need to have those big maps that we used to have in the past. Or at least where I'm from in Africa, if you were to go visit someone in a place that you didn't know, you had to stop the car and then ask, hey, I'm looking for this yellow house of this guy that looks like this and like that. And then people tell you have to go straight and then turn. So the GPS and Galileo systems, they revolutionized this because now you just open your mobile phone, you put the address, and then you can have those directions. But that's not all. Then you can look into companies like Uber, for example, or any company that has a product that is based on ride sharing or calling a taxi. It indirectly it employs a lot of people. And then you can also look into the delivery services that are based on navigation. Indirectly, they also employ a lot of people, and even most of those people, they don't understand that they are benefiting of space technology on a daily basis. Every single day, people are benefiting from space-based products, and I think the awareness, once people really are able to tap into this awareness, it's going to change things dramatically, because then you will see that in schools there is going to be more courses about space exploration, more courses to be able to direct young children to the specific areas. Maybe you want to be an engineer, maybe you want to be an artist in space, maybe you want to do marketing in space. But I think this is what really excites me, and I think it's really coming.
Wow, you have provided so much information. You have excited so many people who are outside of the space ecosystem to see a role for themselves. And that is what happened to me when Dr. Nelson invited me in 2023 to be part of Space Ungana in Kenya. I said, I'm a management consultant, I do change management and project management. There's no space for me, but I have been doing a lot of work with the teams in team building, in emotional intelligence, and it's really making a big impact. So I'm excited. So Eldridge, thank you for sharing your experiences, your insights, and your vision for the future. And for those of us who are part of this conference, today's conversation has reinforced that the future of the space economy is not simply about satellites in orbit. It is about the knowledge they generate, the partnerships they enable, and the solutions they provide for some of humanity's greatest challenges. As Africa continues to expand its participation in the global space ecosystem, there is tremendous opportunity to build indigenous capabilities, create innovative businesses, and harness geospatial intelligence to drive sustainable development and economic growth. Please give Eldridge some love using the reaction button and help me to thank him for an
Thank you so much.
engaging and inspiring presentation.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Very
Thank you so
much
much,
so.
Dr. Thank you so much, Dr. Sombe. I think this was a great conversation with you. And I also just like to thank Dr. Claire for hosting this every single year, being very consistent, motivating a lot of people, touching a lot of lives. You are really the real hero. Thank you so
She
much.
is, she
Thank
is.
you. I just want someone to take a screenshot of this, please. You see these two guys here? They're two of my giants who are going to be transformed in Africa, and I'm just hanging on to them with my fingernails to make sure that the Caribbean doesn't get left behind. And I just want to make sure at least they see each other face, because I'm sure they'll be talking. When you hear from Dr. Femi about what he's doing, you see how they tie it together and why I wanted them to be back to back. So, Mr. Edris, thank you so much for giving us your time. Somebody take a screenshot, please. Please take your phone and take a picture of it. For some reason, I don't know how to take a screenshot. Isn't that backward of me? But hopefully somebody is taking a screenshot of this very momentous historic meeting here of these two giants. And we're going to turn the floor over now to Dr. Femi and Dr. Jaja. The floor is yours again. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nelson. So greetings again, everyone, and welcome back to our Space Ungana Armchair Conversation series, where we shine a spotlight on visionary African leaders who are transforming the continent's place in the global space economy. Our guest today, a second guest, is someone whose journey embodies innovation, perseverance, and bold thinking. You understand now why Dr. Nelson is drawn to these people. Dr. Femi Ishola is the founder, chairman, and CEO of Fematron Systems, an aerospace company with operations across Africa, Japan, and the United States. He's an aerospace engineer, entrepreneur, researcher, and educator whose work spans satellite systems, optical communications, and advanced space technologies. His career has taken him from Nigeria's National Space Program to world-class research institutions in Japan, and today he is leading one of Africa's most exciting space initiatives. Dr. Ishola is a principal investigator of Project Dawn, the digital Africa-wide nanosatellite network, an ambitious initiative that is not simply about launching satellites, but about developing African engineers, strengthening university-based satellite development, and advancing Africa's technological sovereignty through indigenous capability building. Dr. Femi, thank you so much for joining us on this Space Ungana 2026.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jaja. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, Dr. Claire Nelson, for putting this together. This is so much thoughtful of you. I really enjoyed the conversation between Dr. Jaja and Mr. Edrich. I think it's quite promising that we have pockets of innovators springing up all across the continent. And I've always told my colleagues, I've always told everyone that my goal and the ultimate goal of everyone, inclusive here, should be to replicate ourselves. And personally, my ultimate goal, before I leave this planet, I want to create 1,000 version of myself. Imagine if I have 1,000 version of a space engineer who has built satellites, who has built companies. It means that Africa is going to be operating in another realm. It's a pleasure to be in this conversation, and I look forward to an engaging session.
Thank you so much. So, what inspired your journey into aerospace engineering? If we have youngsters who are just starting their journey in a freshman in college, embarking on aerospace engineering, tell us about your journey. And at what point did you decide that your mission wasn't simply to build satellites, but to help Africa build its own space future?
Thank you, Dr. Jaja. Space is universal. Everywhere on the planet, you get to see the sky, you get to see the stars, right? So equally myself, in a little village in Ogun State in Nigeria, there was a day I actually saw a shooting star. I don't want to call it a comet because it was quite, low visibility, but yeah, we can say shooting star. It was quite, it struck me so hard. I was like, wow, what's this? And I started thinking about the stars. And of course, when I got to, secondary school, the way we call it in Nigeria, I started reading about, space science in the encyclopedia, and I got inspired. Of course, everybody wants to be an astronaut, right? Who doesn't want to become an astronaut? This is one of the areas where, STEM has been able to inspire the kids out there. But unfortunately, at the time of my admission into college, university in Nigeria, there was no aerospace systems engineering, existing in any of the universities. So the best option I had at my disposal was to pick the next, interest, that I had, which was, of course, electrical and electronics engineering. I did excel, quite well, winning lots of awards, building stuffs, even at that stage. But eventually, long story short, I got my PhD, in electrical and space systems engineering from Kyushu Institute of Technology in Japan. I have actually touched almost every continent of the world. I have worked with the Japanese. I've built satellites in Australia, and I've also actually, built systems in the Nigerian Space Agency. But one thing is still quite missing. And what that thing is the ecosystem. We still have a big gap of ecosystem to fill in Africa. We are very dependent on foreign, solutions. Well, there's nothing wrong with collaboration. We are happy, to always collaborate with our partners in ESA, in JAXA and NASA. In fact, all of these different institutions exist because they built their own individual ecosystem, and they are able to, collaborate and help, their own countries and their own continent at large. Well, that is quite missing in Africa. We are more or less a dumping ground of solutions and applications. The downstream sector quite developed. I always say this. You have a lot of satellite application, solutions and businesses that are currently existing. But how many, satellite engineering companies can you point fingers to in Africa that actually build hardwares, that build, the softwares that can run, on space systems? There are quite a little of them. So this is exactly why Femotron Systems exists. We are existing to fill in that gap. We are creating a dynamic space upstream ecosystem in Africa. And to make this happen, we decided to be able to have, presence in the matured, sectors of the world, like Japan and America. We all know, the giant strides America has made in the industry. In fact, America is a leader. And we also know about, the strides, by the Japanese ecosystem. So this is why we created our companies in Japan and America as well, so that we can tap into the supply chain and also tap into some of the benefits that are available in those places. Capital is a very big hurdle in Africa. We know that. Getting a VC to fund your idea, can be much more difficult in Africa. So one of the other benefits of us present in those other regions is also to access the capital in those places and bring back the benefit to Africa. And we are basically doing that just as this. We have raised investment in Japan, we have raised investment in America, and we are in turn utilizing all this to bring the benefits to Africa via Project Dawn. Project Dawn is a digital Africa-wide nanosatellite network. The goal of this project is simple. We want to embed real satellite engineering capacity building into African universities. And as we stand today, we are present in over 9 universities across Africa. We have signed MOUs with a couple of those universities. We have received letter of intent and letter of support from several governments in Africa already. And right now, we are ready to launch. Just a few days ago, we were at our pioneering student university, Obafemi Awolowo University, where we met with the university leadership and the student teams that are building the first nano-satellite mission in Africa, being designed, built, and launched in Africa from an African university. We are very proud of this initiative, and we are ready to go. This is a little bit about my journey and what we are building with Project Dawn for Africa. Thank you.
I would like to congratulate you, Dr. Ishola, especially on Project Dawn, because you could have gotten all of the experience and left it right there. For those of you who have not, who didn't hear him well when he talked about Project Dawn, Digital Africa-wide Nanosatellite Network. And he has created this. He has created this. But one of the things that we are so excited and interested about is that you have chosen capacity building to be at the heart of the project rather than making the satellite itself the main story. Could you share with us why you chose capacity building?
Capacity building is the abinger of growth for the industry in Africa. If an African country pays ESA or pays Chinese companies to build satellites for them, what is happening in that situation is you are empowering the economy of those contractors. They take your money, they go to their own country, they pay their workers, they build their own ecosystem. In the long run, you're basically building their own ecosystem with your own money. this has been a template that Africa has been running for several decades. Okay, the reason why this is happening is because we don't have the capacity to build these satellites in Africa. And the biggest of it is that we don't have, the staffing. We don't have the people that knows how to build this satellite. The Africans who have been trained, outside the country or outside the continent, they would rather stay back in Europe. They would rather stay back in those other places than to come live, in Africa. In fact, this has been a big problem we always refer to as brain drain. Okay, so building a capacity in our African universities is a very smart way of solving the problem in the long run. Okay,
Yes.
if we are able to, train the engineering faculties in our universities, there are over 2,400 universities across Africa, and more than half of these universities operate engineering departments with electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, all the disciplines that are necessary, to build a satellite. It will shock you that if you go to some of those engineering departments, they have existing laboratories, they have equipment, they have their oscilloscope, they have spectrum analyzer, they have all these tools that are actually needed to build this satellite, literally. But unfortunately, they don't have, the full life cycle idea to be able to put all these tools together to actually build this satellite. This is exactly what Project Dawn is trying to do. We are coming up straight to them. We're saying, hey, you have this oscilloscope, you have this anechoic chamber, you have this vibration machine, you have all these things. We can, assemble all your students together. We can bring, your professors together. We can mentor the mentors. We can provide the knowledge. We can provide the technology to you, and then you can train your student, and the student can train, their juniors. And that way we build a knowledge economy, okay, in African universities. This is where it always starts. If you look at NASA, okay, NASA is very much in line, and they are always working in locksteps with universities across the United States. Talk about Caltech, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, okay? Talk about Harvard, talk about MIT, okay? They are always, most of the countries that are running very active space program are always working in locksteps with the academia. Even in China, Chinese Space Agency is always working in locksteps with their academy, okay? So this is a template to go, and we are running the same thing in African universities.
And how is that working for you? Are
It's
you getting
working.
the cooperation from the universities? Are they seeing the light? Are they being enlightened? And are they enthusiastic?
We are very, grateful, I have to say, to the openness of, the faculties that we have reached out to so far. University of Lagos has been tremendously open to this idea. We have assembled professors from Faculty of Engineering and Faculty of Sciences. We are always, in meetings, periodic meetings with them, on how to implement this. Student teams has been formed at the University of Lagos. The same also at the Obafemi Awolowo University, where we visited just a few days ago. We are doing the same thing at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. University of Zambia in Lusaka already signed an MOU with Femotron Systems on Project Dawn, and they are currently forming their student team. I'm scheduled to be in Lusaka in the next couple of days, to actually move the team forward there. We are engaging universities in Ethiopia. Addis Ababa University has received us with open arms. We are right now trying to complete, all the necessary paperwork for the project. The Debre Doban University in Ethiopia, and so many other universities that we are engaging. They have received us with open arms, and in fact, at this stage of the first batch of the project, we have to even truncate the amount of universities that we have to engage. I say that to explain that we are very happy with the reception that we have received across Africa. Some of the universities that are still grappling with the idea, they have shown very deep interest, but they're just trying to understand how the resources that they have is going to be available to help support the project. But one of the big things that we are actually doing is that we are not really waiting for the universities to provide the resources for this. We are working in locksteps with corporate sponsors. We are asking the government and even the diaspora to provide funding and support to this project. So we are not really, having this project as a burden on the participating universities, we are also bringing out funding, from diverse means to be able to implement the project. And it's been received very well across all the universities that we have reached out to.
Yes. Wow. Congratulations, Dr. Femi. I mean, vision, you got the vision, you took action, and now you are changing the space ecosystem in Africa. So across Africa, we hear the phrase capacity building, but your work goes beyond training. You're building an ecosystem. You have made it very, very clear that you are laying the infrastructure to retain the talent and the knowledge in the country. So we hear you talk of digital sovereignty and ensuring that Africa develops, not merely consumes space technology. What does orbital sovereignty mean in practical terms for governments, businesses, and ordinary Africans?
Thank you very much. I love that question. Every country has an orbital slot, according to the United Nations framework, which means that as a country, you have the rights to put your own satellite or spacecraft in a particular, in an orbit, usually the geosynchronous orbit. And, you have several parameters, the inclination angle and several other things. Also, you have a frequency spectrum that is being allocated, to you, as a country. So that kind of explains what sovereignty means. However, African countries have all these, the physical space and the invisible frequency spectrum that is allocated to us, right? But unfortunately, we are not utilizing it. Most of the time, you see African countries sell their orbital slot, okay, to their European counterparts. They sell their
Wow.
orbitals. Of course, that's what happens. SCS, for example, operate a large fleet of satellites, communication satellites in geosynchronous orbit. So they need more slots, okay? They need more slots than is available to them in their country of registration. So what you see here is, them, buying slots from those that are not utilizing it. For example, Seychelles is an African country that, is still, that doesn't have the capability to put as many satellites in space, like SCS, for example. So you see, this kind of trade going on. That's not sovereignty for Africa. Even though on the paper, we have, this slot available for ourselves, we don't really have the capability. Capability actually gives you the sovereignty. And that's exactly what we're trying to build. So think about that in that angle. Another angle of orbital sovereignty is the data, okay? The data that will build our economy. If you look at how the internet infrastructure is being set up currently, the data centers and the things that really drive our growth, most of all these infrastructures are not situated in Africa. So it means that, for example, the internet can be turned off on Africa at any time.
Wow.
Okay, Starlinks, is evolving rapidly in Africa, and some of these concerns are actually being echoed by some countries that are not giving licenses, to Starlink to operate. However, that's rapidly changing. We're not saying that Starlink, is not good. In fact, we need that kind of infrastructure, global infrastructure. However, okay, imagine if we have a rogue organization who have access to all, our data and have access, to all our infrastructure bottlenecks. They can easily close the tap on Africa. Okay, they can easily do whatever they want to do. In fact, they can determine the price, they can dictate the pricing range in our industry for our satellite services. This is already happening in satellite imageries. African countries have satellite, but when it comes to real, time, access to imageries that are needed for national security, what you see here is African countries having to beg, literally, having to pay, very large sum of money, to get actionable insight. In Nigeria, I give an example, we have an insecurity problem. We have terrorists, combing the forest, trying to do all sort of mayhem. Okay, drones can only do their little best, as presented by, other speakers in this program. But you need a satellite to be able to give you a larger swath of imageries at once. High resolution. African countries don't have this asset. Okay, so most of the time you see them relying on foreign counterpart. These imageries are often delayed and they don't come at the right time. They are equally very expensive. Okay, so you see that this gives us over reliance on foreign infrastructure over-reliance on foreign entities. For Africa to really have its own sovereignty, we need to be able to build our own satellite. And how do we build our satellite in the long run? Let's say in the next decade, okay? We need to build the capacity. And this is exactly what Project Dawn is doing with the ecosystem in Africa.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Someone in the chat said, belated happy birthday, Dr. Femi. Such an inspiring presentation. You know, before we conclude, there are a number of students on this platform, and they have, you know, how young people sometimes have doubts and fears while they have vision and drive. And you have given them and us so much information, and your passion comes through so clearly in what you're doing. So I'd like to leave the audience with one final question. Space is often described as humanity's next frontier. But perhaps the greatest frontier is not space itself, it is the human potential. What is it that gives you, Dr. Femi, hope about Africa's future in the global space economy?
Africa is the largest continent in the world by landmass. Africa is projected to become, the world's most populated continent in the next decades. Africa's space economy currently sits at $22 billion, projected to hit about $30 billion in the next decade. Africa is the most blessed continent on this planet. We have the most mineral resources. Talk about it. Lithium, gold, zinc, and all of that. Petroleum, they are all available in Africa. However, we are unable to manage our resources. We are unable to effectively manage even our own human capital. What gives me hope is these days we have, new soldiers. We have new, army of people, innovators who are able to transform the continent that we know as Africa. We see what Aliko Dangote is doing with the petroleum industry. Aliko Dangote has been able to build the first indigenous refinery in Africa, in Nigeria. And this is actually the largest refinery in the whole world. And this same man, the Africa's richest man, Mr. Aliko Dangote, recently said, he said, we have to build our own economy. We have to come back to the trenches, we Africans, to build our continent. The Japanese are not going to do it for us. The Chinese are not going to do it for us. The Americans are not going to do it for us. We are the ones to come to the trenches with the spade and with the shovel and the rakes to do it. And I can see, many youngsters, many innovators rising up to the challenge who are Africans. That gives me hope. And this is one of the propulsion that I get every day for Project Dawn. And each time I talk to these students, to these youngsters, I always see the energy in them. I see the future of Africa is so bright because they are always very resolute and they remain resolute to achieve Africa of our dreams. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Dr. Femi, you have inspired us. I wish we had another hour that we could spend with you. And I wish on this platform we had thousands and thousands of students from all over the world, especially from the countries in Africa, participating. Thank you for not only sharing your remarkable journey, but also your inspiring vision of Africa's future in space. And today's conversation, folks, reminds us that Africa's participation in the space economy will not simply be measured by satellite launch, but by the people we educate, the innovations we create, the institutions we strengthen, and the confidence we build in our own ability to solve global challenges. Project Dawn demonstrates that the future of Africa in space begins long before launch day. It begins in classrooms, laboratories, engineering workshops, and in the imagination of young Africans who dare to believe they can build technologies for the world. So on behalf of everyone at Space Ungana, thank you, Dr. Femi, for your leadership, for your vision, for your passion, for your commitment to empowering the next generation of Africans in Africa and in the diaspora, the African space innovators. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to give some love to Dr. Femi Ishola and wish him also a belated happy birthday.
I think
Thank
we
you so
share
much.
a birthday, or we're close to sharing a birthday. Thank you so much, Dr. Femi, for joining us. This is just the beginning, really. I didn't say how we met, but we met because I hunted him down when I saw the announcement. As you know, with Dr. Demoa and All Nations, when I started my space journey, and I was brutally rejected by the Jamaicans, I landed up in Ghana and started hanging out with the Guineans, and that's where the first idea of the Caribbean satellite came to being. And so we started working with the people at All Nations University, and I started trying to do stuff in the Caribbean region. And we had NCU, Northern Caribbean University in Jamaica, UTT in Trinidad, and UG in Guyana get started with space clubs. The space club in UG, I think, is defunct. The space club at UTT, also nobody knows where they are. But the one in NCU has persisted. They have been meeting. And so we are getting ready to sort of revitalize all of that. I did the speech at Caribbean Science Summit in April with Dr. Cardinal Ward. The Caribbean Science Foundation has endorsed the project, the Caribbean project. So I decided I was not going to let Dr. Ishola get away from me. And you know, the Caribbean likes to kind of hang on skirt tails. So I figured now is as good time as any to go public with the things I've been working on behind the scenes since 2018 when I launched the Caribbean Space Society. So those of you on the call who are from the Caribbean, Dr. Valerie Grant is still here. She knows, she's one of my advisors. She knows I've been harassing her from time to time. She knows that the moment is now. Things have come together in a way that really, 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 we're ready to move forward. And we see that Prime Minister Mia Mottley has been doing the rounds. And I think that political influence, and this is why I had to travel to Barbados. I could not let the opportunity pass me. She wasn't there, but just being there, I know the word is getting out in the ether in Barbados that Barbados. So I want to announce that we have launched the Caribbean Space Society Explorers Club as a young 17-year-old young lady who wants to be a rocket scientist. And she is formed, she's gotten 5 other girls together, and they've launched the first club. I've given them some homework. They're actually doing it, and they're going to be participating in Space Ungana later on in the month. Dr. Femi has indicated that he's open to giving a masterclass later on in the month. And so we're going to have to ask all of these schools that he's been talking to and let them know so we can actually have a day where he kind of gets them all together. That's what this platform is for, is to get us together. And to the extent that I can convince any of the universities from the Caribbean, again, I don't know, but at least I'm going to invite them if they want to come or not. Is their choice, but I agree very much with his philosophy of training and building capability in Africa. We're not going to do very well if we don't do that. We see the writing on the wall. NASA is privatizing all their stuff. And this is what actually caused me to jump in this field in 2018. I saw that notice in 2018. So when I started the Caribbean Space Society, people didn't understand why. It's because I read in the fine print in a post that NASA was going to privatize their data. And I said, my God, what are we going to do? So we have a lot to learn, but we have friends and allies and advisors like Dr. Femi, who has been signed up to be one of my advisors. I'm on his faculty. So it's a matter of coming together in a way that is really going to allow us to fulfill the AU 2063 vision, where it's not just a piece of paper. It gives Caribbean diaspora the right to see themselves as Africans. We already have visa-free travel to Kenya and Ghana. So remember when we went to Ghana, they said, welcome home. And we just showed Jamaican passports. So we already have visa-free travel. Canada's opened an embassy in Jamaica. Barbados has opened an embassy in Ghana. So you see that this is beginning to happen.
Yes.
So
Joseph Small
asked,
Joseph Small asked in the chat, Dr. Nelson, Caribbean Space Society, with a question.
Yes, Joseph Small, I'll let you know after this call is over. I'll let you know. I'm going to bring you in. We're having an event in Jamaica on this week, Saturday at Hope Gardens. So I'll let you know about that. But Dr. Femi, I know you're very busy, man. I don't know where in the world are you today anyway, because you've been running around. Where are you right now, physically? Dr. Femi, where are you? I'm not sure if it's
okay.
where are you physically right now?
I am currently in Lagos, in Nigeria.
Because sometimes I'm speaking to him in Tokyo, and next time he's in Ethiopia, next time, so he's moving around a lot. So
allow me to say a couple of things about Dr. Nelson. Thank you very much, for the massive work you're doing across 2 continents. You are bringing the Caribbean with Africa. You are one of actually you're a gem. You are bringing
yes.
The diaspora back home, and we are really proud of what you are doing. When you reached out, to be part of Project Dawn faculty, I couldn't even say I didn't even blink twice. Okay, I already knew. It's someone like you, very energetic. That we need. Okay, to actually push Africa and the Caribbean to the next level. Dr. Nelson is a faculty member in Project Dawn. She's part of the team that is helping build, capacity across Africa. We're very proud of what you are doing. On the last note, I wanted to add that Femotron Systems recently signed an MOU with the Chinese Deep Space Exploration Laboratory on Project Dawn and the Cislunar CubeSat Constellation Program. We are very happy with this development because this has now created a pathway for African universities. After they have built their first nanosatellite with Project Dawn, now they have a pathway to be involved in a lunar mission through our partnership with the China Deep Space Exploration Laboratory. So you're right, Dr. Nelson. I'm always here and there. I'm scheduled to be in Lusaka in the next, couple of days. So anyway, internet has made it easy for us to always connect. Please feel free to reach out. Anyone on this call, the students and the young professionals, be sure to go to Project Dawn website, www.projectdawn.africa. We are still accepting associates. We are still accepting fellows. You don't really have to be part of the university team to benefit from Project Dawn. You can actually also be part of us virtually. We can sign you up for the webinars, for the training sessions. We can get you involved with our concurrent design chairs where you have access to some of the tool sets that we are bringing to the industry. Thank you very much, Dr. Nelson, for your amazing work.
Yeah, thank you. So let us talk about next steps. There's always a next step. So what we want to do, Dr. Femi, is get, you're on the road. So if you can pick a date when you're available, tell everybody who have signed on so far and those who are still debating that you're doing a master class sometime between now and August 20th, because we shut this platform down then, right? This platform is up for 4 weeks. Why? Because the girls from Africa who are part of Mission Shaktisat will be going to India to build a satellite in India. So we're going to have at least, I think, 30 girls if we get the funding. We're trying to raise funds for these girls. 2 governments have decided to pay for the girls directly. But let's say, I hope at least half of them get to go. You'll have 15 girls between the age of 14 and 18 with the capability. In Jamaica, we're trying to raise funds. So the Jamaicans on this call and the Guyanese, we need some funding to get the girl and the ambassador to India to learn how to build a CubeSat. They've done the coding classes already. And so it's a nice south-south alignment, as you see what's happening here now. And so we would like you to do a masterclass where you have an hour to talk about the project and give some exercises, especially around understanding this thing about the business of how the slots. Most people don't understand that the sky, it looks like it's empty, but it's not empty. There's things up there and there's money being made while we're sitting down here being consumed, right? So we don't want to be consumed anymore. We want to be part of the people who are designing what is consumed. And so, Dr. Femi, thank you so much. I'll talk to you one-on-one, get that date from you, get those universities from you. If you don't have time, just tell me who to reach out to. I'll harass them, get them to sign up on the date that you're available. An hour of your time. We'll invite some of the people from the Caribbean. And in the call here, Mr. Small says, Joseph Small, he wants me to bring you to Caribbean. So what we're going to do is once we have my document running through all the ministries, I'm going to try and have, if not even in person, at least for the first time, Dr. Visanoff from all the small island African states that are already plugged in. And as I said, Mauritius has now signed the Artemis Accords. Imagine that, small Mauritius. So this is not just Claire Nelson's crazy idea anymore, folks. It's real. I've been talking about this since 2018. Nobody believed me. It is real. I am a prophet, right? But we're doing it. And so, Dr. Femi, again, thank you so much. Our next speakers are here. We're going to shut up and bring them on board.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Cheers.
Dr. Nelson,
thank you, Dr. Jaja.
You are our Moses. Moses.
Yes, if I can ask my speakers who are up now to turn on their cameras, and we'll bring you on. I think Dr. Mensah and Dr. Tufa, I'm going to bring on stage, add you to my spotlight, and Dr. Mensah, here you are, my friend, my brother from another mother. Dr.
Yes.
Jaja, say hello to Dr. Mensah. You haven't seen him in years.
Hello, everybody.
Since we walked the border of Ghana and
Ghana,
Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso.
Yeah, man, we step foot in Burkina Faso. Dr. Mensah,
Right.
greetings and salutations. How are you? It's so good to see you on.
Good to see you, Jaja.
Yes,
good to see you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Guys, we really want to build this relationship, and I invite anybody on this call who wants to be a part of our organization to really consider volunteering. All right, everybody wants to be paid, but before we get paid to do something, we first have to create the pie. We're still baking the pie, right, Dr. Nobody's being paid for this work. He's not being paid for this. I'm not being paid for this. But we first have to bake the pie. And so we have one of our colleagues here from the Caribbean Space Society. And one of the people, when I called many years ago, who said yes immediately. And I'm going to bring her on stage as well. She's going to support us in this session. And I believe this session is on climate monitoring, if I'm correct. I think so, right? I don't even know. I'm tired. Don't laugh at me, Dr. Tufa. I see your face getting ready to laugh. But it's okay. We're a family. I'm just meeting you for the first time, but we are family. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for agreeing to come, for saying yes. Dr. Mensah is my brother. He couldn't tell me no. I was hounding him. We're going to talk about climate monitoring, very important topic. I had invited Dr. David Farrell from Barbados Caribbean Office of Meteorology to join us, but he doesn't seem to be here. But anyway, I'm going to text him in case he can still join. Dr. Miss Alan Ali, who is a member of the Caribbean Space Society, our focal point in Trinidad and member of the board of directors, I'm going to give you the floor. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everyone. As Dr. Nelson, Dr. Nelson said, yes, there were a few of us that jumped on the moment she asked if we is to be part of this, and I was one of those who immediately said yes. I believe in Dr. Nelson's vision and mission, and space is something that's very close to my heart. And today's session actually is very poignant because it's obvious the world is changing and it's rapidly changing. It's obvious that climate change is a real conversation. It's obvious things like data sovereignty is part of the larger picture. It's not just access to data, but it is the intellectual safeguards for that data and how that data is used. So today's session, at least my session, is based on the understanding that, space is for everyone. There's space for everybody in space. And there are various arenas that we can play in. And one of the most important takeaways from the last 2, 3 years working behind the scenes with Dr. Nelson is that institutionally, the idea that developing nations have to wait on the first world to disseminate and give us the data that we need to use, and considering the current nature of the space economy, where something like space tourist travel is a very real thing, and when you really look and take a step back as developing nations, the question is, what are we really doing in terms of getting that community together and actually having real conversations around satellite and data sovereignty? Because satellite data is no longer just looking at Saturn's rings. It's no longer trying to, take a peek into Andromeda's galaxy. It's now, how do we use the data captured to make better infrastructure decisions on ground? How do we allocate arable land for agriculture? How can we predict natural disasters like earthquakes and volcanic activity? These are real conversations that need to happen. And the source of data is satellite data. And I always remember the volcano erupted on St. Vincent Island in the Caribbean. And there was so much agricultural loss. And there was such a lag between when emergency responses were given and the evacuation process. And, it was a caldera volcano. So it's not to say it was not giving signs or warnings months in advance. If St. Vincent had access to sovereign satellite data, meaning if the Caribbean, or if a country, let's say Uganda, for example, there was a partnership with data collected from satellites, St. Vincent would have had real-time data. UE Seismic and the Meteorological Center would have been working together. They would have seen the infrared activity from the satellites. And, it would have been 2, 3 weeks ahead of preparation for when, because satellite data even gives you predictively the path of the volcano, where the lava will flow and where the off flows will be. So anyway, so as we jump straight into the meat of the matter, um, we have to be minded that we are also guided by the 17 sustainable goals, which are really and truly,
I
in
don't want you
fact,
to go down that path because
a
we have
framework.
a very short time with these gentlemen, and I want Dr. Tufa to
Okay.
start off by telling us what he's doing, and then I want to hear from Dr. Edward what he's doing, and then Dr. David from the Caribbean just texted me, so he's going to try and jump on. So I want them to meet. It's very important that they meet. So let us hear from them, and then we have a
Okay.
discussion afterwards, okay? All right, thank you. So
Okay.
Dr. Tufa, the floor is yours.
So far, I am a climate scientist focusing on climate services, actually. I've been doing climate services for the last, it's very long, about 3 decades. So climate services is about climate information. And there is no climate services without climate data. And in many parts of the world, like Africa, where I am now, station observations are the main source of climate data. But those stations are located in small towns and cities, which is along the main roads. So if you want something to happen outside the main roads, there is no observation. Okay, so most of the remote areas of Africa, there are no observations at all. Okay, no observations. So satellite data has been the main source of this data. By the way, meteorology, weather, climate is the oldest, I can say, user of satellite data. And meteorology is also where there is very potent collaboration globally around sharing and using satellite data. Okay, so almost every met service in the world, at least in Africa and elsewhere, they get some level of data, some level of satellite data directly from different providers, NASA, the EU, the ESA, the Indian, the Japanese, the Chinese. We get a lot of satellite data. Now, so for me, what I'm doing to answer that question is, okay, so we don't have enough data. We don't have enough observation, but there are some observations. Okay, so observations are good in terms of measuring what happens at those specific locations. On the other side, we have satellite data, which covers most of the places. Let's say there is one satellite that covers the whole of Africa, but satellite cannot measure rainfall or temperature directly. It's an estimate. So now you have two data sets, one ground observation, which does not cover everything, but satellite, which cover everywhere, but it's not as accurate. So what I do is work with national met services across Africa and other countries now to combine those two data sources. You combine your station observation, which doesn't cover everywhere, but which is good in terms of quality, with the satellite data, which cover everywhere, but doesn't give you the same quality. So the combined product now covers everywhere, has also a better quality. And that has led to what I'm now leading at where I am now, which is called ENACTS, Enhancing National Climate Services, where we now help the national climate services combine their station data with satellite and other products now to create rainfall, temperature, going back to 1981 at 4 or 5 kilometers across country. And we have done that for about 20 countries in Africa and a couple of countries in Asia and South America. So let me stop there and can I answer follow-up questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mens. Oh, I didn't announce Dr. Dinko. I'm trying to find my notes if I can figure out which organizations you are. Okay, so you're with the International Research Institute for Climate and Climate and.
Let me say something about that. So for about 20 years, I was doing this climate service from IRI, it is International Research Institute for Climate and Society, which was based at Columbia University in New York. In January this year, I have moved to another institute called the Stockholm Environment Institute. It is Africa Center here in Nairobi. We're still doing the same thing.
Oh, fabulous. So next time in Nairobi, I know to look you up. And you're from Ethiopia. So fantastic. So let us move now to have Dr. Mensah join us. If you could go ahead, Dr. Mensah.
Hello, everybody. Hello. I'm Dr. Mensah. I'm a professor at the National Institute of Polytechnic in Côte d'Ivoire, Yamoussoukro. So I'm the coordinator of the nanosatellite project here in Côte d'Ivoire. We are building a nanosatellite for the first time. In 2024, we won a competition in collaboration with Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology, DIT, UNOSA JAXA project. And we are currently building the satellite, working on building the satellite. And I just finished training on CubeSat and CanSat for our students here at the university, countrywide training in space technology. So the mission of our satellite is the primary mission is to build capacity, and demonstrate the technology. And the second mission is to have an IoT mission to measure environmental and climate parameters across regions of the country. And it's the same mission that Tanzania has, and both countries will build their own satellite, and the satellite will be put in constellation and exchange data, and a ground station will be installed in each country so that we can collect data and maybe use the data with climate agencies who can use the data to predict the weather or other climate aspects. So I'm very happy to be here to discuss about my project and how our satellite can be used in climate studies in our country. Thank you.
So let me ask you a technical question, and I'm glad Alana is here because she's a data person and she's been tasked with helping us to figure out when we do get our CubeSats in the Caribbean. And let me just say that Dr. Mensah has agreed to support us with whatever he knows how to do. And I'm going to be harassing you, Dr. Dinko. Everybody in this call, be on notice. I will be harassing you for help. I want to understand when you have Tanzania, I had asked the Tanzanian gentleman to be on the call. I want us all to understand as learners how, when you eventually have your both satellites up, this is the first time Tanzania is doing one and your university is doing one. So it's two small universities, well, not small, but universities or institutes doing satellites. You're going to be able to see the payload will be designed. Explain to me how the payload is going to be designed so that you can see what they're seeing and they can see what you're seeing. And then I'm going to ask Dr. Dinko to talk about, from the point of view of the user case, how that might help them in what they're doing in Kenya. Because, you know, if what you're doing can also be shared with what they're doing in their institute in Kenya, it's really helping not just two countries, it's helping more. But explain to me, first of all, how that thing happens in terms of data, the data being shared between the two satellites.
Okay, all right. Well, we have a collaboration between the two institutions, the two countries, to share the data. So when we have the satellites in constellation, they will pass through Tanzania and they will pass through Cote d'Ivoire. So when they pass through Cote d'Ivoire, the Tanzanian can get our data and we can get their data as well. So data sharing is only between the two countries, but it is possible. It is possible with partnership, other partnership that we can give access to other users and who want to get the data just for research purpose. So that's how we see it. For now, our satellite, the life of our satellite is only 1 year. So it is not a long time mission. So, but through this collaboration, we will be able to extend that. As a matter of fact, Tanzania is planning a 3U CubeSat already, and Cote d'Ivoire is already planning 2 3U CubeSat. And with still the same partnership, we can have a better satellite, a more performant satellite with advanced camera, at least a multispectral camera that can be used for agriculture, can use even climate studies. So, and in that case, we will be able to sign more partnership because we will have more satellites in our constellation with our other countries who may not want to launch their own satellite, but just use our data. Thank you.
I have a question, Doctor.
Yeah.
What were the formalities or processes the two nations had to go through in order to share that data? Because from a policy standpoint, okay, on a Earth to Earth, from Earth, on an Earth level, meaning if you're designing a system to share data, usually MOUs are established between the two entities to share data. So I was just thinking, let's say, for example, when the Caribbean has its CubeSat, it is not just, it's the entire Caribbean. So how do we agree in sharing that data, considering we have a telecoms authority and all other 20-something Caribbean nations, they also have telecommunications authority in terms of the being able, I mean, it will be a low Earth orbit and satellite, obviously the CubeSat, right? But it would, we would have to understand, I would like to understand, and I think everyone collectively, yeah, what were the steps taken?
Okay. Well, what I'll say is that and Cote d'Ivoire and Tanzania are both winner of the 8th round of CubeSat or UNOSA CubeCube projects. So it's UNOSA and JAXA who are the initiator of that project. So we won as a team. So in our case, we don't need a special MOU to share data. Okay.
Understood.
But for third-party countries, yes, we will need an MOU for the use of data. But
and
for
would it
our
be sorry, not to
yes, go
cut you,
ahead.
but would it be the two telecoms authorities having that conversation, or is it a multi-stakeholder grouping?
Yeah, but we didn't go to that level of authorities. Because we are universities and both countries are just beginning in space. There is no regulation in a country to stop us from sharing data. Okay, so as a partner who won a United Nations project, there's no need to
Have those formalities.
Yes,
Yeah.
go through all these formalities. Yes.
Understood. Understood.
Dr. Tufo, how could you use that data?
Yeah, so I am an operational person. So like I said, I'm a climate services person. Climate services to deliver services. So yeah, satellite just happens to be a tool, but at the end of the day, the objective of climate services is to improve lives and livelihood on the ground for the farmer, for the health worker, for the disaster risk manager. That is where I come from. I go to satellite because I need data, I need information. Yeah. So the whole idea is, okay, it is not about what happens in orbit. For me, it's actually what happens down here on the Earth.
On here. Right.
Yeah. But if whatever is in orbit can help me accomplish what I want to do on Earth, that's the whole idea of this satellite thing.
Correct.
Like I said earlier, the meteorological community has been using satellite information for at least
forever.
Exactly over 3 decades.
What is also fascinating is that it is the largest data mining sector in the entire world. I mean, yeah, so that, yeah, as a technologist, I'm totally fascinated by the meteorological data sets. And on that note, I just want to ask you, Dr. Dinku, if countries are starting out or moving towards this direction, what would be the recommended data sets? Let's say, for example, in the Caribbean, where should the augmenting of the thought process start happening in terms of, because as you are correct in saying, satellite is just a tool. So for the same reasons that you want to leverage your data, it's the same reason that, you know, Dr. Nelson has been inspired to ensure that we move to this part. So what would you suggest be the key data sets, or how should we look at it through your lens? How would you recommend that?
So, like I said, the starting point is not the satellite. The starting point is the application. What do you want to apply it for? Number one. Number two, nowadays, yes, satellite use, I mean, the Meteorological Society been using satellite data forever, but now the demand for data is even much more because of AI. Because of the advent of AI today, the demand for data from anywhere is really very high because the value of the data has now increased more than ever because of AI. But whatever you get out of AI is depends how good your data is. Okay, so for me, I cannot tell you what to observe, but the quality of that observation is very important because whatever you throw at AI needs to be a good data set. Countries with good data, with abundant data, will benefit the most from AI. So why I'm saying this is, yes, we are going to put satellites in orbit. Yes, we are going to do a lot of observation, but how good that data is and how accessible that data is. Because you don't want to launch satellite for just one application. You want to use that infrastructure, that investment for multiple applications. Exactly. So in meteorology, I can say rainfall, temperature, this, but that is beside the point. Many people know that. But for me, what I want to emphasize again, have a good quality data, but also really unrestricted access to that data, so many people will use that data for many different applications.
Okay. Makes sense. Dr. Mensah, you have anything to add in terms of
Yes, definitely. So to come back to where we started, for us in the Caribbean, this issue of climate monitoring and making the case for not that we're going to stop using what is, but making the case for having an integrated data system for ocean observation, which is really what we're focusing on, is what we're hoping to get support for. I thought that from a policy perspective, that would be a more interesting research exercise. I think the climate people in the Caribbean are very well organized and know what they're doing. They've been around for a long time. But the people in the marine sector and the blue economy sector are not as organized. It's a very huge and broad section of people who use the sea, including the climate people. And so we thought that as we call ourselves big ocean states, and let me say, some people say large ocean states, I say big ocean states. I'm going to tell you why. Because in Caribbean, Jamaican English, when you write large ocean states, LOS sounds like loss. So it will either be your loss or your loss. So the first time I heard this, I said, no, man, you can't say we're large ocean states. You can't use that word. It's not going to work in Jamaican English because we don't want to be lost, right? So I said, well, we don't say big ocean states, so we get to be the boss, right? So big ocean states, as big ocean states, we want to say that from a Caribbean perspective, the only thing we own in common is the Caribbean Sea. Well, really, nobody owns the sea, we know that, but our economic zones overlap or come close, and there could be some reason for there to be conflict, quote unquote. There's not normally any real conflict, but still. But then when it comes to oil and gas mining, there really could be conflict. And so we thought that from a use case perspective, we would go after the blue economy. But climate monitoring is so fundamental to the work we do that we could not design any process. And for Africa, climate monitoring is so fundamental, and especially again for those coastal regions and these island states. And I'm coming to find in doing my research that there are many countries that actually have islands off the coast. And I'm not sure if Cote d'Ivoire has any islands off the coast of Cote d'Ivoire, but I think Ghana has quite a lot. Nigeria has quite a lot. You don't see them on the map, but some of them are as big as the Caribbean islands. And I'm like, wait a minute, this is really interesting. So what I want to find out from you, Dr. Tufa and Dr. Mensah, when you were doing your design for your project, do you have opportunity to speak to like a case, a specialist like a Dr. Tufa that is already in the marketplace, gathering the data or needing data to help design, okay, here's what my payload should be? How is that relationship being developed in terms of accelerating the relationship between university research and use case in Africa? I'd love to hear from you. What has been your experience on both sides?
So I think I will give the chance to Dr. Minhaj.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not into research, I'm into applications. So this is his area. Go ahead, Dr. Minhaj.
Right, but you're using the data. So you are using bought data or is it free data?
Bought or free?
Is your data free, and then your organization is making it into product that people can actually use, right?
You're monetizing the data, correct?
Right.
No, not we. By the way, we don't do anything for ourselves. We work with national mesh services to strengthen their data. For example, I mean, I've been to Guyana, for example, is one of the examples where we work together in terms of the Caribbean countries. We go to national mesh services, we sit with them, assess their observation, assess what the gaps are in the data, and then now we bring in satellite data, other data to fill in those gaps. So it's not about us, it's about the national mesh service. When I say 20 countries, it means I have worked with 20 national mesh services in Africa and a couple in South America and Asia. So it's not us working the data, it's for the countries.
So you, in other words, countries have an idea what they want, but you guys sometimes know what they don't know.
So they know what they want. They also know, but it's the capacity, the technical capacity.
Sure, as with everything. Correct.
Exactly.
So would you...
But I want to be clear on this, because your organization is, let's say, knows what's out there, number one.
Exactly.
Sometimes people only want that they know exists. Do you also provide information about things that they don't know that they don't know?
Exactly.
Okay, got you. All right.
Exactly.
That's
like I said,
critical.
It's always good to start from what they know and what they think they need. So you start from there. But then okay, this is also what's available. Can you use this and work with them? And I work with national mesh services, not the sake of working with national mesh services, because the national mesh services now provide information to the sectors, health, disaster. That's why I want to go through them. They're the main people, the main agencies working with their line ministries to provide critical information.
Got you. All right. So Dr. Mensah, the floor now.
Yes.
Okay. When you were designing your payload, what helped you to decide what to design your satellite to do?
Okay. All right. Thank you for the question. Okay. In our case, in designing our satellites, we didn't go to the national level, but we went to the ministerial level, to work with a center in our ministry who is in charge of collecting environmental and climate data using sensors, ground sensors, and aerial drone, but not satellites. So in our design, we wanted to first compare the data that we get from a satellite to the data they already have in a center collecting on the ground sensors. So that was our idea, collaborating with that center in designing our payload. And also, we have decided to put one ground station at that location, since we are installing 2 ground stations. So we have decided to locate one ground station, and even that ground station will be dedicated to Tanzania, who will use that ground station when the satellite passes through Cote d'Ivoire. So that's how we had to work with our government institution inside our university to plan the design of our payload. Thank you.
All right, well, we've been joined by Dr. Stanley Chisia. I asked him to turn on his camera so I can bring him on board here to join the conversation on climate monitoring. If you could turn on your camera, sir, we'd love to have you join us. Right, so thank you so much. So we bring you in here as we continue the conversation, and you came late, so you can stay on to the next session if you'd like, which is going to be talking about disaster risk reduction anyway, so you might be interested in that topic. So on this climate monitoring space, I know climate monitoring is not just used for, let's say, weather patterns that is then used for agriculture, for drought, for flood, etc. But I understand that some people are using it for designing or having some early warning about potential healthcare disasters. Have any of you had any experience with that? In other words, if there's a lot of dust coming soon, you know, people have
Sahara dust.
Right. Have any of you have any experience in that regard? And Dr. Stanley, be prepared to open your mic and tell us a little bit more about who you are. In fact, why don't you do that while they think about
first?
That?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening. I'm Stanley. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, and where are you calling in from?
Perfect. I'm calling in from Nairobi.
Nice.
Yeah, actually a little bit overcast Nairobi now that you're talking about climate. I'm postdoc researcher at the Technical University of Kenya, working under the DARA project, which is basically a British-funded program that is building capacity on space technology. So I come in as an Earth observation, with an Earth observation interest, basically. So while folks from astronomy are interested in looking at the distant celestial bodies, I normally joke that I focus the other way around. I'm looking at things that are happening on the ground. So my background basically spans earth sciences. So I work across water, agriculture, but also nature-based solutions. So my work, I have a background in remote sensing and geographical information system. And for my postdoc, I'm researching on looking at how to leverage machine learning and this AI buzz that is going on, trying to understand how can we use all these data that is available to understand the spread of invasive plants. So I'm specifically working on a particular plant called prosopis. It's quite common in this part of the world. It originated from South America, but it's spread all over the place in Ethiopia, in Kenya. I also saw somewhere in South Africa. It's also there. So trying to see how to automate the process to understand how this plant is invading these ecosystems. And this is linked to what I had when I just catch up the conversations when you're talking about the climate risks. This plant is known to, extract a lot of groundwater resources, but it's also damaging ecosystems. And this is part of when you talk about climate resilience, most of the areas that are normally affected are normally marginal lands that have actually limited resources. You think about water, then there's a lot of land degradation that is happening there. So dealing with this plant is actually something I found quite an interesting area of research, but also a contribution towards the management by providing or rather using technology that can leverage this Earth observation to understand it. So far, quite a lot of research has been focused on localized studies, but with Earth observation, you can scale it up and understand areas that are perhaps beginning to be affected by the spread of this weed. But because of limited data, because of localized data, so people are not perhaps able to get this holistic picture. So in summary, that's pretty much what I do. And you have to apologize. I had some technical issues, but I've joined up and I enjoy the conversations from the panelists. Thank you, Claire.
Just one quick question before we go back to the healthcare question. What is the name of the plant?
Oh, the plant is called Prosopis juliflora.
Okay, if you could type it in the chat so we can.
Oh, sure.
We can go look it up.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a mouthful.
It's a thorny plant, mainly found in let me just type it here. Mainly found in arid and semi-arid lands. It was introduced, like in Kenya, it was introduced back in the 80s by the government to, address soil erosion as well as act as a windbreaker. But over the years, it has turned to be a disaster, so to speak, ecologically speaking, because of the impact it's having. I'm not sure whether I've sent it on the group or directly to you, Claire.
I've seen it now. Prosopis juliflora. We'll go look it up and get some learning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Sorry,
yes,
let me correct the second one because of a typing juliflora. That is the second one.
Juliflora.
Yes. So, all right. So my question was about healthcare, but I want to put it in a broader context because we're coming close to wrapping up. I wanted to find out from each of your perspective. So we have two people from Kenya, well, who live in Kenya, and someone from West Africa. So we have two coasts. What are some of the ways that you think, or what are the top 2 or 3 things you think need to happen in terms of workforce development and partnerships? Because what Space Ungana, what we're trying to focus on as a platform is to deal with the issue of partnerships for research, education, and training, right? Because the pipeline that we have to build for capacity for workforce has to be rapidly accelerated, especially in an era of AI. And we have to find ways, as money gets made smaller and smaller in terms of foreign donor funding, we have to find ways to partner so that we can put our eggs in one basket and pay for it ourselves. So from your perspective, if you had come across a problem or you can foresee a problem coming down the pike, what are 2 or 3 things that we as a collective group should be looking at? And I'm saying we because Space Ungana is not me, it's a gathering, right? Ungana is gathering. What are some of the three things we ought to be looking at? Because last year when I went to Nigeria, my students who I met there said, but Dr. Nelson, we need help all the time. We can't have a meeting once a year. So we're trying to define the 1 or 2 things we actually want to work on together in the course of the year. So when we meet again next year, we can say, well, we met last year, these 3 things came up as important, and therefore, we want to do a project or an exercise or a pilot or a test case or something to see how we might improve the way we work collectively. All of what we do is tied towards ensuring that we do the best we can to make AU 2063 a reality. So I'd love to hear from each of you. What are 2 or 3 things you think we ought to be thinking about doing based on the challenges you're facing or the challenges that you see others in your immediate network facing that we should be thinking about working on collectively in partnership?
So let me begin because I need to leave in about 3 minutes. So you said three things. So for me, it is more of a value chain. So you need to have access to the data. The data needs to be available. You need to have access to that data. Then at the end, you need to be able to use the data. So availability, access, and use. By the way, availability doesn't automatically mean access. The data could be available somewhere, but it may not be accessible.
Right.
So that is really very important. And then, okay, yes, but if accessible, is it useful on the ground level? So, so it is not investing in one thing. It is investing in the value chain from generating the information, which is satellite data, and then having access to that information. How can you, but though, yes, you can come up with new satellites, but there are already so many satellites in orbit. There is already so many data being generated. How do we access those data? I mean, yes, there are so many of them commercial. There are so many satellite, like I said, environmental, meteorological, all those kind of things. So for me, it will be good. How can we help Africa? How can we help developing countries to have access to that data? Number one.
Data, yeah.
Number two, now, yes, having a data by itself doesn't mean anything. People need to understand and use that data. So it is capacity of engineers, capacity of programmers, AI experts. You need a lot of people now, a lot of capacity to access and convert that data into information.
Meaningful. Yes, meaningful information. Yes.
At the end, then, okay, what about on the ground? So you need also capacity on the ground so that people on the ground who don't care about satellite, they just care. A farmer doesn't care about satellite, but he will not want to know what next week, next month, next season. Then how can we translate whatever information we have into some actionable? People say it's not about data, it's about the decision it informs. So invest in those three areas: use, access, but also availability. It is wide, I know it's more general, but that is the way I look at it.
Thank you so much for that. Dr. Mensah? You could unmute.
Having gone through the training in Cote d'Ivoire with our student, I realized that where we want to build a capacity, the only thing we need is to have an engineering school. Okay. Yes, the only thing we need is to have an engineering school because you have everything you need to build capacity there. In our case, we open the training to other universities who are not engineering oriented, but it was a catastrophe, But for Future Forum, to try to help African or Caribbean capacity building, we have to try to get all the technical universities and try to provide some kind of funding to them, because I've been watching capacity building in Africa for years now. It's not moving much. And we need more incentive, more determination for organizations such as Future Forum to provide some kind of training during maybe every 2 years, like CANSAT or CubeSat, that will help a lot. And funding is very important. I don't know how we are going to attract funding. We tried several times with the AFCON site. We were not able to get funding so far. And when we got the money, everything is possible. Thank you.
Well, here's the thing. I always like to jump in when people say when they get the money, everything is possible. Because we are knowing that we're rewriting the script on Africa. Africa is a rich continent. And so we're not going to start thinking about funding anymore. We're going to start thinking about how do we unlock the riches of
Monetize.
monetize what Africa already has. Africa
Yeah.
has too many, what do you call it, strategic minerals, critical
Mm-hmm.
this, for us to keep on singing the same song as we say in Jamaica, especially when the demise of USAID. And maybe it's a good thing that USAID was taken away from us, because now we have to wake up and smell the coffee ourselves. So we have to rewrite the rules to ensure that we're not going forward into the 21st century and creating a 2063 AU based on this false narrative that we are coming to ask for money, which is
For funding.
your money. So I think what we need to
Correct.
do is probably do a better job of identifying those innovative entrepreneurs who actually have ideas, but they're locked out of the status quo system. So what I would like us to think about instead is how do we create innovation hubs that bring together like-minded people? Because Space in Ghana brings together like-minded people. People who think I'm crazy don't come, right? And sometimes I say, but there's so few of us. And I said, no, but remember Jesus and the disciples. I was comparing to somebody one day and said, Dr. Claire, Jesus only had 12 disciples. I said, oh my God, you're right. Let me not worry about numbers. Let me worry about impact, right? So I no longer worry if there are 100 people on my platform, because that's not the purpose. It's not a show. It's a gathering of like-minded people who want to do something. And so what we have to think about is, as we say, for example, in your case, we want to have training for university students. One of the things I want support from you on the continent help with, as I now begin a new phase of Futures Forum in the US. In May of this year, there was a gentleman from, I think, Cameroon that launched some new thing where he's going to try and get Africans in the county next to mine to do more for Africa. Now, let me say, that county next to mine where I live is supposed to have the highest density of wealthy Africans in the diaspora, right? I'm sure they're doing things, but they may be doing things like sending home book bags and those kind of things. We want to kind of upgrade that kind of thinking. So when I heard about the event, they didn't invite me, but I kind of told my friend to tell them that they had to invite me. So they invited me eventually. And when I got there, I made sure to make me speak last, right? So I could hear what everybody said. And then I just took everything piece by piece and say, you cannot do anything you say if, number one, we don't organize here in the county. I don't live here, but I visit. Two, I promise that you don't have to pay me to do this. But I promise if you call a meeting, I'm going to come and use my 30 years of development practice experience at one of the major institutions in Washington, D.C. to run a workshop that when you leave, you're going to have a blueprint to make an impact in Africa that you won't believe. And it's not going to be just sending home book bags to your primary school. I'm not saying don't send book bags to your primary school. But when I send a tablet in the book bag, but it can't make sense to send a tablet in the book bag if we don't have one of the computer companies in the US training the university they went to that's nearest to their village, that the primary school they went to teach the teachers how to support the kids with the tablets. And how are you getting the kids the tablets if the teacher don't have a tablet themselves? So there is a process that we have to go through to put our little 2 cents together, because you can't tell me when I see some of these clothes that these women wear and the cost of their hair that they cannot, right, pay for a tablet for a child in their primary school. So for me, I don't use the word lack of funding too much. I'm not saying we don't need more money, but I'm saying that we can do a lot more with what we have at hand to solve the problem that you have, Dr. Mensah. Your problem is not a $5 million problem. Your problem is a $500 problem. And if people spend that much on coach bag and coach shoes and coach hair, we should be able to get that money from the people, certainly over here, that are supporting things back home. So I just have to put that out there, because I don't want us to keep on using the Sankey about. When we get that started, trust me, a way will be made for us to
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with Dr. Nelson. I think once we get the ball rolling, we will start suddenly seeing things and persons and financing showing up, because ultimately, from my very limited experience in the last 3, 4 years working with Dr. Nelson, it has become emphatically clear that this is a by Dr. Dinku. We appreciate everything. It's become very, very clear that it is a public-private partnership, not the PPP model, but the understanding that the private sector, which what Dr. Nelson is trying to say, we have to augment them from the spaces that we know they exist. We have to have arrangements with all the technical institutions, the academic institutions, so we can start building that capacity. Because what a university, so instead of establishing like an engineering school, we should have like an incubation unit and innovation hub, as Dr. Nelson suggested, where we could be more collaborative, because the private sector, as Dr. Nelson identified, they have a lot of ideas and they also have a lot of money. Because when you start looking at financing, climate financing, one of the things that allows for that is public digital infrastructure that supports that type of thing. So if we're building out these innovation hubs or think tanks, it is to correlate the knowledge pool so we get the best to move forward. Because it's no longer going to be the Caribbean doing a space thing or Africa doing a space thing. It has to be a partnership, because what we experience in the Caribbean and what you guys experience in Africa can actually assist us and open our eyes to things, because we have a knowledge pool gap in terms of scientists and so forth in these different areas. So it would be really great if more discussions could be had on engaging public and private sector in terms of having a framework, because it's going to be evolving as the space economy evolves. These types of partnerships will evolve. But at a foundational level, if we don't have the academic institutions together and we don't have the direction, and Dr. Dinku said something so important in the beginning. He said, you start off with the question, what do we want this data for? And every developing nation will have something different. But we all are faced with the same challenges of meeting the 17 sustainable goals, ensuring that we preserve the blue economy, all these things. So it'd be something to consider, more like a working partnership between Africa and the Caribbean, if I have to put it so broadly.
Yes, thank you so much. If I could ask Dr. Ernest to turn his camera on so I can move him over. We're going to go straight into the disaster risk conversation. Our moderator is joining us in a few minutes. Dr. Taye Ernest, could you turn on your camera so I can move it to the screen, please?
Because, and on that note, I have to run to another meeting. Thank you, everyone.
So
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. Dr. Ernest, if you can turn on your thing, we're going to go straight into disaster risk monitoring, because we think the Caribbean is the only region, because of the hurricanes, which are very obvious. But what is also important is the we're not seeing your camera. Something is wrong with your camera, Dr. Ernest. If you could maybe see what's going on there. We're not seeing you. We're seeing a black box. But I read somewhere that when you see that flooding that happens along the west coast of Africa, right? I think there's one country a couple years ago that was like under flood for weeks. It was really bad. So this idea of climate change and disaster risk management is critical, not just for Caribbean small islands and African islands that have, experienced typhoons and hurricanes and those things, but also for coastal zone or plains that are flooded. We have flooding also in the plains in Kenya, northern Kenya. You remember, Dr. Stanley, you remember, I think a couple of years ago, there was some flooding and some frosts up in the desert region in Kenya, and the people's livestock froze and died. I'm like, well, didn't people know that there's going to be a frost to tell them to bring them closer? even if some had died, all of them wouldn't have died, because if they were standing closer together, if you had brought them to huddle close together and packed them in tightly, maybe the ones on the edge would have frozen, but you could have a system where a shepherd would have gone out and moved the animals around, so they would not have finger. I'm going to ask our people coming on for disaster to start their videos. I see Miss Cassie Rupnarin, if you could start your video, Mr. Kumbirai Matingo, to start your video. I'm going to bring you on stage, and we're going to have a really rich conversation. Dr. Stanley, I'm not sure if you do any work in the area of disaster, but you're free to ask questions as part of the conversation. Lakita is here. She's going to be our moderator. I'm promoting you to panelists. Please accept the promotion so that we can have you join us and you can get started. So let me go ahead and introduce them a little bit. Turn on your camera, please, Lakita. We had a really rich discussion on the climate monitoring, and it goes straight into disaster because many of our disasters are climate-based. Lakita George is here as the Moon Village Association representative for Trinidad and Tobago. I'm going to ask her to unmute and just briefly introduce our Ernest. I think his camera isn't working. Something is wrong with his camera, but he's here. We've introduced them, and let's get our conversation started. It's going to be very exciting hearing what you have to say about this issue. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Elson. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Space Ungana Space Futures Forum discussion under the theme of International Moon Day, One Moon, One Vision, One Future. Today's discussion focuses on space for the SDGs, and our session in particular focuses on disaster risk reduction, as Dr. Nelson would have previously mentioned. And as she also mentioned, I am Lakita George, and I am the National Coordinator for Trinidad and Tobago at Moon Village Association. Turning to our speakers, on our panel today, we are joined by Mr.
Are you hearing her? Are you hearing her? Okay, because she's breaking up slightly for me. Okay, as long as you are hearing her, go ahead.
I am audible. Yes?
You were breaking up for me, but if they're hearing you, that's okay. Let me bring Dr. Farrell in.
So I will
He was just able to join us. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, so on our panel today, we are joined by Mr. Kumbi Rai Matingo from Zimbabwe. He is a GIS consultant and spatial developer at GeoConnect. His expertise lies at the intersection of geospatial technology, humanitarian action, global health, and sustainable development. We also have Ms. Cassie Rupnarin from the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency. She specializes in the application of GIS to address disaster management. And finally, Dr. Ernest Tay Matei from Ghana. He is co-founder of All Nations University Space Science and Technology Laboratory and lead organizer of Space on Ghana and International Moon Day Ghana. He launched Ghana's first satellite and is now using virtual reality to educate the youth in Ghana in science, technology, engineering, and math. So thank you very much for joining us today. Today's session will explore how...
let me just jump in. I'm so sorry. Dr. Ernest seemed to have dropped off. He'll probably pop back in. It's more of a technical difficulty. Dr. David Farrell has joined us. He should have been on the previous channel, but he couldn't get in. So I just asked him to sit in on this. And let me just introduce Dr. David Farrell, who is the director of the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology. So he would have spoken on the climate monitoring, and I'm glad he's here because he can get to meet Dr. Stanley, who is in Kenya, who's doing work similar to what he's doing. But anyway, at some point they'll have a chance to chat. And I'm gonna go back into my room and they can continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So today's session will explore how space-based ecosystems transform satellite imagery and environmental data into actionable intelligence that protects lives. We will examine how governments, regional organizations, researchers, and communities can work together to build integrated disaster risk management systems powered by space technologies. So as we proceed, the guiding question that we have for today's discussion, there are two of them. The first, how can emerging space nations leverage satellite technologies, Earth observation, GIS, and climate intelligence to build more effective disaster risk management systems that save lives, protect livelihoods, and strengthen national resilience? And secondly, what partnerships, policies, and investments are needed to accelerate these capabilities? So the floor is now yours. We can start with Mr. Matingo. Would you like to tackle the first question?
Okay, yes, I think I can start. Apologies in advance. I think I have the flu, so I might be pausing from time to time. But yeah, once again, so thank you and good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on where you are like around the world. So my name is Kumbirai, as has been like already introduced, and it's such a great pleasure to also be being amongst like such a great panel like for this interesting discussion. So maybe just to begin with, for my talk like today, so there is an African saying that says like the best time to prepare for the rainy season is gather. Is exactly that. So it is not simply about responding when disasters strike, but it is about more of like anticipating like the risk and basically, you know, lives and livelihoods of the people that we work for or people like that we work with are affected, right? So basically, like today's satellites are giving humanity something which previous generations could not be able like to provide, right? So this is the ability to observe each and every corner of our platform, or rather like of our Earth and our planet, like so continuously and objectively, like at a scale such that each and every day we get to acquire and collect information, whether be it about the rainfall, about the vegetation, about the soil moisture, about land temperature, about the water bodies, you know, like all the data that then is then used as variables whenever we want to predict any disaster situation, or maybe when we want to mitigate like all this disaster, right? But the bigger challenge like that we have today is that like it's no longer whether like the bigger challenge is no longer whether the data exists or not, but the real challenge now is us being able to transform that data into decisions, because like it's not satellites that save like it's not satellites that save the lives of people, but it's the decisions that we make you know, like from those satellites that are able or rather like that allow us to be like the lives of people that we work with, right? So I'll speak in relation to Africa. So across Africa, there are various climate-related disasters, or rather like that are becoming frequent and more complex in each and every part of the region. You know, like particularly maybe like in the global south of of our planet, right? So we have floods that are becoming severe. We have droughts that are lasting forever. We have wildfires that are expanding. We have cyclones almost each and every month, and all these are threatening, like you know, like our vulnerable communities. But yet, these hazards, like they leave signals that satellites like that we use, which are already in space, can actually be able to detect before these disasters come and affect like these communities. So, like I believe that this is where Earth observation, GIS, remote sensing, and climate intelligence, you know, like all the geospatial analytics, they become indispensable, whereby they can actually help us to answer some critical questions. Like, for example, where are the most vulnerable communities? If a flood like is to okay, like if a flood is to occur in this country, where is the most vulnerable communities, right? And which rivers are approaching like their flooding level, such that we know which communities need to be evacuated and where after the evacuation process we can then place them, right? And even we also have like some questions such like we also have some questions such as which agricultural areas are under drought stress and where is the land degradation increasing disaster risk, or rather which populations require immediate interventions. So these are not just maps like that we create like on a day-to-day basis, but they are decision support systems which are also helping like the governments as well as the communities that also rely on all this information that is converted from the data that we normally get from this satellite, right? So I think I'll take a bit of a shift and try to speak to my own work and then also link it to the theme of the day, right? So like over the years, I've also witnessed how, like spatial intelligence has transformed planning, whether be it in public health programs, environmental monitoring, disease surveillance, or humanitarian interventions. So there's one lesson that I've always taken from all the work that I've done is that location basically changes everything, right? So when we want to understand, we ask where the problems are occurring, right? And then begin to understand why these problems are occurring. And once we understand, we can then begin to conceptualize ideas on how we can prevent these programs, or rather like these problems, right? So during my research, I think sometime last year when I was completing my master's thesis, I was doing a research on like malaria risk prediction, whereby we integrated observation variables such as rainfall, vegetation, temperature, and all those other like environmental variables, such that we can try to predict areas where higher risk of disease transmission are currently in, because malaria is a high burden issue here currently, like where I'm from, which is Zimbabwe. Right. So the same philosophy applies to disaster management, right? Like that disasters really occur at random, but in each and every data set that you look at, there's a pattern that exists in that data. And all those environmental factors that we live in, all those conditions that you might take to be normal, they actually contribute towards that disaster from happening. So there is like a spatial relationship that already exists in all the data information that we collect. So when we do combine all these factors and then we combine satellite observations with the local knowledge of the communities that we serve, right, and the ground data that we obviously also capture to confirm what we have seen, we can actually be able to move from a reactive response to a proactive like preparedness when it comes to disaster, right? But however, you might notice that like technology alone is basically like not enough. So one of the other lessons that I've also learned is that resilience is built through partnerships, right? So no single organization possesses all the data, and no single government possesses all the expertise and all the manpower like that is needed. And no single satellite obviously also provides every answer. But we also should try and strive to build resilient communities whereby we collaborate between governments, academia, humanitarian organizations, even the private sector and local communities, such that all the partners are involved, right? So there are some various programs that I might speak of which are already existing in Africa, such as the Digital Earth Africa platforms, which are transforming lives, right, by providing open analysis ready, like Earth observation data for decision making, which can be used by academia, can also be used by governments, even private players are now beginning to use such data sets, right? So these platforms then allow us to lower the barriers for countries to be able to use satellite information for climate action, agriculture, and water management, and even for disaster management, right? So this open data creates opportunities whereby open science that is used from the data then creates the innovation, and then the shared knowledge now creates the resilience, right? So now trying to look ahead, I believe that three investments will essentially determine our collective success when it comes to disaster risk reduction. So the first one is by investing in data infrastructure that ensures that countries have timely, open, and interoperable access to Earth observation and geospatial information. And then the second investment that I would propose is that we also invest in the human capital that is then going to use the infrastructure that we have invested in already. Because the technology will only act if someone is able to actually be also able to use that technology and interpret what is being shown by that technology. And then the third and most last is that we need also to strengthen our our partnerships by recognizing that disasters do not respect national borders. Regional collaboration across Africa and the Caribbean and other emerging space nations is basically essential if you are to build any I think in conclusion, I'll just say the future of disaster reduction will not be built by satellite alone, but it will be built through intelligent combination of science, technology, policy, partnerships, and empowered communities. And then when we bring all these together, we then transform the data into action, the action into resilience, and the resilience into sustainable development. I think, yeah, that will be all for now. Yeah, thank you very much again.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's then go on to Ms. Rupnarai. And please remember that you can put your questions in the chat. And once our presenters are finished, we will answer them. Okay, thank you. Ms. Rupnarai.
Hi, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Just confirming that you can hear me clearly.
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Just a special thanks to Space Uganda for inviting SEDIMA to participate in this discussion. I'm pleased to represent SEDIMA, which is the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency. We are a regional intergovernmental agency that is responsible for coordinating disaster risk management across 20 participating states. Just to give a little background, so we work directly with national disaster offices as well as regional institutions and international partners to strengthen disaster preparedness, as well as to coordinate regional response and to support recovery efforts. So it's a pleasure to have joined this panel and to discuss how space technologies are strengthening disaster preparedness as well as emergency response. I'll give a little context from a Caribbean perspective before going into the guided questions, just so we have an understanding of what SEDIMA experience has been like using satellite imagery, as well as my personal experience. So from a Caribbean disaster risk management perspective, we acknowledge that satellites are not simply just looking at hazards from space, but it serves as a decision-making tool, essentially. So they allow us to understand where hazards are developing, which is what Kumi Birai would have alluded towards as well. So where hazards are developing, who or what may be affected, as in terms of the population or critical infrastructure, as well as what resources can be prioritized before, during, and after an emergency, which is very important and critical in this field of work, so that we lend towards reducing the loss of lives and protecting livelihoods. So for small island developing states, these capabilities are particularly important because of the fact that we are highly exposed to hurricanes, floods, landslides, volcanic activity, earthquakes, as well as several different coastal hazards. So many of our countries also have limited technical and financial resources, and this makes timely and reliable information that we receive from satellites something that is essential for effective decision making. One of the greatest contributions of satellite technology that I've seen over the past 8+ years that I've been in the disaster management field is the ability to strengthen specifically preparedness and early warning. So Earth observation allows us to monitor weather systems and other different indicators. We have Dr. Farrell on the line, and CIMH has done incredible work in terms of research and training for the Caribbean using satellite products. And when you have this at a regional scale combined with the national monitoring systems and local observations, these products help countries to anticipate those hazards and prepare accordingly. We have seen at SEDIMA through different disaster responses and satellite, how satellite imagery, can provide a rapid overview of the affected areas, particularly where access has become limited, And we have also used it to support different activities such as supporting flood mapping, damage assessments, monitoring transportation routes, and more so specifically the identification of potentially affected populations as well as affected populations and critical infrastructure. And when we integrate this with national geospatial data sets, the satellite imagery becomes significantly more useful and more valuable and allows us to move beyond simply identifying where the hazard has occurred to understanding who may be affected and what resources are required for the response. So just to give an example, within the Caribbean, we have seen practical value of these capabilities during recent emergencies. So during Hurricane Melissa, we would have activated the Copernicus Emergency Management Service as well as the International Charter for Space and Major Disasters. And this was activated to produce rapid mapping information to support the regional common operating picture, to support situational reports, damage assessments, and just overall guide the decision-making processes of the regional response mechanism. Similarly, there's the case for the Tobago oil spill, which happened in 2024. The charter was also activated for this response, and it provided satellite imagery and derived products that supported monitoring the oil spill, but also to assess the extent of the affected coastal areas and to support with informing operational planning throughout the response. These products were significantly used by the agencies that were monitoring the oil spill and were part of that response. And these two experiences demonstrate that international satellite mechanisms are not simply technical resources. They have operational capabilities that provide timely information when countries need it most. At SEDIMA specifically, these experiences have also reinforced the importance of preparedness before the disaster occurs. So it's not just enough to know that these mechanisms exist. We believe that the countries must understand how to activate them, who is authorized to make requests, how to interpret the products that they receive, and also how to integrate these products into their national and regional decision-making processes. So we have been working with satellite agencies and different partners over the past year to improve this and to have better understanding of the products, to have more sensitization, trainings, and capacity building in order to improve the overall understanding of what the products could do for the Caribbean, essentially. And something that I want to note before closing is that it's equally important to maintain baseline geospatial data sets to support these products. So satellite imagery becomes significantly more powerful when combined with those validated national data sets, because it allows decision makers or responders to understand not just where the impacts are happening, but who or what may be affected by these hazards. And just in closing, what we have experienced in the Caribbean ultimately is that satellite technology saves lives, not because the tool exists, but because of what they provide, which is timely and reliable information that supports informed decision making. And the greatest value lies in how effectively they are integrated within the national disaster risk management systems and combined with local knowledge, and how it is supported by strong institutional partnerships. So thank you, and I hand over back to you, Ms. George.
Thank you very much, Right. Okay, we Dr. Nelson, is Dr. Farrell here or Dr. Ernest T. Matee?
I think you might have dropped off. platform by accident.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Okay, thank you. I was asking whether Dr. Farrell is on right now or Dr. Tame.
He's on, yes.
Hi, this is David Farrell. Hi, how are you?
Hi, we're fine, thank you. Thank you for joining us. I know that you were in a previous engagement, so would you like me to repeat the question, or are you
Sure,
familiar?
you can repeat the question.
Certainly. So the question for today's discussion centers on how can emerging space nations leverage satellite technologies, Earth observation, GIS, and climate intelligence to build more effective disaster risk management systems that save lives, protect livelihoods, and strengthen national resilience? And the second question, what partnerships, policies, and investments are needed to accelerate these capabilities?
Okay. Okay, so I'll start with the first question. I look at disaster management as really a system of systems problem. So you have multiple systems interacting at multiple time scales over a space. And the challenge is to understand how each system interacts with the other systems. And you need that to be able to make a decision as to really, well, to formulate what the decision is going to be based on the impacts to different people within the system. And so that requires observation data, certainly. It requires remotely sensed data. It requires in situ data. It requires GIS systems that combine natural systems and the responses of natural systems with man-made systems to be able to make a decision that saves lives and property, and at the end of the day, really saves economies from significant loss. And so the challenge really is how do you actually build these types of system calculation engines, if you want to call it that, to really help guide you into making the right decisions. Certainly, if you have a natural system and the natural system is perturbed by climate, the outcome from that natural system will vary with the type of climate perturbation that you have. And so we've seen this in the Caribbean time and time again. For example, we saw situations with significant landslides, and part of that was triggered by the fact that you were in a drought situation, and then you had a significant rainfall effect. And then you had, on top of that, because you were in a drought, you had reduced foliage, and so that triggers landslides. And so these create these types of complex problems that one has to have up-to-date information on to make the best decision possible. And so you need certainly the observation data that becomes critical in terms of making a decision. And we've seen these types of systems calculations in other industries. So this isn't a unique problem in a sense. It's how we learn from other types of or other industries and how to build them. The second part really is about the ability to simulate systems. And so based on observations, we should be able to build the simulation engines that we require that allow you to do certain types of complex data fusion that you may need to do. And I think that's one of the areas where we tend to be weak in, is trying to build these types of integration engines. Because in one case, the way that we're trained is that we're trained to be something. And so we go off and we become a civil engineer, or we go off and become a medical doctor, or we go off and become whatever it is we become. And so we are very good in a particular area. but we can't see across areas, and that's the biggest, one of the biggest challenges, I think, is that while we're overcoming this, we've started off from a silo, and then through experience, etc., we start to learn to work together and to integrate. But still, at the core part of this is really the education system that teaches us to be pigeonholed into something. And I think one of the challenges in the disaster management community is how do you overcome this type of thinking and move towards more integrative thinking and learning. And I think that's because if you're going to start to build simulation engines, then you have to start thinking along this pathway of really having people who understand a broad range of things and can think across disciplines. So I think that's one of the big challenges that we have, because at the end of the day, I think if I speak for SEDIMA, the issue is really multi-hazard cascading systems. And how do you actually capture the cascade? Because the cascade can vary from one thing to another depending on your starting point. And so I think that becomes significant. The third thing is then once you can do all of this, how do you turn it into a decision that people can really come to terms with? I think that becomes it's an interesting problem if you get it right, because it becomes fairly straightforward. How do you make that decision? But in a world of incomplete information, how you make that decision, these types of risk-based frameworks become important. And I think that's really one of the challenges, really, is how to get people to think in a risk space. And I'll give you my own experience with that. Years ago, I worked in the US on a problem. And the problem was defined, it was a integrative problem across multiple disciplines and so on, that had a particular type of outcome, a licensing outcome that we had to try to resolve. And when we moved from probability-based thinking to risk-based thinking, it changed the paradigm completely. The things that were low probability that we never really paid much attention to all of a sudden became extremely important in a risk-based paradigm. And so we had to reshuffle the deck, so to say, to really get back into what is then the important decision that we have to make. And I think most of us think in a probability space. The probability is low, the probability is high. But really, when you start to think in risk, the risk becomes high, even though the probability is low. So I think that's one of the things that we need to come to terms with. In terms of partnerships, I think partnerships become important in that the partnerships allow you to expand your capacity, especially if you build the partnerships correctly. You don't necessarily want to build a partnership with a person that has exactly the same thing as you and thinks the same way that you do, because it's not really expanding the partnership, that's expanding the number of people in the partnership, but it doesn't bring new skill, etc., into the partnership. And I think the goal is really to bring new skill in through partnership. And so I think this becomes extremely important in terms of identifying partners and really knowing what it is you want to do and what the strengths of your partners are, and what you bring to the partnership, because you have to bring something to the partnership as well. Just 1 second, sorry. I hope I'm still on. Am I still on? Okay,
Yes.
sorry, someone called me. But the key is really to understand what everybody gets out of the partnership, because that sustains the partnership. And I just want to go on to just one other thing, two other things briefly. And so we talk about what are the natural disasters, or what are the disasters, I should say, facing us. And we certainly talk about landslide, flooding, and we spoke about oil spill and so on. But we also have to talk about air quality especially in light of the World Health Organization saying that poor air quality is the leading cause of premature death. And so if that is the case, air quality becomes important. How we monitor air quality in our urban areas and so on becomes extremely important, and how we simulate that information. And that's one of the things that we're working on right now at CIMH, is really digging deeper into air quality. We can simulate Sahara dust, we can do all of that. But we're now having challenges with air quality, whether that's pollution from vehicles and so on. The big challenge right now from a climate disaster lens is really this whole issue of sargassum in the region, and what do you do with sargassum? And that's a problem that's just not a Caribbean problem. That's really also to an African problem. The west coast of Africa has challenges with sargassum, and air quality isn't a Caribbean thing alone, because Sahara dust comes out of North Africa, and so there are impacts to North Africa, and there are other parts of Africa that are suffering more locally with poor air quality because of dust. And then we have drought, which becomes a real problem as well in terms of food security and so on, and water security, etc. And so these become problems that are growing. And for people in the Caribbean, Amazon outflows are becoming more and more a problem in terms of quality, and in terms of mapping change within the Amazon region, and how change within the Amazon region is going to affect marine water quality across the Caribbean. So I mean, the challenges are there, and how we're going about trying to tackle them with GIS and remote sensing is there. But there's just one final thing I want to say on this, really, is someone in the previous session talked about innovation and innovation hubs. And I certainly agree that innovation hubs are now critical in both Africa and the Caribbean. And but we need to go beyond innovation hubs. And so in Barbados, we've been talking not just about innovation hubs, but how do you take an innovation coming out of an innovation hub and use it to generate new business? So you go to entrepreneurship hubs and training people to be entrepreneurs who are already innovators. And that is one of the challenges. And how do you do that within the disaster space, so that people are building new solutions to problems and new technologies that support disaster management? And I think that is extremely important within the university system and within the private sector. How do you move from innovation, whether that's university activity or an industry activity, and how do you transform that into a business opportunity that solves problems? And I think that becomes extremely important. And then my most final point on all of this is I'm not certain if everyone is familiar with SIWA, but that's the satellite early warning in Africa. And certainly, how do we take the outcomes of SIWA and add maybe a C onto it and call it satellite early warning in Africa and the Caribbean? Because at the end of the day, Africa and the Caribbean are linked through atmospheric processes and through ocean processes. And so how do you actually do the necessary integration to really understand how Africa and the Caribbean atmospheric systems work, or marine systems work, and so on? Because while we are mostly focused at the lower levels of the atmosphere, and the upper levels of the atmosphere, air is flowing also from the Caribbean back to Africa. And you see that when we have volcanic eruptions and so on. And you have this movement in the upper atmosphere. So I will leave it at that, and we can talk some more. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And thank you to Ms. Rupnarine and Mr. Matingo for your presentations. I know we're almost out of time. Dr. Nelson, is Dr. Matei present. Or shall we
Hello,
go to the... Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes, we
Right.
can.
What about the camera? Is it on?
Yes, we can see you as well.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Was facing some challenges previously. First of all, I want to really thank you for the very brilliant moderation, and also to Space Uganda for the invitation, and also to the previous speakers, Cassie and Dr. David. I think the points that they raised were very remarkable. I didn't get the name of the first speaker, but I really appreciate the important points that they have raised. I would like to bring to the table a practical scenario currently in Ghana concerning the topic of discussion. And Dr. Clara knows that I'm in the middle of space and satellite activities when it has to do with Ghana. Just a little of a news update to you. If you have not perhaps been reading the news as it has to do with Africa, there's an headline which says that 7,700 households displaced in the capital of Ghana. 7,700 households displaced in the capital of Ghana. And that is Accra. And this happened just last month, sorry. Now, you may have heard of Accra. Let me give a little geographic description of Accra for you to appreciate the issue. Accra lies between a ridge, right, a collection of mountains and the Atlantic Ocean, which is a very low-lying area. And you have 4 main rivers running from the ridge, from the mountains, joining the Atlantic Oceans through Accra. Now, the rivers were there before the city came, all right? But when Accra or that area was declared to be the capital of Ghana, it saw rapid development. And the measures of development was to build on some of the passage regions of the rivers. And year after year, as the development escalated, now we have some of the passageways for the water entirely blocked. So now when we are in the rainy season, and because Accra is a low-lying area, you have all this water coming from the ridge, from the mountains, which has to go through Accra to join the Atlantic Ocean, flooding the whole city of Accra. I believe I've gotten you to appreciate the problem that we have currently in Ghana. And this was a headline, 7,700 households displaced. And we even had the government declaring that it's not safe for people to go to work because everywhere was flooded. Now, as an engineer in the space industry, and having been the one of the engineers who developed Ghana's first satellite to space, and having I've had 2 meetings with the presidents, I mean, the previous government and also this current government. I've been to the president's office with my team to have a discussion. And so on that premises, I would like for us on the call to appreciate what the main problem is. There is a way that we, the enthusiasts, there's a way we think it should go, but practically there is a way that causes the limitation when it has to do with politics and implementing what we, the enthusiasts, may want it to be. So first of all, after the flood this year, which happens every year, in 2015 was one of the worst, where we had 150 people dying because the flood mixed up with a gas station, a fuel station, a gas station, and there was an explosion. So 150 people perished because of that. Now, after the floods last month, the first thing that happened was the president wanted to know how much damage has been caused. So he flew an aircraft, a helicopter, over Ghana, over Accra, to assess the damage. Now, he's doing damage assessment with an helicopter, something that could have been done with a satellite. And that he did it only one day, but the flooding extended beyond Accra to the western part of the country. But he didn't fly to the western part. He only flew around his premises, all right, and to measure the level of damage. Now, when we sat with the president about a year ago, we told the president that we're developing a project. I will end in just some few seconds. We're developing a project which should reduce the risk of flooding in Ghana. Political interest always comes to the forefront. Political interest always comes to the forefront, which frustrates the ambitions of the space enthusiast. Now, to end, there were a few funny comments which came when the flood made this damage just last month. And I believe those are the things that stir up the political inclination to solving problems in Africa here. And I'm in Africa, I'm in Ghana, all right? So I want you to appreciate the dynamics of this. The opposing party, all right, made a claim that in their time in government, there were no floods. But for this government, there have been floods. And so they were pointing the left finger to this government. Now, this government only have 4 years to be in government, and their term is ending in 2 years' time. They are unwilling to release any huge amount of money for mitigation. 2, they are unwilling to invest into satellites, which the development may supersede their time in office so that it will be credited to the next government. They are unwilling to do that. And the last thing I will say, I have followed the news. The kind of mitigation they are doing now is not data driven, because they are just going to the site and bringing people's building down. So they just come to you, your building is on the waterway, they just bring it down. Until now, we have not seen any particular GIS information, like a map data, that is showing that these places are most vulnerable, and that is why those houses need to be brought down. But then the political interest has gone ahead of everything. And so for what I am doing currently, the project that we are taking on is to use some GIS data to do vulnerability mapping for the country. And with that, I think that our voice will be louder to the politicians. And we are trying to use space data to prove that satellites could have been used to either do pre-flood management, in-flood management, and post-flood management, which the president himself flew an helicopter to do some assessments, but that could have been done with a satellite. So that's the work that we are currently doing. We are trying to use space data to do some vulnerability mapping of Accra. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mate, for the insightful points that you've raised, and to all our speakers for your presentations. I know we're running a bit over time, so
Yes,
we will.
yes, we
Yes.
are. But I'm just gonna say we have one of our our speakers for our next session, which is Blue Economy, isn't here at this moment, and we had a really rich Blue Economy this earlier. So we can go a little bit over until we see somebody come, then we can shut down, right? Because 3 of the people who work for Blue Economy came early and said they wanted to go early. So we let them go because nobody is just there. But I think, Dr. Ernest, first of all, thank you so much for exposing your frustration and being vulnerable on this platform. Because sometimes we have to parse our words very carefully because of who we are and what organizations we work in. And we're not always able to speak freely, but as someone at a university, it's a private university, you have a little bit more leeway. And let me just say that they are at All Nations University, their Space Research Institute, and they were hosts when we were in Ghana for the conference in 2024. So when I say that we don't have to have huge, big funding like we have NASA has to do something in the Caribbean region, I say that on basis of knowledge and experience. And Dr. Ernest is already one of the people who is available to be part of our advisory team when we get started with actually doing our work in the region. But I want to say something about us who are in civil society or in research institutions that have to run upon the real challenges of the political framework, right? 2 of our speakers here are in Caribbean organizations, which are semi-governmental or intergovernmental to some extent. So they are research institutions that have to do work, but they're also functional cooperation agencies. They're technical. So they, to some extent, have to be mindful of the governments that they are subject to. But because they're functional agencies, they get a little more freedom than probably, let's say, a minister would get. And I would love to hear from SEDIMA in particular, that has a very skeleton staff, because that is how the staff of any satellite network that we put together as Caribbean people will have to operate. It's not going to be a big agency with a big bunch of people doing what. No, we have the talent in universities and colleges, in other functional corporations. So our satellite project, as we have devised it and designed it, really will be pulling staff from those places to work collectively on a platform to get the work done. So every agency will be learning something relevant to what they need, and also designing the payload or the project design based on what they need. But I'd love to hear from Cassie Rootnarine from SEDIMA, how, when you have a disaster, right, in the Caribbean, how do you unlock the team? Because maybe Ernest might find ways, once he does his map as a university, maybe he can create a, let's call it a pseudo functional cooperation agency with the universities in different states in his country to kind of operate as if they were, because sometimes you have to kind of fake it till you can actually make it, because you can't wait until the political thing happens. Ghana has a network of private colleges and universities that may have a little bit more freedom to do some things. And so I want you to talk about how you use the distributed human resources to make SEDIMA function to protect a wide disparate group of island and country nations across the Caribbean Sea.
Thanks for that, Dr. Nelson. That's a great question, actually. One of our greatest strengths at SEDIMA is the partnerships that we have with the different agencies. So SEDIMA doesn't rely solely on the staff of our coordinating unit. It gets its strength from our regional response mechanism, and this is this has something called our CDPG, which is our Caribbean Development Partner Group, and it consists of different UN agencies, NGOs, technical institutions across the Caribbean and the region that support with the response. So we work together with them and these specialized and technical teams to provide support to the different countries. So when a disaster overwhelms or is likely to overwhelm the capacity of the affected state, CDIMA coordinates with those national disaster offices to identify what are the priority needs and determine what regional assistance is required from a multi-sectoral approach. So based on those needs, the agency can then mobilize these trained personnel, and the support could range from rapid needs assessment or logistical support or information management support. And the approach really allows CDIMA to expand its operational capacity during emergencies without maintaining a large permanent response workforce. And I think that is something that is key in something like this where there's limited capacity within agencies.
Thank you for that. That's kind of how I see a space community developing in the Caribbean region. But I wanted to put it on the table for Ernest to look at it from an African perspective, certainly from a Ghana perspective, given he's particularly frustrated. And we don't want people to be leaving here feeling that they were not heard. I think that one of the things that we're doing now in the US as a Caribbean diaspora is because of the reduction of support from the federal government, we're now developing a state-by-state approach. So we're able to get a signing of agreement with the Massachusetts government to do a direct economic partnership agreement with certain islands. And I think St. Lucia signed, I think Bahamas is about to sign, and Grenada definitely was at the meeting, but they hadn't gotten permission from the cabinet to sign. And the idea is that, okay, we can't wait on the next version of USAID, which may or may not come. If there's certain support, training or partnerships we need, let's go to those states that we think are sympathetic to the Caribbean region, and let us do that. So the idea now is to develop projects between St. Lucia and the state of Massachusetts. Now, if we think about, we need healthcare support, healthcare training support. We might need, Massachusetts has very strong ocean research institutions. Those are two of the sectors that we're already planning to do support. And this is just us as diaspora nonprofits with no money, just leveraging the access that we have, right? So I think that, Ernest, I know that it's not your responsibility and you're frustrated, but I'm thinking that maybe because your university holds a particular space in the imagination of people in Ghana, have been the first small university, no money, no brand name, but you did something that Ghana never thought was possible. I think that you may have the opportunity to become a leader in this, challenging the narrative around how people organize around disasters in the country, with the vulnerable assessment document that you're doing and work that you're doing. If you could identify some other institutions, partner institutions like yours, which can give human resources. They may not be able to give money, but they may have human resources, and they may be able to support you. And if we go to the state level, where the governor of a state who is also elected may want to make sure they are seen to be proactive, you may have a different response than a federal level, where it's not the same living with and living for relationship for the political level. As a designer, as a project designer, when I was at the IDB, I was a little bit unorthodox in my design because I always looked at the system from several spaces. So it is most development practitioners, you design a project, whether it's a satellite project, a floodplains project, and you're looking at the project strictly as, first of all, an economic and engineering project, right? And then kind of tossing the social thing after the facts and political. But to me, when you design a project, all of the elements of the project, the political element, the social element, the engineering and the technical / and other economic feasibility element need to be given its own weight depending on how important it is for you to move the agenda. So it's going to be very important for those of us in developing countries that are working to advance a space agenda in what is not a, let's say, an open, welcoming space, to really look at what I call the Smart Futures Design Framework approach to see what it is that the, quote unquote, the actors in the ecosystem that are not necessarily an asset, let's call them, say, an antagonist, right? What is it that they want? Because everybody wants something, right? And use that want, try and figure out how do you help advance their want while you're doing what you know is good for the whole. Because unfortunately, change making is somewhat art. It's not just a science. It's a little bit of an artistic endeavor. You can have to be very creative if you want to move things in a direction of which you want to move, but you don't have the titular authority. And I think the best functional change makers that are doing work, whether you're doing work in the, I think I see somebody from the next thing has come in, Dr. Said. I think he's on the next panel. Actually, no, he's also on the 11:30, so a little bit early, so we're not so. Dr. Demoa is not here. But if Dr. Said, if you want to join us on this topic or you're interested in it, please just let me know.
Yeah. Also, sorry, I can leave and come back later if you.
No, it's okay. You can stay if you would like. If you want to join us, okay. We are over time, but the person who's for the next one isn't here, and you're early. So if you'd like to say something, please feel free, because this is not that formal conversation that you can't jump in if you have to. It's just that this issue of the political environment in which we, as scientists and engineers and technical people, work, sometimes can be more of an obstruction than the engineering problem, right? And so as technical people, we've got to begin to find ways to get around it. And this is why also sometimes partnerships can also help, because sometimes you can't do a direct shift of the space. You have to ask your partner that has more flexibility to shift their space, get their head to talk to that head, and all of a sudden your space gets shifted. And it's a roundabout way, but it's also what I'm calling the social engineering or the social architecture of the problem solving that we have to do, right? Am I making sense? Anybody I understand the point I'm trying to make. I'd love to get some feedback on what I'm saying. Is this making sense, or is it not clear what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, it's very clear.
Yeah. So I wanted to say that because I heard the pain in your voice very clearly. And I know as a young leader in Ghana what it must feel like to not be heard and not be taken seriously when you see clearly the path you have to go. And so I think this vulnerability assessment is a fantastic one. We'd love to hear more about the methodology that you're using, if it's something that you designed. So can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Right. You mean concerning the vulnerability mapping?
Yes.
Right. The vulnerability map is to show graphically the very sites which are on the those are the ones that receive the spilled water, right, from where the pathway of the water is blocked, which should have joined the Atlantic Oceans. So these localities, right, they receive the spilled water, and most of the households which were displaced, right, were from these regions, these localities within Accra. However, we need, it was just a post-flood analysis. So these households were from this this locality, but it must be data-driven. And so we need GIS information to graphically explain why those localities were vulnerable. And so we are going to use a software to measure altitude variances within the different localities to justify why those localities received more of the damage. And so when we make space data in that sense relevant in that explanation, then we think that our voices will become louder in that way. So basically, we are generating a map of Accra where we are going to locate the red spots, the vulnerable places, according to the amount of rain that falls, and to provide a scientific explanation to why those regions are most vulnerable. So basically, that's what we are doing.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions, concerns, responses? We have come to the end of this session. I brought up Dr. Said because he's here, and our speaker for the next session is not here. So let me just flow into the next session. They're supposed to be talking about partnerships anyway, so it might be interesting for him to say a few words on this. But those of you who are here, Dr. Farrell, would you have any final words for this session? Dr. Tay on the disaster risk management. Ms. Cassie, do you have any final words on this session?
No, I don't have any final words. I think there was an interesting session. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cassie Rupnarin?
No final words on my end, Dr. Nelson. Thank you for the invite and the very informative session.
Yes. And we want to thank our able and Ernest. And anything you want to say in closing?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity and also meeting up with others. We can always connect on LinkedIn, Ernest Tay Mate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we have come to the end of our session on disaster risk management. I am trying to see if I can track down our remaining speaker for this session. So I don't think he's responding.
Hello, I got disconnected, sorry.
Yes, please. Okay, let's bring you back up. Thank you.
Okay.
So we're gonna go ahead and start talking to you because the person who is supposed to be coming up is saying he's got called away and not able to be in the session. And our other speakers for that session came early and had a really rich conversation and left. Let me go ahead and ask you to introduce yourself, Dr. Said. Tell us about where you're calling in from. And Dr. Lee Schwartz, I see you there. I know your session is also on the same session. If you'd like to join us, if you are actually alive behind, I'm going to text you in case you're offline but just signed in. Please let me know if you'd like to join. So Dr. Said Humayuni, where are you calling in from, please?
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Nelson, for the invitation. My name is Said Homaini. I am a full professor of environmental geomatics and remote sensing at National Institute of Scientific Research in Quebec City in Canada, the French side of Canada. We are actually a postgraduate university, and we do offer the master and PhD programs in environmental sciences, including water and earth. And we do have lots of graduate students from African countries, especially from the French countries, and they come to our institute for earning the experience and doing the research. Sometimes their topics are related to their own country, but mainly they are working on our project related to environmental remote sensing.
All right, well, thanks for that. Thanks for coming. Yes. So Dr. Schwartz says he'll be on later. He's multitasking as we all do. But I thought I'll get you started in what it is that you need to. Oh, he's All right, I'm going to bring you up since you're available. Because we can get started while rather than having you here waiting and there's nothing on camera anyway. That doesn't make sense. So I'd love to hear from you, Dr. Lee Schwartz, about your work. I think you're in the Geographical Association.
Right. Yeah, I've just become the CEO of the American Geographical Society. But I think the main contribution I'll have for this forum will be my work, where for 20 years I was the geographer at the Department of State in the U.S.
Well, that's very interesting. I'm really happy you're both on because this issue.
And I worked very closely, obviously, with USAID on a lot of humanitarian issues and disaster response and working to get information to the UN and NGOs. So I think my focus will be more on that. And the American Geographical Society is actually having a symposium in November in New York called Geography 2050. It's an annual symposium where we look towards the future. And this is the first year we have a regional focus, and the region is Africa. So I think that's why the AGS was contacted and proposed me to speak, because the topic was, more associated with my previous work.
All right. Well, we're talking about partnerships, and so we definitely would love to hear from both of you where you think it's going. Because things are changing rapidly in the international multilateral space. I know you said you were at State and used to work with the now defunct USAID, which is a big piece of what we are trying to grapple with. What will happen in the future? How do we design things differently? And you may have heard when I said we are now, as a Caribbean diaspora person, we're able to get the state of Massachusetts to actually sign an agreement, an economic partnership agreement. Now, it's not going to be the same as, State Department. It's going to be very different looking. But at the end of the day, if we're talking about support for education, support for capacity building, support for things that make sense in terms of trade, etc., development, these are going to be some new instruments. So it's a new thing for the Caribbean region. As I said, we just in June is National Caribbean American Heritage Month, which in my other hat, so I have two hats. I have my engineering hat, which is what I'm wearing today, right? But in my other hat, I will be speaking more as a Caribbean diaspora advocacy person. And in that hat, we're able to get Massachusetts to, with some of our team members there, to agree to sign. Now, I have to tell you, we had the blessing of having somebody of Caribbean heritage, very senior in government. So they were very interested to see what this could look like. Again, we just came talking about the political will, and sometimes the political will is not there. What do you do? But when you have the will, what can you do? And so the signing with Massachusetts may not have happened if we did not have somebody of Caribbean heritage very senior in government, but we do. And so we're able to get this thing signed. Now, what we do with it is up to us as civil society, as universities, because we want to make sure, even though it's a government-to-government agreement, we want to make sure that we are getting regular people involved. And so I'm saying this to you, certainly, Dr. Lee, as somebody who is in America and doing this conference. I know you're focused on Africa, and we can talk about that obviously and see how we get African diaspora engaged. There's just huge numbers of them here in the US. Certainly we as Space in Ghana can help with that. But I want to hear from each of you now from your perspective. Let's start with Dr. Said. Over the years, from the point of view of international partnerships, there's what I call the government level, and then there's the philanthropic partnership research level. Where are you positioned as an organization? Are you coming at it mostly with funds from philanthropic organizations, or is your funding coming from the Canadian government? How is that working?
Actually, here in Canada, we have several international programs, especially for helping the other countries for the climate change applications and problematic. For example, last year we did a very big project with Madagascar, and the funding comes from the Quebec government international program on climate change. And the objective was to help the local community to have access to clean water and to characterize the state and the condition of drinking water after the flooding phenomena. And we went there, we organized a couple of workshops, learned the young people to use how to use the Earth observation via the open access and cloud computing technologies. Visited several sites, and that was a very good example. And the project was a real example of international collaboration. And then we brought a couple of PhD students and master students here for the internship, because we have some other programs for short period, 4 months internship, and we pay quite well amount of internship for them to cover their basic living costs. So we have these programs, and also with other countries like Latin America, we have similar programs. So I went to Mexico for the drought monitoring in desert. Also, we work with as I mentioned, we are a very French institution, so we work a lot with North African countries like Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria. But the problem there is maybe not the same here in Canada, because Canada we have lots of water, but again the temporal drought is a kind of problem. Forest fire is a problem. Water quality is problem. But sharing this experience in terms of science and technology in Earth observation and artificial intelligence with those young people from Africa, I think that is very opportune to help them to use these technologies. And as you know, I have a slide, but apparently I can't share it. It is in my cloud computing, remote sensing, and Earth observation, and I talk about 4 revolution in the Earth observation domain: open data, open programming, open technology software, AI and machine learning, and cloud computing. And I have added also a new component as quantum computing. So all these technologies are available for the young researcher and young professionals. So we need to provide them the facilities and infrastructure to learn how to use these fascinated free technologies to help their country, to help their people to resolve these environmental issues and problems. And in this context, I have organized several summer school here in Canada, in Morocco, in Mexico. So the objective here was to use the resources, because I am a member of IEEE Joint Science Remote Sensing, chair of Quebec chapter, and also ISPRS. So we have organized several summer school. We offered the travel grant. Sometimes because of the visa, they couldn't come, and we provide the remote connection option to help them to participate and learn. But I'm talking about all these possibilities and experience that we can go through and share our knowledge and technology with the young people from these countries.
Yes, before we go into that, because I'm sorry, but I just have to ask this question. But I don't understand, and maybe it helped me understand, and maybe other people understand. When I hear forest fires in Canada, it just sounds like I just don't get it. So explain, because for me, when I think of forest fires, I'm thinking of California, where it's dry, it's desert. But I'm thinking the forests in Canada are green forests. They're not like dry forests. So we know what's happening on the East Coast. Can you give us a quick snapshot of that disaster that's unfolding and has been, as every year I think have this problem. What is it that's causing that?
Yeah, actually, yes, you are right. The forests are green, but the forest is very complex phenomena. It depends to the precipitation, water content in the leaves, the structure and the type of the trees, the topography, and sometimes it is a natural phenomena, but sometimes it's human-made. So it's very complex. For now, the fire that we are seeing, we are observing is partially man-made, but mostly natural-made. And this is because the soil is dry, the snow melted quickly after the spring, and this caused lots of problem. The region, the area is really far, so there is no facilities. We need to send the water bombarder several hours flying. So this is very complex situation, but all is a consequence of climate change, because the soil and the forest and the vegetation get dry and get fired quickly.
Yes, thank you so much. So to come back onto the conversation now, the direct conversation. Dr. Lee, if you could talk about what American Geography can do.
Okay, well, I think maybe a little bit more about my background would help to understand where I'm coming from.
Yes.
When I was the geographer at the Department of State, the Office of the Geographer has been around for over 100 years, and most of the work we did was on mapping over the years, and then gradually we became more interested in speaking about global issues which affect all countries and aren't specific to a region. And under my leadership when I was there, we created something called the Humanitarian Information Unit, which was a way to share information freely and unclassified and open with different partners around the world, to take the capacity of what was going on, for instance, in some defense and intelligence circles that shouldn't be classified, and put them out in a way that was digestible by NGOs, by academic partners, by the United Nations. And this was a model that we based on basically not being transactional, but being open and developing strong personal contacts and connections. And we found that that was a very effective model, because sometimes government to government relationships can get tied up in bureaucracy and based on a transactional agreement where one country provides information, another country provides information back. And given that the resources and capabilities of governments and countries aren't equivalent, that those types of relationships don't often work very well. We also found that if we were in a situation where we were providing information openly and freely, including a lot of satellite information that could be shared under certain contractual agreements, under certain licensing agreements, excuse me, that meant that when our government did need information, we had a very broad network of trusted partners that we could work with. We worked on the same philosophy with our civil-military relations, where we found often that there was a contacts with people in the field working on issues that would be most effective, that you could then work from the bottom up to get to a situation where governments are interacting more effectively. We also worked on standards. For instance, we had a program on combating wildlife crime where we had several workshops throughout various different continents, including Africa, where we got input from law enforcement, from government, from NGOs, from the United Nations organizations working on combating wildlife crime. And we found that if we developed some geographic information standards, that the crime that occurred in one country would be better tracked across borders and to seaports, for instance. And then the evidence that could be brought, if it was done, if the information was collected consistently and with standards, would hold up better in court. We also had a program that we ran called Global GDEST Africa, we called it, Global Dialogue for Emerging Science and Technology, where we tried to find out different focal points within Africa. I think we visited 9 countries over the course of 2 weeks with 2 different teams from various different US government organizations and NGOs as well, to try to find out where the focus of geospatial data existed in various different countries, because it's not always consistent, particularly if you don't have a mega space agency like they do in the United States and other organizations. Sometimes it would be in the environment ministry, sometimes it would be in the mining industry, sometimes it would be in an agriculture ministry. Sometimes it will be somebody with a cell phone working in the back of a coffee shop. And so I think increasingly we found that in Africa, where space agencies were not well developed, that the information was very much distributed, and you needed to cast a wide net in order to make sure you had data that could be coordinated. As far as my work at the American Geographical Society, I retired 2 years ago from the Department of State and was brought on to be the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of the American Geographical Society. We started a symposium 10 years ago, an annual symposium. That's our flagship event in New York City at Columbia University, that is called Geography 2050. And that is designed to look into the future on a lot of different themes, including urbanization, oceans, climate change. Last year, our theme was Geo AI, focused on artificial intelligence. And this year in November, the symposium is for the first time having a regional focus, and the focus is Africa. So it's on Africa looking to the future in November. And I can share the link with people if they want to find out more about that meeting, available to be in person as well as online.
Thank you. We've been joined by Charles M.A. Ntuzi. He's there in Europe. I'm going to ask him to introduce himself and talk about what he's doing.
Thank you so much, and apologize for joining a little bit late. I was a bit
No,
confused.
actually, you're not late. None of you are late.
Okay.
You're all early.
Okay.
Dr.
That's good to know. That's good to know.
I'm not the moderator for this session, but she's fixing her camera. But you were all here, and the session that you're supposed to be following isn't happening. So I'm like, okay, you might as well keep going, and not break the flow. All right, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Very nice to meet you all. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm Charles Emizesi, originally from Cameroon, and being part of several initiatives. Especially, I started my journey into space through NGOs. I've been part of Space Generation Advisory Council, that is a network for young, let's say, professional and space enthusiasts. I've been regional partnership manager for SGC for Africa. I contributed to plenty of other initiatives, including ISU International Space University, or let's say former International Space University, where I used to give some lecture on different topics, including sustainability-related topics. I'm currently working at SES, a global satellite telecommunication company based in Luxembourg, but operating pretty much everywhere. And I'm also currently part of IAF, especially the Committee for Emerging Space Ecosystem. And I'm chairing the Committee for Africa, and I'm dealing there with most of the topics that are linked to IAF, including the International Astronautical Congress that happen every year in different locations. So I'm very much in the center of discussion when it comes to various topics, including partnership that I will be covering today. And I'm really looking forward to elaborate a bit more. But if the session is still haven't started yet, then I will pause here for now and then take it over after. Over to you, Dr. Claire.
All right, so we have our moderator on, Dr. Nsame Jaja, who's going to help us carry this conversation on about partnerships. And so she's been listening in the background because she's also was confused, like, I'm not on this panel, I'm on at 11:30. I'm like, well, we're starting early because they're here, so everybody will get going early, and we'll finish earlier because we'll have everybody on. I'm going to see if I can track down the last person who should have been here in case they're waiting around doing nothing. All right.
Exactly. Thank you, Dr. Nelson, and thank you, illustrious panelists. I was just so looking forward to this closing session because I think it would bring together all of the conversations we've been having since the beginning of this conference. And so we welcome you again. I know Dr. Nelson has already welcomed you, but I have to give my own light welcome to you, bringing some sunshine into this space. I'm coming from Florida. Yes. So we're talking about partnerships. And a lot of the conversations so far have been around partnerships. So, what partnerships, collaborative models, and institutional investments are needed to accelerate capacity building? Because this is one of the areas that has been the focus of our discussions. To accelerate capacity building in emerging space nations and ensure that the benefits of the global space economy are shared more equitably across the world. And I'd like, is Dr. Homayuni on? Is Dr. Homayuni on? If he is not,
Yes,
then
I
I
am.
would like, is he? Oh yeah, great to see you. Welcome. So I would like you to kick off the discussion on this question. Did you hear the question?
Yes, almost, but
would you like me to repeat it?
Please, yes.
Okay, great. So the question is, what partnerships, collaborative models, and institutional investments are needed to accelerate capacity building in emerging space nations and ensure that the benefits of the global space economy are shared more equitably across the world? And I'm going to call on all three panelists to weigh in on this question, starting with Dr. Homayuni.
Yeah, thank you again, Dr. Jaya. We had a small discussion before you arriving, but I can continue based on what I mentioned, that here in Canada, we have several programs, and these programs are mainly made to help the developing and underdeveloping countries to have access to highly experience and knowledge in Earth observation, because my field is actually remote sensing and environmental Earth observation. So we have helped several countries to have the research and development programs and during this project we had the opportunities to work with the colleagues in Africa, like Madagascar, like Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, and other countries like Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire. So we help them to learn what we have developed here in terms of drought monitoring, in terms of water quality monitoring and mapping, vegetation mapping, those things. And we use the resources from Canada. And then we organized the summer schools, again, advanced technologies in soil remote sensing, in optical remote sensing, in hyperspectral, again, to use for the environmental issues and problems in Africa, for example. So we have this experience, and we, based on the willing of our universities, for example, we can develop the partnership, we can develop the co-tutor programs, we can accept the PhD master student here, and we can work with them. The topic and the subject could be related to any countries in Africa, but we can co-supervise with my colleagues and with my student, and we can train them to have access to this advanced knowledge. As I mentioned at my first part, we have access to all these free data, free technology, open technologies, and cloud computing. And it's not like 10 years ago. We have all these free available, and it is really a gift from, I don't know, from where I can say, ISKY, and that is helpful for everybody.
Excellent. Thank you so very much. And so we move on to Dr. Schwartz. Dr. Schwartz, I caught the tail end of the discussion on the Canadian wildfire and the impact and so on. I don't know if you touched on the whole business of tariffs, but I wanted to move on to how can professional scientific associations create stronger bridges between researchers, policymakers, and industry across different regions of the world? Dr. Schwartz.
Well, I think the best way that professional organizations can help develop and sustain these partnerships is by helping to encourage public-private partnerships, particularly in the current climate we have. I think the world is changing from government to government relationships in the world of high technology, and I think trying to figure out how to link public investment, private investment with government programs could be the key to the future. The American Geographical Society is an organization that's built on a triad of government, academic, and private sector participation, and I think that may be one of the keys. I think it's also important to make sure that there's not duplication. If lots of different professional agencies are all chasing the shiny objects, particularly with the proliferation of the number of satellite agencies that are emerging in Africa, it could be less efficient, a possibility for future collaboration. And that's something right now that the professional geographical societies don't really have. So that could be a new initiative in terms of at least promoting the types of investments that are needed, not only to help promote and develop, but to make sure that a lot of these programs are sustainable. We're already working, I think, with the organizations that focus on standards. There's no reason for us to interfere in those types of issues. But I think another thing that we could focus on is to think about fostering coordination among different governments that are developing space programs in terms of space policy, to make sure that there's more, cross-continental collaboration, to make sure that upstream development is linked with downstream applications. And I think perhaps to help build skills, because I think in this field, there still are skills that are very disparate and have to be better coordinated among various different agencies, groups, academic institutions, and so forth. So those are some of my initial thoughts.
Excellent response, and it ties in really beautifully to the previous conversations we had with Dr. Femi Ishola and Eldridge DeMello, where they were speaking about the opportunities for collaboration and commercialization, because there are so many ways in which the data from space can actually help with all aspects of Earth operations, climate change, agriculture, insurance, and so on. And so we now have excellent opportunities for entrepreneurs who are not even scientists and space engineers, aerospace engineers. And so I would like to ask Dr. Mohammed Sharif, what institutional investments are most urgent?
He's not here. He's
Oh,
not
he's
here.
not on.
No.
Okay. Is Dr. Charles
is on. Yes.
Okay, great. So Charles, I hope you will be able to answer this question, but then I'll throw it out to all the panelists anyway. What institutional investments are most urgently needed to help emerging countries move from isolated projects towards sustainable national innovation ecosystems? So Charles, if you want to take a first stab at it, and the other two panelists weigh in on the conversation.
Thank you so much for this question. I will not pretend I have the right answer for this, but building on one of the points that Dr. Schwartz mentioned before, I think one of the aspect he highlighted is the need to avoid duplication. And in some of my discussion with Dr. Tidjani, who is leading the African Space Agency, he clearly highlighted that one of his priority is to make sure that we leverage from existing capacity and infrastructure without recreating solutions that already exist. And to answer to the question about the institutional options that we can consider, different nations across Africa has different capabilities that we can already leverage. And that also come back to the previous questions about the type of investment that are kind of needed. I believe if we are talking about, well, even before talking about that type of investment, we need to talk about why are we investing, right? But if I put all of that together, depending on the need and the topic, if we are in the academia, we want to enhance research and foster innovation. And innovation is not always about creating something from scratch, but sometimes just duplicating a solution that already exists and adapting that to solve a specific need. It's about maybe building the capacity of the student, providing or fostering technology transfer, but it could also be about public-private partnership that Dr. Schwartz mentioned before, and that could be at a higher scale about satellite operation or maybe ground infrastructure, launch service provider accessibility. And I believe the type of support that are expected from institutions depend therefore on what are the ambitions that nations and regions have. And in this case, there are several limitations. And Dr. Schwartz also mentioned like standard, for example, I believe, or policies. I believe before even talking about certain type of investment, there is a need to make sure that we are using the same language. Some policies or standard will appear to be kind of limiting factors for actors to be able to even access certain type of sponsorship or partnership, because they will not be either compliant or aligned with certain standard for different type of things. Like I'm talking about data, I'm talking about accessing certain technology that are under specific regulations. But there are still several tools that can be used for financing, for example, or investment. And I can think about national, let's say, fundings through space agencies, through space offices. I can think about some of the recent sponsorship that we saw through the African Space Agency in collaboration with the European Commission. I think it's the Gateway program, for example, where they put together several finance that are available for different type of actors. I'm not coming back on that, but I believe it's important, and that's my answer to the question. It's important to segment what are the type of finance that we are talking about and the purpose of those finance, and therefore we can identify the right institution behind. I will pause here for now.
Thank you, Charles. And that shows how important it is that there is a vision, there is a strategy, and there is a plan for making this happen. Because when we have that clear line of sight, it makes it a lot easier for us to identify where the different funding is required to advance the agenda. Thank you so much. Dr. Schwartz, would you like to weigh in on this conversation?
Yeah, me too, Dr. Schwartz.
Dr. Schwartz? If Dr. Schwartz,
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was muted there.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a few points. I think I can respond to your question. I think the most important thing for the development of partnerships related to space technology is to make sure that priorities are designed and shared with other agencies, and that way I think there can be a distribution of of capabilities, skills, coverage, and themes, so that, again, I think this gets around the same issue with duplication. I think if you don't have priorities, it's hard to avoid duplication. I think another thing that's important for sustainability is to make sure that whatever systems are developed and whatever data are being targeted, that they're designed in a way to integrate into government decision making. Because I think there can be a disconnect between the science and technology of Earth observation and the data that are potentially available into government decision making, including decision making related to budgets and developing the appropriate partnerships to formulate effective policy. And I think related to that also is there needs to be a focus as much on the service delivery of Earth observation as there is on the technology of launching satellites, which can be, which can be sexy and prestige raising, but expensive. And if the systems are developed, but the service delivery of what's being observed is not designed appropriately and effectively, then I think there's a lot of loss in potential capability. And I think another point related to that is there needs to be a means of measuring the downstream user applicability of the Earth observation. So it needs to be, vertically integrated from launch of satellites to the priorities of collecting data to integrating whatever information is prioritized into government decision making to make sure Earth observations are delivered effectively, efficiently, and as much as possible openly, and then to measure that delivery with the applicability of the end user. So it really needs to be developed, both vertically in terms of an individual government and horizontally in terms of sharing capabilities across governments within the continent.
Excellent, thank you. Dr. Homayuni, could you weigh in on this conversation, please?
You're also muted, Doctor.
Yeah. If I understand, it's still related to the capacity building and the collaboration potential between our countries?
This is about the investments. Where should the opportunities for investments and where should the focus be?
Yeah, I can say that the investment can be from two parties, the private companies and also these governmental programs like from Canadian Global Affairs. For sure, for the private companies, they need to see how it's possible to do, how the regulation, local regulation, and also the opportunities that are available. I discussed with a few colleagues, former students, that they wanted to go there and develop their own business there, but they met lots of issues, difficulties. First of all, they didn't have a good knowledge about the landscape of these countries, about the social economic aspect of these Earth observation technologies. So I think a kind of mentorship from these countries could be very helpful, like a forum, like young professional activities, so they can see that there are lots of possibilities there and they can bring their technologies, for example, for LiDAR remote sensing, for drone imagery, for these type of opportunities, so they can collaborate again mutually with local people. From the governmental point of view, I think we need a higher kind of dialogue between the manager or the governments to find or to establish framework of collaboration. As I mentioned, we have several programs here, but it is very targeted with the specific areas and countries. But if we open a dialogue, we can work together, because again, these programs maybe is locally positioned, but they are affecting the whole planet. So, for example, if we can't control the drought in Africa, several years later, we have this issue in Europe or even in North America. So we have to work all together to resolve this problem, environmental problems at global scale, and we need really these investigations, both in terms of resources, human resources, financial resources, and effort and time.
Excellent. And this again points to the fact that we are all interconnected and interdependent. So most of the countries have development banks, there are impact investments, there are international agencies that are contributing to the development of these countries. How do you see these agencies playing a larger role?
I would like to. Okay, sorry. Go first.
No, should I answer or?
Yes, sorry.
Yes, you can answer, and then we'll ask Charles to come in.
Okay, thank you. I think these institutes are playing a very important role, because first of all, they have their own mandate for this task and this mission, and also they have the resources. Maybe they need, or we need to put this partnership together. We can start from the mid-scale actioner, like the researcher, like academia, just to present them that there is a real need here to work together, and they can find the priorities, they can find the opportunities, and they can decide to which direction and which resources we have to go. As I mentioned, here in Canada, we really dependent on these resources on all research and development activities. But when we come to international scale, we need their help, because we can't go without any financial support.
Excellent. Thank you. Charles?
Thank you so much. And sorry, I was jumping because I was really eager to share my 2 cents on the discussion. So I think there is one thing that Dr. Schwartz mentioned before. There is a need to share priorities. And I want to also put that on the table as a kind of current limiting factor, because sometimes before even talking about the investment that needs to flow, we need to understand who is doing what and how and to what which purpose. And sometimes it's actually really difficult to know which agency is doing what are the exact funding, what are the priorities, what are the objectives, short, medium, and long term. And that is a limitation, but on top of that, that leads to an opportunity at the same time. So another limiting factor, before I talk about that opportunity, another limiting factor is the fact that a lot of persons still don't understand what is space about, right? Like we can easily make the link between all of the topics that we are talking about now, like climate change and Earth observation, connectivity, etc. But still, it will be difficult, especially for those decision makers or investor or other organization, for example, NGOs, to actually make the real link between the funding that they have and the potential investment and return on investment in the space industry. So if we take a few examples, if we talk about like connectivity, it's easy to make the link between the digital industry, where you have a growing digital economy across the continent, with the real demand in terms of connectivity and some potential investment that can be easily made and linked that with potential investor. If you talk about climate change, as we were discussing before, one example could be about insurance. It's still difficult, for example, for some big insurance companies to actually identify and validate certain claim linked to insurance in area. And if we can talk about oil spilling or some fire or inundations and many other potential application there, but that's valid for insurance companies. It's also valid for development bank, agricultural companies, and NGOs. Talking about agricultural company, a couple of years back, we were organizing within SGC some event because we organize regional event all the time. And one of our key let's say sponsor actually for those space-related conference was that one of the institutions focused on agriculture because they understood what was the role of space for advanced agriculture. And that's one of the ways to bring that, to help them understand that precision agriculture is linked to X, Y, and Z, that is linked to exactly your field of expertise, and this is the potential return on investment. It's the same for disaster management, it's the same for urban planning, energy infrastructure, transportation. If you make the link, for example, in the transportation sector, with like tracking devices or potential IoTs to show how safe can be some of the asset for mega structure link investing in transportation. I guess it will be a lot more easier for them to invest certain solution that any actor would like to put on the table. So that will be my 2 cents. I'm kind of shifting the discussion here toward actually demystifying a little bit some of the solutions that we have in order to tap into the potential of funding that are also already available in other sector and bring them back into the space sector, because it's being proven to be challenging to still get fully sponsored space resources for the time being, but at the same time, partnership with other institutions, universities that are abroad, startup that are abroad, not only in the downstream part, the consumption part, but also the upstream part, can also be a game changer. But you also have other options.
Thank you. Thank you, Charles. This is really very exciting. And it ties back in with the discussions we were having earlier on about awareness and education. Because as Dr. Nelson, I travel across different countries and speak to people who we think should be in the know. It's amazing how little they know of the opportunities that space data provides for us to really increase our economy, provide opportunities for entrepreneurs, opportunities for governments, and opportunities for big organizations. So I'd like to shift the discussion to another topic, and it's a whole business of South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation. From I was a child, and I'm 75 now, I listened to Michael Manley talk about South-South cooperation. And it has taken us decades to really build the awareness and the desire for greater South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation. So what are the opportunities you're seeing in terms of South-South and triangular cooperation in research, education, technology transfer, entrepreneurship, satellite applications, and workforce development? Because, you know, some of the speakers are saying Africa has the largest population. Africa has the largest youth population. Africa can be the breadbasket of the world in terms of agriculture. So in terms of the South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation, how are you seeing the opportunities? And any of the three of you panelists can answer, but I think you being present in Cameroon, Charles, you have a pretty good vantage point.
Absolutely.
And someone is asking, what is South-South cooperation? So, Charles, if you could just define that and put a perspective on it, that would be good.
Well, again, I will not pretend that I can give a formal bulletproof definition. But the way I see that is the South is defined or easily understandable through similar challenges, right? If I talk about certain issues that we face, for example, in Cameroon, about maybe food security in certain area, security, health, or weather, or water resources management, it's easy to see some commonalities between what Cameroon is going through with maybe Philippines. And it's, for me, it's not too much about the economic power that define the South. It's more about what are those specificities that we have in common. And that's the way I will kind of put it, like through common challenges and limitations. And some of the potential route or solutions or aspect that I think need to be considered for South-South corporations include leveraging existing capabilities and success stories. A simple example will be some of the most, let's say, iconic or advanced space institutions across the continent. If one country, for example, Ghana, succeed in establishing a space policy, going through the whole burden of data collection, analysis, review of other best practices, stakeholder engagement, and etc. Why will another country, 50, or let's say 50 plus country, have to go through the same process again? Into a solution. If we are talking about building a ground station somewhere, maybe in Gabon, why would you start from scratch while you already have some ground station being built in Algeria, in Ethiopia? If you are talking about starting a project, maybe to build a small satellite, a 1 or let's say 6U satellite, why will you start from scratch while you have certain capabilities that you can build on existing today in Egypt or in South Africa? And I'm just talking about those examples, but we can go on and on and talk about utilizations and applicability to certain platforms that already exist, and that are being duplicated with like resources and financing and time, while we can just share those exact resources and solutions and build on that. I will finish just with one simple example, right? Like back in Cameroon, when I started at my space journey, I was national point of contact for Space Advisory Council, and I didn't have any funding to organize national competitions and workshops that I was aiming for and that I organized at the end. The very first thing I did was partnering with Monique Lagoud, who was CEO of a company doing capacity building. And the way I was then implementing some of my activities was just by going through her, using her office or let's say her site. And I didn't have to pay for a room to organize my workshop or to even sponsor for coffee, because it was already there in the venue that she was providing to our partnership. And it was a win-win situation where I was bringing some youth that was passionate about space in that ecosystem that she already had. And at the same time, she was achieving her goal that was capacity building on various topics related to space. And I guess that's one of the ways to approach this. We don't need to recreate certain solution. We can just look at around us. What are the existing capabilities that are there and that we can build on? What are the center of interest and what are the commonalities, so that whatever you can put on the table as a potential solution can also benefit the other and vice versa. And it's not just about benefiting. Sometimes we need to also be genuine if we have the capacity to support other in the technology transfer or the know-how or the knowledge. why would you not do that, right? Like, we are in this together, and the solution I might come out with can also help you identify some potential business cases out of the platform that you invested on, or out of the trainings that you have, or out of any other solutions that you have on your own. And that's also the power of diversity. And we have a lot of diversity within the continent that we can already build on, but also beyond, across South-South actors, but also North-South, etc. So,
Yes, we
yes.
have focused a lot over the decades on North-South cooperation, and many of our leaders in the Caribbean have been talking about South-South cooperation. Dr. Schwartz, from your vantage point, where you are sitting, and be able to see a very wide perspective, let's take a look at South-South and triangular cooperation. And already we are seeing a lot of that happening between Caribbean and African countries. But let's talk about South-South cooperation in terms of its strength and how we can leverage it for growth and development in the space ecosystem.
Well, I think the best way to promote South-South cooperation, am I muted?
No, you're not. We're hearing
Okay.
you clearly.
The best way to support South-South cooperation, I think, is to figure out a funding mechanism for multinational Earth observation and satellite application projects. So I think having and joint mission planning instead of individual national satellite programs, try to integrate some joint mission planning and joint shared capabilities among various different nascent South governments that are developing satellite and Earth observation programs. So I think that's the best option. Of course, it all depends on funding as well, which is a challenge that I don't think I'm capable of answering right now. But I think if we develop joint programs, that's the best way to do it. And also, I think Charles touched on this, and in terms of education for technical skills building, we haven't. I think this is the first conference session I've been in a long time that hasn't mentioned artificial intelligence once. But I think there are capabilities of leapfrogging technology, education, training with the application of artificial intelligence, machine learning, increasingly. So I think that could be developed as some potential for building South-South cooperation in some sort of skills capabilities where students don't have to go to a developed country with funding to take a master's or PhD training to go back to their government to then help launch a program. I think it can be done in situ much more easily with remote and AI skills training that can transfer knowledge and technology among and within South-South cooperative events, as opposed to more traditional developed versus less developed transfer of technology and skills.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll give you an opportunity in just 30 seconds clear, because I wanted to mention that there was a very robust discussion in a previous panel with Dr. Femi Ishola and Eldridge DeMelo on AI. Yeah, the application of AI. And that was a pretty robust discussion in terms of practical application to solve some of the problems in a faster, more effective and efficient way. And that was in the early session, the 7:30 and 8 o'clock session.
Of course.
Thank you, Dr. Schwartz. Dr. Nelson.
I was going to come back to the South-South cooperation angle and the fact that two things. First of all, we are going to be talking, tomorrow's our last day of the Futures Forum, part of this 30-day marathon. So just to give you some background, so typically I would have been in Africa for about 3 weeks doing something on the ground. This year we decided to do something global online. And so we are going to be doing this all the way down to August 20th. There's a 30-day activation for International Moon Day. And so next week, for example, we'll be having sessions more like master classes, people who want to go more in depth. There's some African students who want to learn something specific. They may actually come on. There will be a lot of them. I think so far 2 people are interested in that. So we have a platform for that. Also next week, Thursday, which is UN International Friendship Day, we're launching the first ever 24-hour global moonrise party. So those of you who are amateur astronomers and want to come online and look at the moon and howl at the moon and read poetry to the moon and sing songs to the moon can do that. And then we move into our 3rd week startup showcase, as well as an online virtual analog, lunar analog. But tomorrow in particular, the 3rd day of the Futures Forum, where we're looking at space sustainability and exploration, we do have a session specifically on the digital infrastructure, where we're looking at cybersecurity and digital twins and AI, and how that might accelerate or not what's happening in the African ecosystem. But Don asked a question. I want to give him some more context because he may not be aware. So in the UN framework, South Corporation actually has its own office. They're not doing much in what I would call modern new ideas. They do have an office in New York, so I'm probably going to have to twist Dr. Lee our arm to maybe talk to them and get them involved in the conference, and maybe you'll get some attraction that will save you time and energy, quite frankly. They're right there. I've invited them several times to things. They're very iffy-butty, but they're there. And certainly to the extent that they're being in New York, they could, if they worked differently, access the diaspora here, right? Given in terms of this financing issue. I know the diaspora doesn't have, billions of dollars to spend, but the diaspora certainly collectively has thousands of dollars they could spend. But sometimes it requires an agency like the UN. When I say it, it's not going to have the same impact as if when the UN says it, right? So I think we need to find ways in which organizations like yours, which might have a little bit more, official weight than a small nonprofit like what we are, to put these new ideas on the table, these new frameworks, and maybe what we can do as we think about what can we get out of this conversation, because I'm always trying to figure out what can we get out of this conversation. So I think out of this conversation, this platform, the Futures Forum, is a small 501c3 in the United States of America. So we are a registered nonprofit, and we have begun the process of registration of a nonprofit in the Caribbean and one in Africa. So we have legs, and so we're talking to people in Kenya to head up, and we also have partnerships with universities in Africa. So we already have that. We have 3 universities in Nigeria and Ghana that we have partnerships, which I think could be developed to test out work either that you, Dr. Schwartz, want to do, or you, Dr. Homayuni, wants to do. And Charles and I have been talking for over a year now as part of IAF IAC, and we're beginning to see how do we know that we have proven that we can do work, because last year was very intense for what we did. We did the first ever lunar analog in Kenya on a shoestring budget, right? Yeah. But we want to prove a point, and we want to test what was possible with no money or limited resources. So I think I have enough proof of concept to know what can be done with limited amounts of money. So I'm the queen of stretching $1 into 3. And I think to the extent that Dr. Homayuni in Canada wants support to intensify and I would say also multiply, because in my days at IDB, I used to work as a development practitioner for over 30 years at the Inter-American Development Bank, and I've designed many a project. And I was always considered unorthodox in my approach because I took it from a very engineering framework. It doesn't matter what the subject matter was, I'm going to look at it from an engineering design framework. What is the ecosystem, the system of systems problems? Because the problem is not just, they don't have capability. if you, some of you were on earlier when they say you have capability, you're ready, but the government is a problem. So there's always challenges that go into making us not just do the training, but have the training have impact. And so what we have to do is not just be training people who half of them stay in Canada anyway, but we have to figure out how do we train more people on the ground so they don't actually leave.
Right, capacity building.
Capacity building. So I think that is society. One of the things that can come out of this, mean that you're in Canada, is maybe we can have a conversation in Canada where we do a live, at some point when we have time, develop a live in-person hybrid, but in-person has a different energy. Let's say there's an in-person hybrid where we have something and we actually do a future of a real space futures forum, for example, right? Looking at capabilities where we don't have to have a bunch of people. Let's say we have 40, 50 people, but you invite diaspora from Africa who are in Canada, right? It doesn't cost them that much to get there. You might say, okay, if you find your way here, we'll pay for all your meals. That takes care of some of the expenses. You pay for your
Dr.
room.
Nelson.
Yes.
Can I ask you to hold that a moment for your closing comments?
Okay.
Because I'd like to finish this discussion so that I can move on to a meeting that I have already committed
no problem.
to.
No problem.
So thank you, Dr. Nelson. So I would like to address this to the three panelists. And this is the closing reflection for this session. Please complete the sentence. The future of the global space economy will be more inclusive if. The future of the global economy will be more inclusive if. Could you complete that sentence, please? And I'm asking all three of you to complete that sentence.
Go ahead, Dr. Lee.
I would say if private sector investment can be effectively linked with government activities and programs.
Excellent. Thank you.
I would say it works well if we collaborate more efficiently and interdisciplinary.
Great. Thank you. Charles?
Well, I will say if we really want to make it happen, we can make it happen together. And that's the way I see that. It's
where there's
just
a will, there is a way.
if we want.
And when you have someone like Dr. Nelson, who is driving this from the Futures Forum perspective, collaborating with all of you wonderful people she's been able to engage in this conference, then there is no question at all that once the will is there, we will find a way because we are creative people. So I'd just like to close by saying that throughout this conference, we have discussed satellites, lunar exploration, entrepreneurship, Earth observation and its benefits, policy, education, and innovation. Today's discussion reminds us that while technology may launch missions, partnerships sustain them. I was doing a workshop for a team of analog astronauts on the Kenyan program last year. And I was doing it on emotional intelligence and team building. And I said to them that the technical skills that you have will get you into space. It is your collaboration and teamwork and the emotional intelligence and the cooperation that will get you back. Yeah. So in closing, cooperate with me. In closing, the future of space will not be defined solely by rockets and satellites. That has been made very clear to us during this conference. It will be defined by our willingness to share knowledge, build trust, invest in people, and create opportunities that cross borders and generations. If Africa, the Caribbean, and emerging space nations are to become full participants in the global space economy, the path forward is clear. Collaborate boldly, build capacity intentionally, and innovate together. So I'd like to thank our distinguished panelists of Dr. Homayumi, Dr. Schwartz, and Charles for sharing your insights. And thank you to everyone who has participated in Space Ungana 2026. We look forward to seeing the partnerships formed here today becoming missions of tomorrow. And this is not the end. Dr. Nelson will continue this process all the way through to August 20. And so I'd like to thank you all for taking your time out to participate in this space. I hope your minds, your hearts, and your spirits have been impacted as mine has, because I never thought there was a space for me in the space ecosystem. I am now entrenched and embedded. I'm not go nowhere. Thank you all. It's been a pleasure, an honor, and a privilege. Over to you, Dr. Nelson.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Jaja, for moderating and keeping us going. We've had a great discussion, and Dr. Homayuni, I really think that there are ways in which we can design programs with that you to build on what you're doing, and I'd like to spend some time with you on that. Dr. Schwartz, you're right there in New York. I'm here in Washington. Well, I'm not sure where you are, but you know your organization will have a conference in New York. I'm here in the Maryland area.
I'm actually in Washington, D.C.
Okay, perfect. So we can have a coffee. We can have a real coffee.
Absolutely.
Let's plan to have a real coffee and sit down and think about how can we partner, because you know, we're a small organization, but because of my experience working in international development with a very limited budget, I was in what we call the poor part of the shop of the IDB. We're given the crumbs to make things happen. So I was able to make things happen despite the fact that we got very little money to do it. But technical cooperation, I think, designing those kinds of programs where you have to really think through, this is a one-time gift or grant. And I was always one of the few, I would say, the development people who were very blunt and harsh sometimes with people on the ground, where I would say, you think they'll be around too. Let us not design it as if we think there's going to be around too, okay? Let's design this project as we think this is it. It's a one-time $150,000. Let's make it work to do something that will last beyond the time. And that's been, I think, one of the failures of our development assistance projects in the past. We've not really designed for sustainability. We've given lip service to that. But I think in this new era of the reimagination of what cooperation looks like and what multilateralism looks like, I think it will take all hands like Dr. Lee Schwartz and I to figure out what can we do and say in the Washington space using the platform of the Geography Association that gives us some cover, right? Right there, using the diaspora engagement piece, using the things we do on the Hill, for example, as some additional cover to kind of move things through to keep going towards a more secure and inclusive and prosperous planet, not just nation, because we are interdependent. We can't go back to the era when everybody did their own clothes and did their own, had a horse, etc. It's not going to go back. So we have to figure out a way to make it in the future together. So thank you everyone for coming. I know we started early, but it worked out. You see, if we had waited for the other person to come, we'd have been waiting for no reason. And so it's good that you came early and we got started early. And so now I can release you half an hour early for the rest of the day. Thank you all. And I look forward to seeing you. So tomorrow we are doing space exploration and settlement. We're talking about dark sky tourism, astronomy, rocketry, all kinds of stuff. I think analog astronauts, some other stuff like that. And then we end tomorrow about the same time tomorrow with session again on the business of the new space economy, the business of space. So thank you all and look forward to hearing from you about my foray into international, the first really online global international moon night, where we use UN International Friendship Day, July 30th, to make new friends from across our beloved planet Earth. Take care, everybody.
Thank you very
Bye-bye.
much. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson, for your leadership in this space. You are amazing, and the network that you have developed across the world, you have made this network available to all of us. Blessings, success, prosperity, good health, happiness, and peace be on you and your family and your team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.